A very good morning to all of you. Assalamu alaikum. I feel privileged to welcome all the participants in this second and final day of 2 days international virtual conference on language, literature, and humanities. So, in this very first session of day second, we have in plenary second, we have the resource person, Azra Tajhizi, who will be delivering her talk. Lecturer, University, English University language teacher as a foreign language, Azad University of Marageh, Iran. Before I invite our today's first resource person, I would like to have a brief introduction of the resource person. Azra Tajhizi ma'am, she is lecturer, University, English University language teacher as a foreign language, Azad University of Marageh, Iran. Esteemed ma'am is Global Educator Leader Awardee 2021 by International Council for Educators and International Internship University IIU. Distinguished ma'am has been Sustainable Procurement and Supply Chain Ambassador, Parkin Makadia team. She has been Roundtable Exclusive Talk Show Sharing is Caring 21st DigiSkills Team Speaker. And in 21st DigiSkill Team Iran Country Honorary Project Director, the madam has been Project Director. And she has been the Best Global Educator Awardee by International Internship University IIU. Esteemed ma'am has been International Internship University Selected Resource Person also. And the ma'am has been Global Teacher Award, AKS Education Award of India. Without further delay, I would like to very humbly request our worthy resource person, Azra Tajhizi ma'am, to kindly present her deliberations. Over to ma'am.
Hi, good morning everyone, and I wanted to share my slides. Are visible now?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible, but a bit distractions are there.
Visible? Okay.
You
Yes,
are
yes,
visible.
yes. Discourse strategies in ELT classrooms. Openings, closing, feedback in conversation, cross-cultural variation, gender differences. Openings and closing, culturally and contextually dependent, formal, informal, pre-closing, greetings, leave-taking, conversation, starters. Feedback in conversation. These are feedback in conversations features, continuous, acknowledgements, assessments, news markers, questions, and nonverbal vocalizations. Types of speech. Talk as interaction, talk as transaction, talk as performance. In talk as interaction has primarily social function, reflects rule relationships, reflects speaker's identity, may be formal or causal, uses conversational conventions, reflect degrees of politeness, employs many generic words, uses conversational register, is jointly constructed. Talk and interaction skills involve opening, closing conversations, choosing topics, making small talks, recounting personal incidents and experiences, taking, using agency pairs, interrupting, reacting to others, and an example, chatting with someone on the bus, train, plane, chatting with friends, classmates, etc., telling someone an experience lived, sharing anecdotes, gossip, etc. Talk and interaction examples, chatting with someone boss, chatting friends, classmates, and gossip anecdotes. Talk as transaction features. It has a primarily information focus. The main focus is message and not a participant. Participants use communication strategies to make themselves understood. There may be frequent questions, repetition, and comprehension checks. There may be negotiation and degradation. Linguistic accuracy is not always important. Skills involve explaining a need or intention, describing something, asking, questioning, confirming information, justifying an opinion, making suggestions, clarifying understanding, making comparisons, agreeing and disagreeing. Examples: giving a class report about something, conducted a class debate, giving a speech of welcome, making a presentation, giving a lecture or speech. Talk as performance. Main features. There is a focus on both message and audience. It reflects organization and sequencing. Form and accuracy are important. Language is more like written language. It is often monolithic. Skills involve using an appropriate format, presenting information in appropriate sequence, maintaining audience engagement, using correct pronunciation and grammar, creating an effect on audience, using appropriate vocabulary, using appropriate opening and closing. Are visible? Are slides visible?
No.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Yes,
Now
it's coming
Now
visible.
visible?
visible, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Effective classroom interaction is crucial for English language teaching context as it creates an environment that fosters language learning and development. Teachers play a significant role in promoting and facilitating classroom interaction by employing various discourse strategies. These strategies encourage students to actively participate, engage in meaningful conversations, collaborate with their peers, and in this article, we explore some discourse strategies that can be used to promote classroom interaction in ELT context. Discourse studies is a fascinating field that explores language in social context, has gained significant attention in English language teaching classrooms. by focusing on how language is used in real life situations. Discourse studies provide valuable insights into improving communication skills. We will delve into importance of discourse studies in ELT classes, explore some practical strategies for incorporating it into language instruction. Effective communication is a vital aspect of language learning. It goes beyond grammar and vocabulary, encompassing the ability to understand and use language appropriately in different social settings. Discourse studies offer a framework for analyzing language in context, allowing learners to develop a deeper understanding how meaning is constructed and conveyed through language. One key aspect of discourse studies in ELT classes is the analysis of authentic text and conversation. By examining real-life examples of spoken and written language, students can observe how speakers negotiate meaning, use rhetorical devices, and adapt their language to suit different situations. This analysis helps learners develop their communicative competence and become more proficient in using language effectively. Furthermore, discourse studies provide insight into social and cultural aspects of language use by exploring topics such as power dynamics, politeness strategies, and intercultural communication. Students gain a better understanding of how language choices can impact communication and our interaction. This knowledge enables learners to navigate diverse social contexts with confidence and sensitivity. Incorporating discourse studies into ELT classes can be done through various activities. Here are a few practical strategies. Text analysis. Encourage students to analyze authentic text, such as newspaper articles, interviews, or dialogues from movies or TV shows. Discuss the purpose, audience, and language features of text, highlighting how meaning is conveyed through discourse and role plays and simulations. Engage students in role plays and simulations that replicate real life communication situations. Provide them with prompts or scenarios and encourage them to apply appropriate discourse strategies such as turn taking, active listening, and using appropriate adjustments. Critical discourse analysis introduces students to concept of critical discourse analysis, which involves examining language use in relation to power, ideology, social context. Encourage students to critically analyze text or media messages, exploring underlying meanings and biases. By incorporating discourse studies into ELT classes, educators can empower students to become effective communicators in English. This approach enhances not only their language proficiency but also their cultural awareness and critical thinking skills. Discourse studies offer a valuable framework for enhancing communication skills in ELT classes. By focusing on language in social contexts, students can develop a deeper understanding of how meaning is constructed and conveyed. Incorporating discourse analysis activities into language instruction can provide learners with the tools they need to navigate diverse communication situations situations effectively. So dive into the world of discourse studies and unlock the power of meaningful and authentic language use. What are some common challenges faced by learners in understanding and using discourse markers effectively? How can discourse studies contribute to improving speaking skills in ELT classes? Can you put some examples of discourse studies integrated in lesson plus different proficiency levels? Understanding and using discourse studies effectively in ELT context can be a challenging task for learners. One common challenge is grasping the complex theoretical concepts and frameworks of discourse analysis. For example, understanding concepts such as discourse markers, coherence, and cohesion can be tricky at first. Another challenge is applying discourse analysis techniques to real-world context. Learners may struggle with identifying and analyzing different types of discourse, such as conversations, academic texts, or workplace communication. It can be overwhelming to navigate the intricacies of language use and meaning in various contexts. Additionally, learners may face difficulties in interpreting and discourse data. Analyzing large amounts of spoken written language can be time consuming and requires use careful attention to detail. Learners need to develop skills in data collection, transcription, and analysis to effectively use discourse studies in any context. Discourse studies can greatly enhance teaching skills in English language teaching classes by understanding the intricacies of language use communication patterns. Teachers can create a more effective and engaging learning environment. Here is how discourse studies can contribute to improving teaching skills in ELT classes. Enhancing communication. Discourse studies provide insights into how language is used in different contexts. Teachers can apply this knowledge to help students develop their communication skills, such as improving speaking fluency, using appropriate gesture, and understanding cultural nuances. By incorporating authentic and meaningful discourse examples into classroom activities, and teachers can create a more immersive language learning experience. Developing critical thinking. Discourse studies encourage students to critically analyze language use and its impact on meaning and power dynamics. Teachers can introduce discourse analysis techniques to help students understand how language shapes perceptions and ideologies. This enables students to become more critical thinkers, capable of analyzing, questioning the message they encounter in various forms of communication. Prompting intercultural competence. In ELT classes, discourse studies can foster intercultural competence by exploring different cultural communication styles and norms. Teachers can introduce authentic text and audiovisual materials from diverse cultural contexts, allowing students to understand, appreciate different perspectives. This promotes empathy, tolerance, and effective communication across cultures. Overall, discourse studies offer valuable tools for teachers to enhance their teaching skills in ELT classes. By incorporating discourse analysis techniques and prompting critical thinking, intercultural competence, teachers can create a more engaging and inclusive learning environment. Specific examples of how discourse studies can be integrated into class interactions and lesson plans for different proficiency levels in English language teaching classes. For beginner level, you can introduce basic conversational phrases, expressions using discourse analysis, analyze the structure patterns of common greetings, introductions, simple exchanges, use authentic dialogues or role play to practice everyday conversations, such as ordering food in a restaurant or asking for directions. Discuss language choices, politeness strategies used in these interactions. Intermediate level conduct discourse analysis of different genres of text such as newspaper articles, advertisements, or social media posts focus on language features, organization, and intended audience. Engage students in small group discussions on specific topics, analyze turn-taking patterns, topic development, and strategies for expressing agreement or disagreement. For advanced level, explore persuasive techniques and argumentation strategies through discourse analysis of speeches, debates, or persuasive essays. Discuss use of rhetorical, divisive, logical reasoning, persuasive language. Conduct a critical analysis of news reports or opinion articles focusing on bias, framing, and the construction of meaning. Discuss how different discourse choices can influence interpretations. Remember, these are just a few examples, and the possibilities are endless. The key is to integrate discourse studies into various aspects of classroom interaction, such as role plays, discussions, analysis of authentic text, and critical thinking activities. Applying discourse analysis techniques to real-world content in English language teaching classes can be beneficial for both teachers and students. Here are some strategies that can help in this process. Authentic materials. Incorporate authentic materials such as newspaper, articles, podcasts, videos, or social media posts into classroom activities and tasks. Encourage students to analyze the language features, discourse structures, and cultural implications present in these materials. This exposes students to real-world language use and helps them develop a deeper understanding of discourse patterns. Guided analysis provide guided analysis tasks where students examine and discuss discourse features in authentic text. For example, ask students to identify persuasive strategies in a political speech or analyze the conversational patterns in a dialogue. Encourage students to reflect on the purpose, context, and intended audience of discourse. Role play and simulation create scenarios that mirror real-world communicative situations. Assign students roles, have them engage in role plays or simulations where they apply discourse analysis techniques. For instance, students can simulate a business meeting, job interview, or a customer service interaction. Afterward, or if they brief and discuss the language choices, power dynamics, effectiveness of communication. Collaborative projects encourage collaborative projects that require students to investigate and analyze discourse in specific real-world contexts. For example, students can examine the discourse features in advertisement, analyze language used in political campaigns, or study communication patterns in online communities. This allows students who actively apply discourse analysis techniques and develop a deeper understanding of how language functions in different contexts. Reflective discussion promote reflective discussions where students share their observations, insights about real-world discourse, encourage them to express their opinions, challenge assumptions, and critically analyze language use they encounter in their daily lives. This helps students develop a more critical and analytical perspective towards language and communication. By implementing these strategies, both teachers and students can effectively apply discourse analysis techniques to real-world context in ELT. This is not only enhances language proficiency, but also promotes critical thinking, cultural awareness, effective communication skills. Discourse analysis can play a significant role in promoting students' creativity and self-expression in ELT classes. By examining the ways language is used in different contexts, discourse analysis allows students to understand the underlying meanings, social norms, and power dynamics within language. This understanding can empower students to express themselves more effectively and creatively. Here is how discourse analysis contributes to fostering students' creativity and self-expression in ELT classes. Enhancing critical thinking, discourse analysis encourages students to critically analyze language use, including the choice of words and sentence structures and rhetorical devices. By examining authentic text and conversation, students develop the ability to question, challenge dominant discourses, leading to more creative and independent thinking. Expanding linguistic repertoire. Through discourse analysis, students can explore a wide range of language varieties, registers, and genres. By understanding the nuances and subtleties of different discourse communities, students can adapt their language choices to suit specific contexts, enabling them to express themselves more effectively and creatively. Promoting intercultural competence. Discourse analysis helps students identify cultural values, beliefs, assumptions embedded in language use. By understanding the cultural context of communication, students can navigate intercultural interactions with sensitivity and respect. This awareness allows them to express their ideas in culturally appropriate ways, fostering creativity and self-expression while building bridge between cultures. Discourse analysis empowers students to critically analyze language and its social implications, expanding their linguistic repertoire, promoting intercultural competence. By incorporating discourse analysis practices into ELT classes, students can enhance their creativity and self-expression. And here are three questions you can ask discourse analysis. To integrate discourse analysis to their English language teaching classes, interactions effectively, they should follow these steps. Familiarize themselves with discourse analysis. Teachers should first understand the basics of discourse analysis, which involve studying how language is used in social contexts. They can explore various concepts and such as turn taking, speech acts, coherence, cohesion. Select appropriate materials. Teachers can choose authentic materials like newspaper, articles, dialogue, or videos that reflect real-life language use. These materials can serve as basis for analyzing discourse patterns, language features, and communicative strategies. Design activities and tasks. Teachers can create activities that encourage students to analyze and understand discourse. For example, they can ask students to identify speech acts in a dialogue, analyze the use of politeness strategies, or compare different discourse structures. Provide explicit instruction. Teachers should explicitly teach discourse analysis concepts and techniques to their students. This can be done through mini lessons, discussions, or guided analysis tasks. Students can then apply their understanding of discourse analysis in their own language production. Foster collaborative learning. Teachers can promote collaborative learning by encouraging students to engage in discussions and group activities. This allows students to observe and analyze discourse patterns in their peers' language use, leading to a deeper understanding of how language functions in different contexts. By integrating discourse analysis into their ELT classroom interactions, teachers can help students develop a better understanding of language use and improve their communicative competence. When it comes to teaching turn taking in classroom discourse, there are several practical strategies that can be effective. One approach is to establish clear expectations and rules for turn taking. For example, you can create a visual cue, meaningful cue, like a talking stick or timer to indicate who has the floor. This helps students understand when it is their turn to speak and when they should listen. Another strategy is to model turn-taking yourself as a teacher by demonstrating how to take turns and actively listening. You set a positive example for students to follow. Additionally, you can incorporate activities that explicitly focus on turn-taking skills, such as group discussions or debates, where students are encouraged to take turns speaking and responding to each other. These strategies can help foster respect meaningful and inclusive classroom conversation. Discourse analysis in the field of English language teaching focuses on examining how language is used in specific contexts and how it shapes meaning and communication. It helps us understand how language functions in various settings such as classroom, conversations, and written text. By analyzing discourse, we can gain insight into language patterns, social interactions, power dynamics, and cultural influences. It is a valuable tool for ELT practitioners to enhance language teaching and learning experiences. Effective classroom interactions play a vital role in English language teaching as they foster language development, critical thinking, collaboration among students. One approach that can greatly enhance classroom interaction is the application of discourse strategies. In this article, we will explore the benefits of using discourse strategies in ELT and provide practical examples of how they can be implemented in the classroom. Creating a supportive learning environment. Supporting learning environment. Discourse strategies can help create a supportive learning environment where students feel comfortable expressing their thoughts, opinions. By using strategies such as taking open-ended questions and active listening, teachers can encourage students to actively engage in meaningful discussion. This not only enhances language proficiency, but also promotes critical thinking in critical thinking and empathy among students. Developing, developing higher order thinking skills. Discourse strategies provide opportunities for students to analyze, evaluate, synthesize information by incorporating strategies like Socratic questioning, debate, and problem-solving discussion. Teachers can encourage students to think critically and develop their higher order thinking skills. These strategies promote active learning and enable students to explore different perspectives, fostering a deeper understanding of the subject matter. Promoting collaborative learning. Collaboration is a key component of effective classroom interaction. Discourse strategies such as group work, peer feedback, cooperative learning activities facilitate collaboration among students. By working together on tasks and projects, students learn from one another, develop their communication skills, and gain a sense of ownership in their learning. This collaborative approach cultivates a positive classroom atmosphere and improves overall student engagement. Incorporating discourse strategies in ELT classroom can significantly enhance classroom interaction, leading to improved language proficiency, critical thinking skills, collaborative learning. By creating a supportive environment, encouraging higher order thinking, promoting collaboration, teachers can empower students to actively participate and contribute to their own learning experience. Adapting discourse strategies for different classroom dynamics. Discourse strategies can be effectively adapted to suit various classroom dynamics, ensuring that teachers can cater to the specific needs and characteristics of their students. Some consider approaches to adapt discourse strategies accordingly. Assessing student needs. Before implementing these course strategies, it is essential to assess the needs of students in classroom. Factors such as language proficiency levels, cultural background, learning style should be taken into account. This assessment helps in determining the appropriate discourse strategy to use and ensure that they are aligned with students' abilities and preferences. Differentiating instruction. In classroom with diverse student abilities, differentiation is key. Teachers can modify and tailor discourse strategies to provide support or challenge based on individual student needs. For example, while conducting a class discussion, instructors can provide sentence starters or graphic organizers to support students who struggle with initiating their thoughts. On the other hand, they can assign more complex tasks or rules to advanced learners to further stimulate their critical thinking skills. Grouping strategies. Group dynamics play a significant role in classroom interaction. Teachers can strategically form groups based on various criteria such as mixed abilities, shared interests, or complementary skills. It allows for effective collaboration, encourage students to engage in meaningful discussions. Additionally, teachers can assign specific roles within groups such as facilitator, timekeeper, note taker, or ensure equal participation and accountability. Modifying task complexity. Adopting the complexity of tasks can help accommodate different classroom dynamics. For instance, in a multi-level class, teachers can provide varied levels of challenge within a task, allowing each student to participate actively and contribute at their own pace. This ensures that all students are appropriately engaged and can contribute to the discourse in a meaningful way. Flexibility and reflection. Adapting discourse strategies requires flexibility and ongoing reflection. Teachers should be open to modifying their approach based on students' responses and feedback. Regular reflection and assessment of the effectiveness of strategies employed will help identify areas for improvement, allow for adjustments that better suit the classroom dynamic. By considering student needs, differentiating instruction, utilizing grouping strategy, modifying task complexity, and in being flexible in approach, teachers can successfully adopt discourse strategies to different classroom dynamics. This adaptation ensures that all students can actively participate, engage in meaningful discussions, benefit from the rich learning experiences facilitated by discourse-based interaction. Using discourse strategies to scaffold language learning for English language learners. Discourse strategies can be powerful tools in scaffolding language learning for EL learners, EL English language learners, providing support, facilitating their language development, and effective ways to utilize discourse strategies in scaffolding language learning. Modify modeling and clarifying language. Teachers can use discourse strategies to model and clarify language by employing techniques such as think loss, paraphrasing, providing example instructors can help students understand, internalize their language use in classroom discussions. This scaffolds their comprehension and enables them to actively participate in discourse, gradually building their language skills. Providing sentence frames and prompts to support language learners in expressing their thoughts, ideas. Teachers can provide sentence frames and prompts. These linguistic scaffolds give students a starting point, structure, and to formulate their responses. For example, using sentence frames like "I agree, disagree because," or one example is can assist learners in organizing their thoughts, constructing meaningful contributions. Encouraging turn-taking and active listening. Discourse strategies like turn-taking and active listening are particularly beneficial for learners. Encouraging students to take turns when speaking ensures that everyone has an opportunity to participate and practice their language skills. Active listening through strategies as summarizing or asking follow-up questions help learners better understand the conversation and engage them effectively in discourse. Incorporating visual aids, real-life context, visual aids such as image charts, videos can support learners in understanding, connecting with the content of this work. Teachers can use visual aids to introduce new vocabulary, illustrate concepts, provide context. Additionally, relating the discourse to real-life situation experiences help learners make meaningful connections, enhancing their comprehension and language acquisition, fostering peer interaction and collaboration. Peer interaction and collaboration are valuable for all learners as they provide opportunities for language practice and social interaction. Discourse strategies like pair or group work allow learners to engage in meaningful conversation with their peers, providing a supportive environment for language learning. Teachers can assign roles, provide in sentence frames, and encourage collaboration to scaffold their language development and boost confidence. By employing these discourse strategies, teachers can scaffold language learning for English language learners, supporting their comprehension, vocabulary acquisition, overall language proficiency, use of modeling, sentence prep, content, visual aids, peer interaction creates a conductive learning environment that helps learners actively engage in classroom discourse and make significant progress in their language skills. Addressing challenges implementing discourse strategies in classroom can bring numerous benefits, but it's important to be aware of potential challenges may arise. Some common challenges, unequal participation challenge, in classroom discussions, certain students may dominate the conversation while others may be hesitant or reluctant to contribute. Solution: teachers can address unequal participation by implementing strategies that promote equitable engagement. This includes setting clear expectations for participation using strategies like think, pair, share, or round robin discussion to give every student a chance to contribute and providing sentence frame or prompt to support less confident students. Language barriers challenge. Language barriers can hinder effective communication participation, especially for language learners or students with limited language proficiency. Solution teachers can address language barriers by providing scaffold support, can involve using visual aids, providing vocabulary support, modeling language use, allowing for extra processing time, encouraging active listening, providing opportunities for peer interaction, collaboration also can help overcome language barriers. Managing time challenge. Discourse strategy, especially in depth discussion, can be time consuming, potentially impacting coverage of curriculum content. Solution teachers can address time management challenges by setting clear time limits of discussion using timers or visual cues to keep track of time and planning discussion strategically to learn with learning objectives. Teachers can also encourage students to be concise and focused in their contribution, promoting meaningful discussion within the allocated time frame. Classroom management challenge. Implementing discourse strategies require effective classroom management to ensure a productive and respectful learning environment. Solution. Teachers can address classroom management challenge by establishing clear guidelines for respectful communication, active listening techniques. They can model reinforce appropriate behavior during discussion, provide feedback to redirect any disruptive behavior, grouping strategies such as assigning specific rules or using structured protocols can also help maintain a well-managed classroom environment during discourse activities. Assessment and feedback challenge. Assessing providing feedback on individual student participation and contributions during discourse activities can be challenging. Solution teachers can address assessment feedback challenge by using variety of strategies can include rubrics, checklists, or to assess participation, providing individual or group feedback on communication styles using formative assessment techniques such as exercises, reflective journal to gauge student understanding and progress over time. By being aware of these challenges, implementing effective strategies address them, teachers can create supportive, engaging environment for discourse strategies. Over time, will become more comfortable with participation, language barriers will be reduced, time management will improve, classroom management will be more effective, and assessment and feedback process will become more robust. And my concluding word, because of time, I want to short this comprehensive discussion. Promoting classroom discourse, establish clear communication norm, encourage equal participation, use inclusive language, foster a safe and supportive environment, incorporate diverse text and material, teach critical thinking and perspective taking, model inclusive discourse. Remember, promoting inclusive classroom discourse in an ongoing process requires consistent effort and reflection. By implementing these strategies to create classroom environment where all students feel valued and empowered to participate in a meaningful discussion. Thank you very much for your invitation and participation and attention.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Adra Tajhizi, for your very beautiful, informative, and comprehensive presentation. Ma'am, it was really knowledge packed. So you talked about how we use a talk as a conversation, talk as an interaction, and then talk as a transaction. And you also touched the things like discourse studies. It improves communication. It also uh, promotes critical thinking among students, and this discourse studies, they promote intercultural competence. And we also came to know about different levels to introduction of discourse analysis, and what are the strategies in discourse analysis techniques, and the challenges in adopting discourse analysis strategies in the classrooms. Ma'am, it was overall a very knowledge packed and very lively session. Thank you very much. Thank you for this session. Thank you for this accepting our invitation. And so I feel lack of words to extend my heartfelt gratitude and thanks for this condensed and knowledge packed lecture. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for invitation all team and Dr. Shailija Vasudeva for having me here. If
Okay.
any question.
If we have any comments from the audience, so kindly put across. Any comments from the audience? No. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Thank you. So,
Hello.
dear participants and esteemed uh, listeners, now we have preliminary third. In our preliminary third, we have one more esteemed resource person. So, may I introduce our next speaker, resource person? We have Dr. Ruchi Thakur, Assistant Professor of English, Himachal Pradesh National Law University, Shimla, India. Before inviting the August speaker, I would like to introduce Dr. Ruchi. Dr. Ruchi Raj Thakur, Assistant Professor of English, Himachal Pradesh National Law University, Shimla. She is working as Assistant Professor of English at Himachal Pradesh National University since October 2016. She has a teaching experience of 11 years. She is a former student of Himachal Pradesh University, Shimla, from where she pursued Masters in English and MPhil. Her MPhil degree is on the topic Stories by Expatriate Women Writers, Patterns of Assimilation and Assertion, Displacement and Overlapping Perspectives. Her PhD, also from Himachal Pradesh University, is on history, culture, and social commitment in Yashpal's selected works. Diaspora, expatriate writings, and social issues pertaining to the underprivileged, disregarded, and oppressed sections of the society have been her area of research. She is also exploring newly founded synthesis of literature and history, literature and law. Dr. Ruchi Thakur has, to her credit, many research papers published in national, online, and offline journals. She has also presented papers in several national and international seminars, conferences organized in India. Our esteemed speaker has also translated a book originally written in Hindi, which is titled Adivasi Abhiyukti, Woes of Adivasi, a long expression of the unacknowledged tribal existence. She has worked as assistant professor in the School of Basic Sciences and Language, Department of Communication Skills at Bahra University, where she taught at both undergraduate and postgraduate level for 5 years. At Bahra University, she got an opportunity to teach various subjects such as communication skills, workshop on business communication, technical English, technical communication. She was a member of the finishing school established by Bahra University with an objective to groom the overall personality of the students and to prepare them for job interviews. She has also worked as a counselor at IGNO for FEG and MEG programs. She is also a member of the advisory board of Avasthi Group of Institutions at Nalagarh. She has been the co-coordinator of the Center for Child and Women Studies at Himachal Pradesh NLU National Law University. Without any further delay, may I invite our resource person, Dr. Ruchi Raj Thakur. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you so much for this generous introduction that you have given. I'm so glad. But before I start, I really want to know if you can see me. I don't know what's the problem with the video. It is not showing me on the screen. Can you see me?
No, ma'am,
Uh,
we cannot see.
no, ma'am.
I
Not
don't know.
now.
I don't know what is the problem, but uh, I'll try to fix it. But can I start?
Okay, ma'am. It is okay. It will be an oral presentation till it starts. It's okay.
All right, my dear faculty, the organizing team, and I can see the previous speaker with us. I'm so glad that you all are here, and I'm sure your presence is going to make a difference to me. Now, I would like to first, before I talk about what I am here for, I would like to share the screen first, and please tell me if you can see me, if the screen is visible. Let me just share it with you. Yeah, can you see it?
Yes, ma'am. It's visible. It's
All
okay.
right. All right.
Okay.
Dear all, I would like to speak on a very, very, I mean, I would not say it contemporary topic, but since it's since we are talking about it every time we get to talk about the new nuance of this topic, which is displacement, xenophobia, and racial politics. And this I'll do with the help of Adib Khan's and Monica Ali's works. Now, displacement, xenophobia, and racial politics are three concepts which are very closely related to diaspora. But before I talk about, I delve deep into my, presentation. I would like to talk about diaspora first. So I'm pretty sure that you all are familiar with the phenomenon diaspora. We all know that diaspora is a movement from homelands which leads to displacement. And it is characterized by longing, memory, and disidentification. And why do we travel? Why do we move from one place to another? Why this displacement happens? It is because we have desire for better working conditions. It could be promotional growth, it could be armed conflict, it could be war, it could be famine, it could be drought, it could be anything that displeases us. And so population thinks of moving, like in Himachal, because we are facing a lot of landslide, and the nature is at its wrath. So many people are forced to displace. So the reasons could be many. Diaspora can have endless reasons. Now, moving to the next learners, this is what I'm going to talk about: xenophobia, racism, displacement, then diaspora, challenges and attempts to adjust. I'll talk about Eurocentrism, colonizers versus colonized, East and West, and then I'll come to Adib Khan's seasonal adjustments, and Monica Ali's The Kitchen. So, so I was just explaining this diaspora. And talking about displacement, I have one thing to say, that displacement is not merely the movement or removal of persons from one place to another, but it is suggestive of uprootedness. One is totally, uprooted from one's roots, which means just like a plant, you uproot a plant to so that it can be planted in some other pot. So that's a complete uprootedness where you enter into a space. Just as plants do, human beings, when they take a decision of displacing themselves from one place to another, they enter into the space between belonging and non belonging. Belonging to the place from which they uproot themselves, and think of belonging to the place they do not belong. So they are actually in a situation where they face the dilemma of belonging to a place and then non belonging to a place. For example, I am from um, I'm from Himachal. So if I think of going to Delhi, so my roots are in Himachal, and then thinking of uprooting myself from Himachal Pradesh and rooting myself to Delhi. So that will put me in a stage where I would have a feeling that I don't belong to Delhi, but I actually originally belong to Himachal. But the decision could be out of choice or compulsion, as I've already stated. Now, before I explain the other terms that I've used, I would like to quote Thomas, who says that the determining feature of racism is not prejudice towards blacks, but rather the superior position of whites and the institutions, ideological as well as structural, which maintains it. This is what going to define my whole presentation today, where I'll be talking about prejudices. Because once you displace yourself, once you uproot yourself from your original place and move to another, you are exposed to a number of challenges. And this is what we will be talking about: the type of challenges, the dilemmas, the struggles. All these things will be dealt with by me in today's presentation. So, talking about xenophobia. Now, what is this xenophobia? As I've already stated, that when you uproot yourself, you are exposed to a number of challenges. And we all know that leaving home can be a difficult experience. People leave the familiarity of their homes in search of a better life. And this certainly invites a lot of trauma. The trauma of leaving home is a situation of life and death, and that is why it takes years or couple of months to take a decision that should I be displacing myself from my native land or not. That is why it becomes a situation of life and death. The position of immigrants is worth exploring, as they are subjected to a plethora of abuses and exploitation. That is why migrants always live in the fear, whether they'll be accepted, whether they'll be liked, or they'll be disliked, or will they be perceived as foreigners, strangers, or will they ever be accepted? So it is a conflict. This xenophobia is actually a conflict that exists between an in-group. In-group means the natives, and an out-group, which means the migrants. So they enter into a relationship of in-group as well as out-group, in which the in-group desires the elimination of the presence of out-group. Why do they desire the elimination? Because they feel threatened. They feel that if foreigners will enter into their domain, into their nation, then multiculturalism will take place, hybridity will take place, and they will they that is why they're looked with suspicion. And they're looked with suspicion because it is feared by the natives that they might lose their own nation, they might lose their ethics, they may lose their racial identity. And so it is perceived that foreign individuals and their cultures can be threat to the local society, and hence they pose a threat to the integrity of to their society. So xenophobia is a fear, which the fear of the in-house group, of the natives, who fear that their originality might get corrupted if foreigners would enter. Means people from outside world will enter, or outside country will enter their domain. They will corrupt, they will make them embrace new things. Because when you come together, when you meet each other, when you socialize, what do? We we juxtapose new cultures, and so this becomes a great threat to the natives of the country, to which the migrants think of making a place for themselves. Now, talking about, all right, before I talk about this, may I please ask you that if you've read The Merchant of Venice, if anybody has read Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice, can I put this
Um,
question?
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We have read it
Yeah,
in literature.
yeah. The Merchant of Venice clearly talks about this xenophobia. It talks about Eurocentrism. It talks about the superiority. It talks about the fear. And that is why, because of this xenophobia, because of this fear, that the foreigners should always be treated as foreigners and they should not be considered the citizens of the nation. That is why Antonio and Shylock were at loggerheads, because of the same fear that what will happen if Shylock becomes the native of the country. So this xenophobia creates a gap between the natives and the migrant. So that gap was so conspicuous in the play of Shakespeare, The Merchant of Venice. And Shakespeare stands one against all in the play. So moving to another part of the presentation, uh, racial politics, which is a combination of two terms, race plus politics. Uh, my dear learners, today diaspora can, you know that diaspora can talk about population from different areas of the world. It can talk about different countries, but I'll be focusing on South Asian migrants. Um, Now we and so I'm making it specific here. Now, South Asian migrants face umpteen challenge. I'm not saying others are not facing, but since I'm talking about this particular population, so I'll be speaking about their tribulations. So South Asian migrants face umpteen challenges and problems to fit in the new environment. Besides the major adjustment they make from a majority group to a minority group. How are they majority group? They were majority group in their own nation. And how are they minority? They become minority as soon as they decide to displace themselves and root themselves in a new environment. So they become minority group. So they face racial prejudices as a threat. Racism is always at the core of diasporic consciousness, which has affected almost all the institutions, be it society, or be it social, be it national, be it religion, be it ethical, be it cultural, be it lingual, and then politics. And what are we talking about? We are talking about racial politics. Yes, racial politics is a very important topic when we're talking about diasporic consciousness and we're talking about xenophobia and displacement. Why? Because we are talking about this social acceptability. They are not socially acceptable. And if we are talking about racial, your political representation, then I'm sure it is a difficult question to answer, because their battle their struggle to be accepted socially is not over yet. Politics come later. So politics, why it is still far away from approach, because the natives of the land are still questioning these migrants, that why they have come to our country, what are they doing here, when will they leave our land, our country does not look like our country. And so they are often lashed, such questions are often lashed against the migrants who think of coming to this land and progressing. So when social acceptability is not anywhere near, then their political representation is beyond question. So here, when I say racial politics, I thought of including it as well, because this is what they are struggling for. Migrants who've been living in the new environment, means the land which is not theirs originally. They are facing this problem. Racial politics is referring to it refers to the issues around race relations in society. And when it comes to political, when we are talking about it in political context, it is the struggle of minority ethnic and racial groups for political representation. The politics is dealing communally with the problems related to discrimination and assimilation. So they are thinking of assimilating in this culture, but they are being discriminated because their race is different from that of the in-house. And so the out group demands for one's representation, which I believe is a difficult question to answer at this moment. Or this racial politics is something which is deeply rooted in diaspora and diasporic consciousness, because they know that their acceptability is a big question. Now, moving to another slide and talking about the challenges faced by migrants. When I say, look, this is what we have been talking about since I started this presentation. Racism, I think, is at the core of diasporic consciousness, because they're always considered others. They are considered West and not East. They are considered as, Occidents and not Orient. So this becomes a question. The struggle between natives and immigrants always prevail. They are accepted, but accepted only when the natives feel like accepting them. Means once their task is done, once their business is over, they are thrown again to the platform of others. Now, the second challenge they face is immigrants are at a disadvantaged position. Yes, because they are unaccepted. They are others. They are not Europeans. They are Asians. They were once colonized. So, because the binary exists between the the in-group and the out-group, so they are always at disadvantaged position, and so they fail to enjoy every, every privilege a citizen would. Third is they are deprived. Deprive the migrants of the actual opportunities such as employment, promotion, right to live peacefully. Now, we all know when we move from our own land to the other land, we face a number of challenges. Economy variation is so common. We go to the other land thinking that things would be better, but the migrants face teething issues such as employment. You know that it is so very difficult to sustain. You go to Delhi from Himachal, life becomes so difficult, it becomes so exorbitant. Traveling, drink, you want to have a beverage, it becomes expensive. It adds on to your expenses. You travel by taxi, it adds on to your expenditure. So employment is important to sustain in the world, but these migrants face a lot of problem to adjust themselves to the employment policies. Promotion is another. They are not promoted because a doubt is always doubt or suspicion always hover upon them. The right to live peacefully, you must have watched, there are a number of web series or movies on this, Kacha Pakka. So it talks about that people who are licensed to live there can still live peacefully, and others whose visa expires and they still think of earning something, they are not at rest. Next is housing. You know that, one needs to have shelter, but these migrants face the problem of housing because they are not allowed to buy, apartments for themselves. So housing remains a problem, and so they are compelled to live in shared apartments, sharing the apartment with 10 to 15 people, where they have, in the name of place, they only have bunkers. They only have bunker beds. Now, cultural differences, we all know that beliefs, languages, practices make us different. So this difference is quite on the surface of diaspora. Next is inequality in terms of social and political professional opportunities. We have already discussed that. Experience the double perspective of the society, which gives them the status of insider and then that of an outsider instantaneously. This clearly explains the binary, the differences between the migrants, the binary differences between them, the East and West, Europe and Asian, colonizer and colonized, us and others. Moving to another very important term in diaspora. What is Eurocentrism? Why these migrants are not accepted? They are not accepted because the concept, the notion of Eurocentrism or this approach has deeply rooted itself in the hearts of the natives of the nation. What is Eurocentrism? Eurocentrism is generally defined as a cultural phenomenon that views the histories and cultures of non-Western societies from a Europe, more specifically Western Europe or the West, functions as a universal signifier in that it assumes the superiority of European cultural values over those of non-European societies. So Eurocentrism is a belief, it is an attitude or mindset that values Europe, its culture, or European interests above all other civilizations. Why? Because they carry a pride in themselves, believing themselves to be the colonizers who had colonized almost all the countries of the world. So it claims that the cultures which are not white or they are not European, they must be denied their existence at all. That is why acceptability of the migrants is beyond question. They struggle. Now, this has been explained by D.T. Wellman in Portraits of White Racism, and he defines racism as a structural relationship based on the subordination of one racial group by another. And this has been countered by Thomas, who comments, the determining feature of racism is not prejudice towards blacks, but rather the superior position of the whites. This is what I was talking about. They carry a supercilious attitude that they are Europeans. They were once the colonizers who had controlled the world. But rather the superior positions of whites and the institutions, ideological as well as structural, which maintains it. So it is the racism, but it is also the prejudice. It is also the superior, their pride, their superiority, their notion of being superior, that is promoting Eurocentrism. Now, moving to the readings that I've talked about in the topic on the very first slide. Dear learners, today I'm going to talk about the two writers, Adib Khan and Monica Ali. Now, both of them are Bangladeshis. Both of them are from Bangladesh originally, but Adib Khan has settled in Australia, and Monica Ali is in England. But their challenges, their tribulations, their problems are almost similar. Now, Adib Khan's seasonal adjustment. First, I'll give you an introduction. Now, seasonal Adib Khan, because he uprooted himself from Bangladesh and settled in Australia. So I'm sure whatever he witnessed, whatever he underwent, his trauma, his experiences, his problems, challenges, all could find a way in his writings. So, whatever he experienced, he poured all of them. He expressed all of them in his writings. So, I've picked one out of the five novels he's written. So, I'll be talking about Seasonal Adjustments. So, seasonal adjustment is the narrative of a Bangladesh resident, Iqbal, who's living in Australia and expressing his difficulties because of being an outsider belonging to different social space. Iqbal is considered, the first name that you can see on the slide is Iqbal, and he's the main character. So I'll be talking about him first. He has moved from Bangladesh and settled in Australia. And he's considered, his pain is that he's considered an outsider because he does not conform to the expectations and standards of the majority of populations. Means he's not one of the Australians who have their own nationalist cultures, traditions, xenophobia, and other forms of cultural stereotyping, which makes them superior. And in Australia, Iqbal is prompt to think about his relations with the country in which he had been living for 15 years. So Australia was not a new environment for him. He was living there for almost 15 years, a big, a great time, I think. And he had come to Australia with a very big dream to become successful in his career. And in Australia, he finds his love and he's married to the other three names that you see on the slide. Let me come to them now. Michelle is Iqbal's wife. Keith is Michelle's father. And Nadan is the daughter of Iqbal and Michelle. Means Nadan is the result of the unison of Iqbal and Michelle. Iqbal and Michelle are married. Both of them, one is from Bangladesh, other is from Australia. Now, Iqbal is married to Michelle. His wife and his father-in-law, Keith, always remind him of his Asian values. And they always, look at him with a doubt, doubting his mannerism. They would always feel that Iqbal was not, he was in dearth of the etiquette they were carrying. And he was always, Michelle would always make him realize that he lacked the mannerism of her culture. In fact, they would often try to impose, their cultural values and beliefs on him. uh, Iqbal struggles with the values of Australia, and this has been cited with the help of an instance from the novel itself. Uh, Nadan was their daughter. Michelle was a Catholic, Iqbal was a Muslim, and they tried to raise Nadan, his daughter, as a Catholic. And Michelle and Keith wanted Nadan to undergo the ceremony of baptism and embrace Christianity. Iqbal was a very liberal Muslim for whom religion was not something which defines one's identity. He was not a rigid Muslim, or he was following his religion, but not too. He was not too strict. He was not very rigid. He wanted to raise his daughter uh, in a very liberal environment, but he gets into an argument where her, where Keith asks him why, where he asks his father-in-law, why do you have, Keith asks Iqbal, what do you have against baptism? And Michelle also tries to convince and pressurize Iqbal to accept her family's decision, which was to make their daughter Christian. She tells him, you have to understand, we are very traditional oriented family. Rituals are important to us. They are essential landmarks of our faith. Iqbal feels the exerted pressure on him, and Keith repeats his question, what is your objection to baptism? Iqbal responds, not at all. It's of no significance to me, but I do object to your assumption that assumption that it is an affirmation of my daughter's identity. How did you determine she is a Christian and not a Muslim? So this was the conflict between Iqbal and Michel and his father-in-law. They wanted to impose restrictions. They wanted to impose their decisions on Iqbal. Iqbal, a liberal Muslim, did not want to impose anything on his daughter, wanted her to decide. But he feels offended when Michelle and Keith, expresses their strong desire to make their daughter a Christian and not a Muslim. There he picks up with his wife. Keith also, pressurizes him to let Nadin embrace Christianity by saying religion can't be a rational because it is a purpose of life, which gives strength and clarity of vision. He also says that religion is the richest communal tradition in the world, to which Iqbal does not concede. He rejects. He very pertly denies this, and he rejects the very notion of his father-in-law. Moving to the another one, now continuing with the same thing. Uh, this man, Iqbal, had been living in Australia for 15 years and he was married to Michelle. And so he thought that his struggle to be acceptable, to be accepted in this world, had come to an end. But every now and then he would get into an argument with his father-in-law, who was a hardcore Australian, and so was his wife. So he often, feels that why Keith does not accept him, why he is disliked. And so this compels Iqbal to think that what makes me unacceptable to Keith? Even dangerous is not my color or my background. It is my refusal to uphold what he considers to be immutable virtues of every decent Australian, a blind devotion to the monarchy, and active support for the policies of the RSL, a long life membership of the Liberal Party, an undying belief that Australia should continue to draw all its spiritual and cultural sustenance from Europe, even in the distant future. So he was clear that it's not my race, it's my attitude where I'm not succumbing to the pressure of the Australians. That is why they are detesting me. And not only this, not only Keith or Michelle, but also Michelle's family members would look at him with suspicion because he was not one of them. And this becomes apparent from another instance, which Adib Khan has included in the novel. Now he is taken to a party in Melbourne at Michelle's house, and he is introduced to Judy, Michelle's brother, and his wife Martine. Now, Judy asks him about his origin and comes to know that he's from Bangladesh. Now, a question comes to, he is informed that I lived near a Bengali. Now, Judy asks him about his origin and comes to know that he's from Bangladesh. And she says, lived near a Bengali doctor in London. In fact, there were quite a few people like him living in Putney, too many for her liking. He snaps at her and says, just like there were too many Britishers in India not so long ago, we meaning India have more subtle ways of colonizing countries. These dialogues clearly indicates the clash of cultural identities. We wish to cling to them because, these in-house or what to say, in group or natives of the country, they wish to cling to such notion because they feel insecure about themselves and they feel that they need to secure themselves till eternity. So this is what Iqbal had to undergo. Now moving to another instance, Keith, I'll skip this one. Now, talking about another instance, like talking about Adib Khan's notion about what this man was facing. So he says that when he portrays Keith, he aims to represent the rigid sense of Australian nationalism, which does not have a place for any Asian. He showcases Keith's animosity for Asians who, according to his belief, could smash their cultural values, a display of Eurocentrism. Yasmin Gondrian comments, look, we are Asians. They are Australians. When Asians meet us, that's what they notice first. Difference. So, this is the difference which is making outsiders or migrants or immigrants, unacceptable. Now, moving to another instance from the novel itself. Um, and these instances mark the unsolved problem between religion and secularism. Iqbal he was always offended that Bangladeshis were considered as Indians, and so he would always be referred as Indian and not a Bangladeshi. He was offended that he was not accepted as an Australian, but what made him more upset was he was referred as Indian, which made him, seethe with anger because he wanted that people should understand his identity. So he is considered to be an Indian by all Australians around him. When his own wife also picks up the same conversation, he reacts, I am a non. Am I? Jews, Hindus, Muslims, we are all nons outside the human race. Michelle asks him the reason that had spoiled the mood. He replies, because I am fed up with being treated as an oddity, a stray from the forbidding darkness of the world up there. I am tired of misconceptions and assumptions of being an object of curiosity. So he feels that Australians would look at him as a piece which can be explored more. Another instance is refers to you know Australians who make Iqbal encounter another very derogatory experience influenced by racial prejudice. He feels pity at the ill treatment of black-skinned people, and so he realizes that dark-skinned foreigners were probably meant to subject themselves passively to verbal insults and physical abuse in return for the privilege of living in his country. He also realizes that no matter how much these darks had to endure, they could not retaliate at white residents of Australia. Another instance is where he gets to know the truth that they both could not trust Asian system. Means Keith and Michelle could not trust Asian system and its people, because when his daughter expresses his longingness to go back home, he feels utterly lonely. He feels unsure if the daughter would have felt the same yearning for him had she been with her mother. He feels sad and unwanted at Nadin's outburst when she says, I want mom. I want to go home. Why can't you call her? Now, dad, I don't care. I want to talk to her now. God, I hate you. I don't want to see you again. Which clearly shows that uh, not even that even Nadin was not ready to accept Bangladesh as her land because she was raised on the land of her mother. And he also says that I am hesitant about this, upsets him. And he says, I'm hesitant about going down, even though I feel like getting as far away from my bedroom as I possibly can. I linger undecidedly in the middle of the staircase, as if I have suddenly realized I have nowhere to go. I allow myself to feel lonely again. So he had virtually no one with him, not his wife, not his daughter. So he feels lonely. This actually talks about colonization. Colonization is not satisfied merely with holding people in its grip. It also aims at emptying the natives' brains of all form and content, and it aims to distort, disfigure, and destroy the oppressed. And this is what colonization had done to Iqbal. At that moment, he feels shattered, His all his dreams and his feelings had been dashed to smithereens. Now another instance is uh, after separation, but not legally. When Iqbal tries calling up Michelle to inform her that her daughter, uh, you know, is unwell, he again undergoes the cold rejection from her and her father. And Keith, Michelle's father, picks up Iqbal's call and faces. And so Iqbal is made to face his rejection for being someone not like them. When he comes to know about Nadin's ill health, he says, "Thank God, I suppose one has to expect these illnesses in your country." To this, Michelle says, "Has a doctor seen her?" Of course, a doctor has treated her. That's a bloody stupid question. So that's how Iqbal reacts. That how could they believe that Bangladesh does not have a doctor? So he says that what a stupid question, that there's no doctor who could treat her. So then she questions, was the doctor properly qualified? And he says, this one was trained and experienced in England, where they know everything and never make mistakes. He happens to be my brother. So he, in sarcasm, says that my brother had read, he had procured his degree from England, a place where people are considered to be considered to be great, superior, and they do not know how to commit mistakes. So then Michelle realizes that she had been quite rude to him. So she says, "I'm sorry, I was trying to be rude. I wasn't trying to be rude. I'm sorry you weren't. I come naturally when your family talks about the third world. What happened to your friend?" Now, he this frustrates him so much that he expresses his frustration for being considered a stranger and his land, a land which is uncivilized, which is dark, which is only east. So when this has been in one instance in the novel, he says, when he witnesses any newcomer to coming to this to Australia, at the arrival of a migrant in a new nation, often confuses him, and he expresses his dilemma about both the countries, and he says, "I am not idealistic enough to dignify its manifestation of suffering I've confronted. My family has been the other disappointment. What upsets me is my inability to slip back into a tradition I assumed was an integral part of me." He remembers that he was so sure about the decision of leaving his country, but when he faces racial challenges, he is reminded of his friend's Iftikhar's reaction. So you, who says, "So you went looking for a morally better world? I won't ask if you found it," because Iftikhar also underwent the same experience. Now, moving to another, uh, 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 now this is his plight, because he, Iqbal, does not face cold dejection in Australia, but his own family members dejects him. So he says he feels even more irate when his family sees self-imposed migration as an act of greed. When he shifted to Australia, he was considered to be avaricious, a greedy man who was running after money, and accords him a cold welcome. He has been flirting with the West for quite some time, and their mutual relationship has been irreparably altered. The gap is further widened by the family's mistaken belief that he has been enjoying great privilege by living in such a wealthy and progressive country. But only he knew the truth, that Australia did not offer him a warm welcome. So he feels bad that his family members were misunderstanding him, and the same misunderstanding he was facing in Australia. So this, in fact, is in sharp contrast to his personal experience of an unpretentious life regulated by provincial uniformity and suburban routine. Like a good Australian, I have been seduced by the common dream of a brick winner house. The neighbors, unlike the free roaming koalas and are politely amiable from a distance. He remembers that he was so sure about his decision of leaving his country. All right, I'll move to another slide. This I've already worked. So I would like to sum up this novel by saying that Iqbal, that the same feeling continuously degrades Iqbal and makes him aware that he does not belong to the new nation and its own people. His dissatisfaction is the result of his feeling of being a fragmented piece divided between Bangladesh and Australia, but belonging to none. So he was battling between Christianity and Islam. He was trying to make a balance, but he could not because the natives of the country were giving him a tough resistance. And he feels dissatisfied in this cursive world. The world seems to open up just a little more each day to expose the magnitude of its imperfections, the inequalities and prejudices arising from Christian and Islamic cultural traditions, the Anglo-Saxon and the elite Chaudhry superiority. He was a Chaudhry, one of the most renowned families in Bangladesh. So he finds himself at a threshold where he wanted to enter into the new world and waiting for acceptability and wanted to leave his originality. And so he faces this, he was in a dilemma. Now, to conclude this one, he says that he owns up his guilt of coming to a nation which has exerted hierarchical domination on outsiders. And so he laments his experience of the diversity of cultural radiation which has bleached his individuality. And this shows that Iqbal faces complexities amidst the cultural fragmentation. He has also begun to appreciate how much different people and cultures have in common because his own people were also behaving in the same manner. Now, coming to another novel very quickly, Monica Ali's The Kitchen. Now, why did I take this novel? This novel, all right. Why did I take this novel? Because the title of the novel has a symbolic meaning. Now, when we go to the locale of this novel is a hotel, and in a hotel or restaurant or eating joint, only area which is forbidden, which where you get to see the notice that this area is forbidden for entry is the kitchen. Now, by giving this title to the novel, Monica Ali wants to bring to the fore that the novel, The Kitchen, has a cosmic look as it has a huge population of immigrants because the locale is not only hotel, the hotel is situated in London. So London is considered to be the epicenter of migration. It is the hub of migration. People from diverse, different cultures, from different areas of the world come to London to find a job for themselves. So, but when they come to London, they hold a secondary position in the foreign countries. Ali places them in the kitchen. Why? Because here the movement of others is restricted. When you go to hotel, the domain of us means the natives is the kitchen. They will occupy one area of the restaurant or the hotel, and the other where you are made to sit is your area, which is for the others, means you will be treated as guests. So for you, the entry to the kitchen will be restricted. Hence, kitchen is a place which is not seen and visited, which symbolizes that migrants are also pushed towards hidden areas, which shows that migrants occupy negligible place. So this is the main theme of Monica Ali's The Kitchen. Before I talk about before I introduce you to the characters, I want to talk about the themes. The writer has talked about tension between immigrants and people born in Britain. She has talked about forced cosmopolitanization. She's talked about Eurocentric approach, slavery, and immigrants managed to hold secondary position in the foreign countries. And talking about the characters, the main character of this novel is Gabriel. And Yuri is a migrant. Lena is a migrant. Lena is Yuri's girlfriend. Yuri is dead. Mr. Howrath is belongs to the land. He is the native. Ted is Gabriel's father. Nana is Gabriel's grandmother. So this is what we're going to talk about now. London, as I was talking, London is the world which has massive influx of migrants, and so it acts as the locus of transnational identities. It illustrates tension between migrants and the people living in people, the citizens of Britain. Now, in kitchen, one witnesses the influx of migration, legally as well as illegally. And the migrants who make an entry in Britain, they endure the pain of racial discrimination, because Britain makes them realize at every juncture that it is the country, or it was the country which once controlled their existence. So, in this story, in this novel, you will find only Gabriel is the character who feels for the deplorable state of migrants. But because he was conditioned in a way that he would also carry that British or English superciliousness, so sometimes he also feels cold and hostile for coldness and hostility for the migrants. In this slide, you will read that Gabriel recalls his childhood in a northern England town when migration was not. It was there, but it was not in such. To such a great extent. So he remembers his childhood where racist attitudes were generalized, and he remembers in a that the lane was only English people would live in the lane he used to put up in. He would play a game with Michel, means his friend, walking behind them, making monkey noses. He did not know anything better. He was not talking about migrants. He was not looking at them because they were not there. He did not know about the racial difference. So now this novel has the major part of this novel will when you'll read this novel, you will find that natives would always lament the originality of their land. And so Gabe's father flaunts that Britain was one nation that used to be defined by what it produced. We used to build ships in this country, Gabe. That was part of who we were. He says, we are talking about how it was when people round here cared about each other, when you knew everyone in the street and they knew you. Not that that means anything to you. He also adds, we used to know what it meant to be British. We didn't have to discuss it because we knew we used to know what it meant to be British, English. It is a dirty word now, that is. So he feels that his roots have been corrupted. His originality has been defiled with the coming of immigrants from different corners of the world. Now, as I've told you that only Gabriel was tolerant to migration. So he slams his father and he says that it's not even the subject. Ted reacts spontaneously. It is the subject because this town is dying, Gabriel. There's no cure for it now. Gabriel fails to understand understand her father's emotion. So he points at a building occupied by immigrants and says, anyway, look out there. The new estate doesn't look like death to me. Nana has never liked the changes London witnessed in the name of multiculturalism, and also she also hates the fact that after coming to her country, they try to mark the difference of their originality and nativity by practicing their own culture. She expresses her umbrage. There's this girl in the paper. only the other day. She wants to wear the veil to school. Well, I mean, she's forgot what country she is in. So everybody is so suspicious of the migrants. Nana also expresses her displeasure for the incident in which Muslims were holding banners, and one reads, "Our blood on your hands." This invites resentment from Nana, who counters, "These what's his Muslims, there's no understanding them. Is there? I mean, we have took them in, we have give them a home." She shouts to know the reason behind this conduct shown by Muslims in London. She tries to find rational. What have we done to them? And we have to check under our beds every night. Not safe, none of us, are we? Not safe in our own beds. She says, "I'm not gaga, you know." Now, what's all this? What they're showing now? Why don't they just give over these Muslims? Protesting this and protesting that. Gabriel tries to tranquilize the reaction, but no use, as says, "Look how they have blocked the road. There will be no traffic down here today. It's dreadful, ain't it?" So she is suspicious not only of migrants, but here this xenophobia is Islamophobia as well, where she is skeptical that Muslim population has made an entry into into London, and what are they going to make the London? Make their town, their place. Now, consequently, human trafficking network, which brings now, because migrants are not accepted here, so they are left with nothing but they become victims of human trafficking. And Monica Ali, regrets the decision of coming to a new area, because she finds that the migrants are often they are trapped into human trafficking. They are becoming victims of human trafficking network, which brings illegal Eastern European workers into Britain. And as slaves, they are forced to work under the condition of slavery on Norfolk Farm. Ali unfolds the harsh truth that exposes the connivance of many influential people, such as London politician and benefactor Fairweather. Fairweather is a character in the story who's a very influential person. He is also involved in human trafficking, and Gabriel is informed by Fairweather about the exact meaning of bonded labor situation in London. He says, "A form of slavery for the 21st century, taking away passports, debt bondage, threats of violence, that sort of thing, the gangster stuff you will have read about in the newspapers. The pressure groups like to call it slavery, sounds more impressive, and we are really world class at that because we have gone so big on deregulation, you see." Gabriel also realizes that he is a colonizer who has colonized someone for his benefit. He thinks of Lena, Yuri's girlfriend, whom he uses for his sexual gratification. He provides shelter to her because she was also an immigrant, and listens to Lena's truth of being trapped into the vicious network of prostitution, her exploitation of her pimps and capricious clients. The sympathy gets changed into possessiveness, in which he forgets his role of a protector, and his own sexual impulses become alien to him. His desire was a foul creature that climbed on his back and wrapped its long arms around his neck. What did it want with him? He could cage it if he could. One day he would have the strength to kill it, for it was not part of him. And Monica Ali also talks about the aspirations of migrants to become economically strong by getting involved in criminal activities like prostitution, human trafficking, and enslavement, which are proliferating in the world as a result of the competition to earn more and more money. The urge for better future prospects in terms of money or raised living standard, or a redence from the past history of politics, sometimes distress migrants in a direct way, as they are usually the victims of these forms of exploitation. Last, Yuri's death takes us behind the scene of the underworld of illegal workers, asylum seekers, and immigrants, the people who are ready to do menial works of providing the necessary services, marketization of labor, and pretty long network of subcontracting and outsourcing of labors. It reveals the truth that employers buy labor at cheaper price to increase the supplies without raising the unit price. By unveiling this, the writer attempts to highlight Britain's attitudes towards refugees, illegal immigrants, and how it results in racism. We have reached the end. I know that we are getting late for the technical sessions, but I would like to sum it up by talking about both the writers. Now, Monica Ali and Adib Khan have tried to bring to light the dreadful actuality of the migrants who leave their countries to live in another. They are received neither in their own country nor in the other world. They have chosen to live. Now, Iqbal's decision to leave his roots for Australia is not appreciated by his father. They long for social inclusion in the foreign countries but fail. They make numerous efforts to be accepted but do not succeed due to racial limitations. The racial prejudices slam them due to their status of being migrants. They are constantly degraded and made aware that they do not belong to the new nation and its people. They experience the fallacy of cultural superiority, which is enough to make them feel that human relationships are frugal and hollow in foreign countries. They have depicted the wide variety of factors jeopardizing the identity of the migrants. They underscore racism as a major threat to them. The countries are witnessing a noticeable change in their demography because of massive migration. This has resulted in the emergence of different cultures, races, religions, and languages. The two writers bring to fore that this has created insecurity in the hearts of the natives. Consequently, migrants are targeted, victimized, and not accepted. Besides a mental dilemma, they face social exclusion. The migrants are made to realize that they are not one of them and also about their colonial past. The economic limitations compel migrants to be trapped into trafficking and migrant smuggling. The yearning to earn money has rapidly increased illegal migration. Hence, social inclusivity and acceptance remain at the core of their writings, but racial prejudices make their struggle unaccomplished. So with this, I would like to end this presentation, and this is what I had to say. So I conclude.
Uh, Ma'am, I have a simple query that you said that going from Himachal to Delhi, so you feel this feeling is like displacement and other things. Then
Absolutely.
generally when a person gets a good job, so if they live in rural areas, they shift to cities and towns.
Absolutely.
So do they feel this? Do they feel the same feelings or not?
All right. Now, the question is very, my explanation is very simple. I wanted to explain things on the, I did not want to touch the macro aspect of it. Macro is from Bangladesh to London, or from Bangladesh to Australia. I cited this example because first of all, migration or displacement, uprootedness is out of choice or it can be out of compulsion. We are compelled sometimes. For example, Kashmiri migration took place. Kashmiris migrated from Kashmir, or many are still doing it because the situation is warlike. Sometimes, I know things are better, but they are displacing themselves because they want to lead a peaceful living. Now, coming to this one, like you said, it is always talking about the economic or pecuniary, benefits or promotional aspects in mind. People do shift from, for example, from Himachal to, Delhi. The feeling is same when it comes to social acceptability. uh, people are satisfied because their jobs, they have managed to attain jobs. Because uh, when it comes to employment, the acceptability is not political, the acceptability is not professional, because they belong to, they belong to the same country. So Indians with Indians do not have the same feeling of hatred. But social acceptability, because they have to start from the scratch. Their social relations will not grow socially as rapidly as one would grow in a culture they actually belong. So I was only referring to that. Displacement is too much. Today I think of moving from Himachal Pradesh National Law University to DU. Obviously the prospects are going to be so great. I will always, I mean, that is going to be so luring, and that will certainly make me, grow professionally. But you think about displacement, because you have to leave everything, your house, your identity. I, from Himachal Pradesh National Law University, I have to lose my identity as a senior faculty, and I will be considered a newcomer in that environment. So in that context, I was citing this example.
Okay, okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Any other question? And sir, your name is, what is your name?
Ma'am, Gulam Mahyuddin.
Okay. To tell you this, how do I feel about this? Because I'm originally from Jammu.
Yes.
And yeah, got married in Himachal. So when it comes to, when I go back to my place, when I loiter in the market of Jammu, I feel that I've gone back to my roots. For
Yes.
2 decades I've been putting in Himachal, but I still feel that, the markets are still new to me. I'm still trying to assimilate. But in Jammu, I don't have to struggle with all these things. So this is what I meant when I said that. That it is
Okay.
always very painful. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Well taken.
All right.
So on behalf of Government Degree College Rajpura, Pulwama, J&K, and Cape Comorin Trust, Tamil Nadu, I extend my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to Dr. Ruchi ma'am, Dr. Ruchi Raj Thakur, Assistant Professor of English, Himachal Pradesh National Law University, Shimla, India, for her very informative and elaborate presentation. Ma'am, you touched different aspects. You talked about displacement, xenophobia, and racial politics, and diaspora and displacement. Similarly, you talked about racism, racial politics, and challenges faced by migrants and Eurocentrism and other things. And you deliberated on two novels, one by Adib Khan, Seasonal Adjustments, and second, Monica Ali's The Kitchen. I think through these two novels and this presentation, you took us all through the whole thesis. It was just like traversing through the whole thesis. So thank you very much. Thank you for this elaborate session. I hope all the listeners would have got equally benefited from this presentation. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you a lot. Thank you.
It's my pleasure. I hope I could contribute to this discussion by talking about what I talked about. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, and giving me an opportunity to have this platform where I could meet all of you and I could share what I have in my mind with all the learners present here. Thank you so much. Much
Thank you,
delight.
ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
So may I leave now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
It's okay. Thank you, ma'am. So, esteemed participants, now we have our technical sessions. Like yesterday, on the second day of 2 days international virtual conference, we have from now onwards we have six technical sessions, and for these sessions we have chairpersons. For the first technical session, so we have the presenters, the research scholars, and we have the chairperson. But for continuing the proceedings, I would like to invite my colleague, Professor Ramiz Raja, Assistant Professor Political Science, Government Degree College, Rajpura, Pulwama, J&K, to kindly continue the proceedings. Professor Ramiz, if you are there, sir.
Thank you, Professor Ghulam Muhyiddin Andrabi Sahab, the coordinator of this conference. I wish to extend my sincere appreciation to you for skillfully managing the coordination of this conference. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the two-day International Conference on Language, Literature, and Humanities. And thank you for joining us in this technical session. Before we begin, let me briefly introduce the distinguished chief guest who will be guiding us through this session. Our chairperson for this technical session is Dr. Shubhra Jamwal. She is an assistant professor at Government College of Education, Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir.
Sir, sorry, but I think there is some change. Dr. Hema is going to take over.
But that change has not been communicated to me so far. The schedule which I am having, I would like to request Professor Ghulam Muhyiddin Andrabi Sahab, if there is any change in this session, please let me know so that I can proceed accordingly. I request Professor Ghulam Muhyiddin Andrabi Sahab, if you're there, please guide me about the name of the chairperson so that I can proceed accordingly.
Ramesh, sir, there was a change, and I would like if I would just like to introduce our chair of today's session, first technical session, Dr. Hema Gandotra, Associate Professor from Department of Sociology, University of Jammu, J&K, India. She is a vibrant professor, and she has been guiding lots of students in her under her guidance, and she is also the NSS in charge of University of Jammu. And let me welcome Dr. Hema with us. Hema ma'am, are you there with us?
Yes, Dr. Shubhra, thank you so
Yeah.
much. I'm there.
So this
Thank you
was a
for your
change, I
time.
think, which Ramesh
I
sir
understand. I understand the last minute changes
last minute
sometimes.
change.
With
Yes,
yes,
yes, ma'am.
yes.
Please. Yes.
Yes, ma'am, I have one more announcement kindly to make. I got this from the President Cape Comorin Trust, that right now we have actually two virtual conferences. Two sessions are going on. We have room one, that is right now where we are engaging here. And at the same time, we have one more session going on in room two. So participants have been sent the links for both rooms. Those who pertain to this virtual room, they will participate here, and those who have to participate in the second, they have been given the link so they can join the second room 2.
So links will be
Okay.
on mail or it will be here?
They would
Because
have got. So we have to join this room 1, but other people, they are just participating in room 2. It was an information for them. So kindly continue.
So thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shivraj Jamwal, for introducing our chief guest, Dr. Hema Gandotra, Associate Professor, Department of Sociology, University of Jammu and Kashmir, University of Jammu, J&K, India. Thank
sir,
you.
may I know, how would I know that which room I belong to?
Sir, we have not
Hello.
received any information regarding the room so far.
I
Sir,
guess,
I would like to ask, sir, sorry for the interruption, but I would like to ask that from where we will get the link for room 2?
Ma'am, I would like to say that actually what we got, so we got the list of technical sessions for room 1 separately and for room 2 separately. As coordinator of this conference from Government Degree College, Rajpura, Pulwama, I got early in the morning, rather yesterday, so I got a list that I have to arrange for room 1, and we got a list of participants for all the 6 technical sessions. And similarly, I got a link and a separate list of technical sessions for room 2. So I think you would have got this in your WhatsApp group, because
If
I
you
got it from, so we got information from Cape Comorin Trust.
Yeah, link is available on your mail, ma'am. Please check your mail.
Sir, can
Palak
you
Sir,
ma'am,
I'm sorry.
please
mail
check
Sir,
who are
please,
your mail.
in room 1?
Everything is
sir,
available on your mail.
sir,
sir,
please, I'm sorry, but just I want to talk that I got only a link for room number 1, and I am on room number 2. They don't send me anything about the link of room number 2. I checked now the email.
So can you please announce the names who are in room 1, who are having their presentation right now?
Yes, actually, I have a presentation on room number 2.
Yes,
My name
ma'am,
is,
I
yes,
can just announce the names.
yes,
So we
Azhar,
have
yes.
Dr. Vinodini Chinnaswamy,
yes.
and we have Dr. R.P. Monica, room number 1, and session 1. And we have Nabanita Barman, we have S.K. Benazir, and we have Seema Rani. They have 5 participants in room 1 right now.
I know, sir. Sorry, I don't get the address or the link of 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 room 2. They
okay,
don't
sir, which
send
means
me anything.
I am not in the room. So if I can get the room number 2's link, it will be good, because you in these 5 names, my name is not there. So it simply means that I'm in room number 2. So if you can
So
just
Sir,
I
we have 6 technical sessions in room number 1. So please check if you are in room number 2, then definitely link will be available there on your mail.
Yes, we have all links in our mail. Please check.
okay, so but I have only this link to join. So, but it's not mentioned whether it's my session
You
is in room or
please check your mail and also check the time slot. There are 6 sessions that will be conducted in room 1. So you need to check the time slot as well as the room. I think it's all provided in the mail.
Yeah, everything is available in mail, sir. Everything is available. Room, technical session, link, everything.
Yes.
No, ma'am, I'm so sorry. I don't get anything. Only
Excuse
this
me,
link.
sir. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Hello.
Refresh your mail,
We
sir.
have sent separate mails very clearly. If you have any doubt, you contact the organizing committee. Don't speak here. Sir, please continue the meeting.
Okay. Sorry.
Sir, I just want to request, please consider me. Actually, due to some family reason, I want to present my paper first. Please allow me.
I request to the chairperson, please allow me to present my paper first.
Should I begin with the session with the permission of the organizers?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Shubhra, for the kind introduction. And I'm very glad that the humanities and languages are together organizing this kind of a seminar. And I can see the diverse papers being listed in the panel which has been given to me. Since we have, I think so, we now have 1 hour with us. Do we have 1 hour or less than 1 hour for this session? Anyways, we'll take that. We'll go by that. We have 1 hour with us. So I'll just give, yeah. Yes.
Yeah, ma'am. This session was scheduled to commence at 11 o'clock.
Okay.
I think we are almost 25, 27 minutes late.
Late. So
accordingly. Yes, madam.
Yeah. So I request the paper presenters to maybe present within the limited period of time, because we are already we've already lost 25 minutes. So 6 minutes I'll give to each presenter to present their academic thoughts in this platform. So I'll begin with the request of, if other presenters don't have any problem, I take the request of Miss Seema Rani. And she's a research scholar, Faculty of Humanities, GNA University, Shri Har Gobindgarh, Fagwara, Punjab, India. And the paper is titled Search for Freedom Through Silence and Speech in Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie Purple Hibiscus. And if I'm wrong in pronouncing some of the words, Seema, you can again repeat the topic. So please present your views.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for allowing me to present my paper first. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Seema, please begin.
Yes, ma'am. So my topic of my today's topic for my presentation is Search for Freedom Through Silence and Speech in Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie's Purple Hibiscus. This is the name of the novel, Purple Hibiscus. Firstly, I would like to talk about the theme of the silence. One of the most prevalent themes in the novel Purple Hibiscus by Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie is the theme of silence. Throughout the novel, Adichie uses silence as a means to grip the characters and show the significant damage that has been caused by Kambli's father, Eugene, and his utilization of domestic violence. Moreover, silence connects to the theme of free speech, as in the household, no one but the father may speak their opinion out loud, as they would get severe punishment for it. Hence, the only possible outcome is that they remain silent. I just here want to talk about the existence, because this novel has a great passage about the silence. How a woman use the silence to make it possible that the existence of women is also important in the society. Throughout the text, the theme of silence is mentioned several times. Exact in the appears more than 50 times in the novel. Although in the exact chosen is not mentioned directly, it is apparent when you look at the next, not only the content-wise. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie beautifully described the struggle of women in the novel Purple Hibiscus, which was published in 2003. In this novel, Adichie tells about how women are suppressed, repressed, becoming silent and voiceless in male-dominated society. Adichie concludes the novel with a positive tone that women become strong and break the system of dominance and set up female existence within the society. Existence, achieving inner truth of life, concentrate on his personal development and subsequent advancement. The goal of existentialism is to introduce a concept of love. According to existentialism, achieving inner truth is life purpose. The understanding of self-realization helps a person become mindful of their own subjective consciousness. Knowing oneness will allow one to feel other, recognize own struggle and flaws, and respond to other more thoughtfully. Therefore, after a person had an authentic experience that has helped him understand himself, he can then embrace others. Understanding himself, he can embrace others in compassion and comprehend their suffering and faults. Individually, development is a goal of existentialism. Man can only concentrate on his personal development and subsequent advancement. When a man takes himself seriously as an individual, the most comprehensive individualistic philosophy at the moment is existentialism. Existentialism enables people to live existentially, which means giving their existence meaning and making it worthful to live. It also prevents people from committing suicide or ending their existence by developing in them authentically, responsibility, spiritually, love, decision-making, ability, sense of one being, self-awareness. Next, I would like to talk about domestic violence in this novel. The domestic violence that the other character endure at the hands of dominant patriarchal figure might be understood as a byproduct of silence, as the abuse's victim were the oppressed to the point of breaking that they had to take genuine extreme steps to escape. Silence can also be kind of violence. Therefore, the purpose of this study to demonstrate the relationship between domestic abuse and silence. Adichie's Purple Hibiscus explored domestic violence and the role of women in the context of patriarchal society. Women's struggle emerged as a dominant theme in the novel, which novel shows how women have to struggle tirelessly to achieve the desired freedom from the clutches of traditional socio-political and economic empowerments of women, as well as from the male oppression. Adichie surveys identity of women as wives and highlights different forms of gender oppression linked to the such identity. Adichie's novel therefore hit at the glaring inequality so as produce the required change likely to bring equality among husbands and wives. Next, I would like to talk about the significance of the study. This study will help to establish the impact of silence found within African women, such as founding Kamli, Aki, and her mother. Silence can be seen as a product of the domestic abuse that the other character suffers in hands of dominating patriarchal figure. However, silence can also be a form of violence as the abuse oppressed its victim to be breaking points in which they resort to acute drastic measures to escape. Therefore, this study is done to assert the issues that domestic violence and silence go hand in hand and are reciprocally associated. Besides, this study will contribute to previous research done in the concept of female silence, further reinforce their argument.
Conclude. Seema, please conclude.
Okay. I will like to conclude my paper here. Last slide is about conclusion. The character harsh actions and destructive way therefore cause his wives to poison him. He is inconsolable and commits cruel deeds because of his rage and unwavering figure. His family members suffer as a result of his cruel behavior. Eugene vigorously causes his repressed and quiet victory. Kamli and Jaja, member of the family, suffer alone, is not even given the chance to comfort one another.
Thank you, Seema. I think we'll take questions in the end. But for Seema, because I think she has to leave because certain because of her family issues. So I open the house if anybody has any kind of a query for Seema. Any comment, any observation? Thank you, Seema. what I could get from your paper was it was a very nice presentation. In the sense your novel has is somewhere talking about the whole patriarchal structure in which women are embedded with, and the whole that how women is taking silence as a tool, and is using silence as one of the tool, sometimes even to show her presence also. And in your novel, you have very nicely brought out the difference between the domestic violence and the silence, and how women have been struggling to undergo, to get themselves free from all the clutches of the patriarchal society. And yes, in the end, in the conclusion, you have, through your novel, very nicely brought out how silence is a product of domestic violence. Thank you, Seema. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much
We'll go.
for
Yeah.
participating. Now we
We'll go on to our second presentation by Dr. Vinodini Chinnaswamy. She is an associate professor and research guide, Department of English, Presidency University, Bangalore. And the topic for presentation is Flipped Perspectives, Apartheid's Reversed Self and Other in the Atoll Fugad's Blood Knot. So, Dr. Chinnaswamy, over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, all. My topic is Perspectives, Apartheid, Reverse Self and Other in Atul Bhagat's Black Knot. Atul Bhagat is a most celebrated anti-apartheid playwright in South Africa. All its works are critically acclaimed, and it reprimands apartheid's aggressive system and vociferous in expressing his views, strongly advocating for man's rights. So definition of apartheid is very significant because it is the subject of most of his works. He defines apartheid as racial segregation and discrimination, or more specifically, a form of policy of discrimination, political, economic discrimination, and racial segregation against non-European groups in the Republic of South Africa. The quest for identity is the central idea of Bhagat's works. He openly declared his unwavering support in 1962 for anti-apartheid movement, 1959 to 94. As a result, the government imposed a slew of limitation on his theatre, forcing him to distribute films and stage his plays in high-volume venues around the world, including London, New York, and other major cities. Bhagat is one of the writers who strongly believe that literary work should carry and share a powerful message to the world about his society. He experienced the segregation of South African natives and their denial of even the most basic human rights. As a result, his plays contain numerous autobiographical elements as well as situations from his day-to-day life. The powerful women in Blood Knot, Boaz Man and Lena, and Master Harold have some characteristics of Bhagat's own mother. Blood Knot is a psychological family drama set in Port Elizabeth that depicts dehumanization of Black and colored people. It is about two brothers named Zachariah Zach and Maurice Maury. We know about the other characters from the brothers' speeches, Zach's monologue and recollections, but they aren't seen. Bhagat seeks to establish the societal picture of two races, introducing individuals who aren't existing at the time. Focus on the brothers, especially Zach's relationship with individuals, enhances the concept of self and the other. The play takes place within a cheerless, dreary, industrial, contaminated one-room shack in non-white district of Coston, Port Elizabeth, which is unsuited for human existence. The place setting described by Bhagat as non-white region is a symbolic of prejudice, isolation, and exile. Living in one location appears to be an ideal for family relationship. Nevertheless, the two brothers are confined to one room for the majority of the time and have no one else to talk to except each other. This single room setting is used by Bhagat to emphasize familial bonds. It is difficult to tell who is oppressed and who is oppressor right at the start of the play. Two brothers share black mother but have different fathers, one black and one white. Zach, the black brother, works as a public gate guard where he is required to stand the entire day and keep the black children out, while Maury, the white brother, prepares their meals and heats water to soothe Zach's feet. Bhagat is able to trace the self or the other problematic relationship because brothers' separation and segregation is between them. The purpose of this study is to look into Zach and Maury's reciprocal relationship and interrelationship, as well as how and when each of them perceive himself as self and the other. The monologue approach used in the scene 6 reveals more about mother's liking for Maury and Jacques' psychological distress. Jacques' monologue with his mother serves as an outlet for his frustration and wrath, which eventually manifests as real life conflicts with real life individuals. Zach speaks to his dead mother in a monologue about a suite that does not fit him. Personal interaction between black or colored man and a white woman are also prohibited under apartheid rules. When Jack reveals his yearning for a lady, Maury advises him to start a pen pal relationship because he is uneducated and inferior. Thus, Maury learns that Jack's pen buddy is a white girl. He cautions him, "Can't you see, man? Ethel Lange is a white woman." Maury continues, "If Ethel's family get to know his real identity, they will kill him." Zack answers, "I will fight." He refuses to stop writing to Ethel and spends the money on her meeting suit. As a result, Jack defies the law, which denies him the ability to live the life he desires, and decides to continue his relationship regardless of the repercussions. As a black man, such resistance encapsulates layers of psychological and social structure and reveals the other's profound yearning to play the role of self. He says, "This white woman thinks I'm a white that I like." The inversions of the roles is evident throughout the play. Zach continues his psychological journey to reassure himself after his revelation of his darkness. He chooses to spend all of their savings on a new suite for Ethel's meeting, which throws all of Morris' preparation into disarray and gives him complete control over Morris, who is in other position. Suddenly, the situation shifts in opposite direction. The other Maurice rises to power and refers to Zack as Swatgard, the foreignacious pejorative epithet for a black guy. The term such as terribly ring to that it shakes Zack out of delusions and return him to the bottom of the other condition. The last scene, Maury and Self finds himself at the mercy of his brother, the other, highlighting the reversal of roles. They act out a scene which Maurice is a white man working as a guard at the park where Zack works. Maurice tries to be polite white gentleman at first, but Zack's insistence on establishing his reign force Maury to be tougher than previously. The game unexpectedly worsens when Maurice beats Zack with an umbrella. Zack's violent nature motivates him to take a stand in front of his brother and threatens him. As a white writer,
Dr. Chinnaswamy, please conclude.
Yeah, ma'am, I'm concluding, ma'am. As a white writer, Fagard might represent Morris as having morality and a life mission to illustrate that there are chances for a new period which equality and justice is possible. Morris, a conscious man, chooses to stop misleading white people with his light-skinned complexion. His sense of regret and remorse drives him to seek out and support his black brother. He understands that a blood bond is very powerful than everything else in the world. Morris' humanistic perspective encourages the viewer to believe in his brother's compassion, spirituality, prudence, understanding, love for poetry, and dreams. Despite this, the audience might sympathize with him rather than despise him. Fagard is able to know where to stand and how to begin humane mission as an honest, universal thinker because of his intelligent and humanistic perception of the world around him. Furthermore, he portrays two characters in a way express what is suppressed within their souls and minds, how they use a reversal role strategy to interpret their dreams into dominant world of self, and whether they could seize or remonstrate in their dialogue between self and the other. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, Dr. Chinnaswamy, thank you for this elaborate presentation, very nicely presented. Through the novel, you are trying to bring out the racial discrimination against the non-European people. But we'll take the comments at the end because we are already short of time. So I'll invite the next speaker, Dr. R.P. Monica, the Assistant Professor of English Literature, Department of English, Tech University. And she would be speaking on the interesting topic, the intersection of sexism and racism with speciesism. Over to you, Dr. Monica.
Good morning, all. I am RP Monica. My topic is intersection of sexism, racism, with speciesism. So my topic, my aim of the study is to examine the bluest eye to explore the ecofeminism collapsing the boundaries between Black people and animals in Morrison's writing. So the research methodology I have used is qualitative method, and Morrison is a ecofeminist author who dismantles the women-animal dualism in her writing by tackling the concepts of intersexuality. In order to study the ecofeminist blurring the boundaries between Black people and animal is Morrison text. The article will analyze the this article. No, my presentation is going to analyze the bluest eye, which was written in 1970. Morrison clearly addresses the intersection of racism, sexism, colonialism, and speciesism in her works. She makes the implications throughout her writing that it is possible to free women from tyranny without also freeing all other animals from oppression. It is possible to see the progression in Morrison's thinking from specific to the general of the bluest eye, and to put it in another way, Morrison narrows her attention in bluest eye to the junction of sexism, speciesism, which include the interaction of sexism, racism, and speciesism. So this topic no include three theories like sexism, racism, and speciesism. And in the novel The Bluest Eye, The Bluest Eye is the Morrison's first novel, and it's talk about an young girl, Pecola. She always thinks that she is very ugly, and she always dreams for a blue eye, and a blue eye because she thinks that blue eye, makes her look so beautiful, and ultimately mark of beauty and value. So Morrison not only employs animal metaphor in describe humans, she assigns human characteristics to animals as well. So at the very beginning of the novel, African American who owns house are described as birds and that have nest. Black people spend all their energies, all their love, and all in that nest. So Morrison describes like that, and the main character is Pecula, and Pecula's father is from the beginning till the end. The Pecula, that character's father, Collie, was called as old dog. So the old dog, and her mother call herself as a working like a mule. She always describes herself as because she always worked day and night to feed her family. So she always describes herself as working like a mule. I always work like a mule. So and many characters like Pecula's friend who describes a girl like dog tooth, and one more character, like many animal characters are introduced, and even animals are harmed, like women like harming in this character. So in this novel, many characters like Junior, Guardian, everything, everything is compared with animals, specifically uh, uh, Geraldine, Geraldine is a mother of Junior, and she had love with a cat, male cat, and she not take care of her child, but she take care of the cat, which makes the son to abuse that cat, and it automatically whenever the Junior feels whenever Junior abuse the cat, automatically he want to abuse Pecula, because she is also studying along with him, and even the same race people abuse each other. So this novel talks about sexism, racism, speciesism are also interlocked in the scenes where the light skinned self-proclaimed minister, like who changes the name to Sophia Head Soap Head Church, and she want to kill the old dog with the help of Pecula. So the animals and women's are and black people are treated in the same way, which beautifully no our author Toni Morrison beautifully describes everything in a novel. uh, sh- And racism also, like Toni Morrison focuses on the sexism, racism, and she entangled with speciesism also. One cannot separate the sexism and racism in her writing, because in all her writing she always brings sexism, racism, and speciesism. Actually, sexism can be regarded as a direct consequences of racism. Here as one amplifies the other. The frustration of Charlie Breedlove suffers from which he leads him to the mistreat his family and rape his own daughter in the least part of result, and the humiliation in the white culture. He he himself was raped by the gaze of two white men who watched him in a sexual encounter when he was young. So all these things make him violent. And Morrison significantly describes the hierarchy of oppression, that black people among each other narrate says that black women, everybody in the world was a position to give them orders. White women said do this, white children said give me that, white men said come here, black men said lay down. The only people they need not take orders from were black children and black women and black people and every blacks. So she describes everything clearly, and this explains the chain of oppression that causes black people to suffer. White people beat and torture black men, then black men go home and batter their wives. Then the mother mistreats her children because they all weaker than them, and the children sometimes, as in the case which junior mistreats animals as they stand at the bottom of the hierarchy. Thus we are shown a sexism and speciesism can never be separated from racism. So this is my presentation, and I conclude by this. So sexism and racism is never separated by racism.
Thank you, Dr. Monica. Well in time and a very nice presentation, wherein you are talking about Morrison's thinking and talking in detail about the theory, sexism, racism, and speciesism. Moving on to our next presentation by Nabanita Baman. She is an assistant professor of Sanskrit, Damdam Motijil College, Kolkata, and she would be speaking on the significance of Upanishads in today's life and introspective analysis. So over to you, Bamanji.
Thank you, ma'am. I thank all the organizers for giving me this opportunity to present my paper. My topic is the significance of Upanishad in today's life and introspective analysis. The present age is called the age of science and technology. There is no denying fact to say that today's world is the world where science and technology have influenced each and every part of our lives and made the toughest task the easiest one. We have sent Chandrayaan-3 to the moon. From the morning till we go to bed, we take the help of science and technology. It has made our life very simple. All our daily essentials have been provided by science. Our transport system has been improved tremendously, and our communication with friends and relatives reached to another level. We can see them, talk to them from anywhere and everywhere. There are numerous ways through which our life has been changed, influenced by the science and technology. But there are some negative aspects too. While using the leisure and pleasure of science, we have made ourselves fixed within the four walls of our respective homes. We have almost forgotten the nature whose influence and significance in our lives are more important than anything. We become addicted towards mobile phones, laptops, TVs, and internet. By this way, we neglect the powerful influence of nature over us. Nowadays, the young generation does not have time to feel the beauty of the nature, but they remain in deep touch with their electronic gadgets and internets. Among the negative aspects of the modern days use of science and technology is that the modern people become confined to the narrow aspects of life. They believe that success means achieving money, creating a new building by destroying nature. Even they fail to make connection with nature as well as God. Naturally, there emerge some new sorts of problems as they suffer from lack of peace, disbalance of mental health, and become egoist. That's why they even fail to establish and maintain good or healthy relationship with their friends, colleagues, and relatives. Naturally, we often found ourselves in some sort of psychological problem. Visit psychologists, take medicines, follow various sessions to find peace or to recover from that sort of trouble. But we never think that the way of maintain equilibrium, the Veda of the Upanishad can be the treasure house that can help us to remain fit or fine. Whenever we try to find some hidden and most valuable treasure, we search them in ancient ages and ways. Upanishad is one of the most valuable treasure that we don't know actually. It contains the core of Indian philosophy. As here, we will find an amazing collection of writings. These writings are from original oral transmissions. Understanding values of this knowledge, Sri Aurobindo rightly described as the supreme work of Indian mind. If someone goes through them, actually one can find all the fundamental teachings that are central to Hinduism, like the concept of karma, samsara, moksha, the atma, the brahma. These fundamental concepts, which we may disregard and don't pay value to them, are elaborately described in the Upanishads. Due to its variety of doctrines, one may consider them to be the summit of thoughts on mankind and the universe, designed to push human ideas to their very limit and beyond. One may get from the Upanishads the spiritual reasons and philosophical argument, and it is by strictly personal efforts that one reaches truth. We may say that the Upanishads can be called the collection of texts of religious and philosophical nature and containing the traditional Vedic religious order. They are such an ancient text that records the foundation of Hindu thought. They are the last part of Vedas and are believed the essence of Vedas. The language in which such a philosophical and ancient text was written in each Sanskrit that often is called the ancient and purest of all the languages. Let's discuss briefly about the Vedas and the Upanishads. Vedas means knowledge, and the Upanishads are sometimes described as Vedanta, which means the culminations of knowledge. In the Upanishads, we find the philosophy that is considered to be sublime, profound, lofty, and soul-sharing. Here we can get the concepts of Atma and Brahma.
Ms. Burman, please conclude.
Conclude. I'm concluding now. In today's world, we live. In today's world, we live a life that can be described a life of materialistic pursuit. Here, we always remain busy to achieve something unachievable. But even after we achieve it, we don't feel contented. Our way of life is somewhat what P.B. Shelley mentioned in his poem. To a styler, we look before and after, pine for what is not. Our sincerest laughter with some pain, we never feel contented. Of what our sweetest songs are those that tale of saddest thoughts. In this world, we never feel contented, we never feel happy for what we could not achieve. To describe the modern world, another poet, T.S. Eliot, is an unforgettable name because he actually described the today's world as the wasteland. In his poem, The Hollow Man, he mentioned the characteristic feature of the modern world as here. As here, leaves would kiss the broken stone. In such a world, it is really difficult for a human being to remain happy and pass a peaceful life. Though the internet, social networking sites, mobile phones, etc., help us to bring closer to a person who stay away, but they also forced us to cut relation with such person who are near us, who stay with us. Our mental peace, thinking power, and a habit have been disturbed by the use of sciences and technology. We even almost break the bond with nature, environment, and even with gods. We have been trapped in the nets and social media. Sometimes their importance in our life proves havoc, and we lost our mental balance, and we are forced to visit psychologists, follow various counseling under them. One more important aspect of modern people is that they only remember
Ms.
God.
Burman, last concluding line, please. Last concluding line.
Okay. Uh, the value we are giving to the counseling session under the psychologist, the more valuable it is to learn the execute the teachings of the Upanishads. The term Satyameva Jayate, which means truth alone triumphs, it is the Mundaka Upanishads. Finally, one can find the right way of living successful peace achievement through going through the verses of the Upanishads. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Verman, for this elaborated presentation. We would have loved to listen to you because in this era of science and technology, where you are rightly pointing out the positive and the negative impacts and the role of Upanishad, which is the supreme work of Indian mind, that how it can bring in solace in this world of technology, because rightly pointed out, it is very difficult to remain happy. I'm really sorry I have to cut all the presenters in between. All the presentations are very interesting, but we are sorry that we are paucity of time. Now coming to the last presentation of this session by S.K. Banazir, Assistant Professor of English, Barjora College, Bankura, West Bengal, India. And the topic for the presentation is, again, very interesting one, climate change and environmental sustainability, a study of Kathy Jetnil, Kagener's Dear Mataphile Penen. Over to you, SK Benazir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So I'm going to share my screen. So just a second. So the title is Climate Change and Environmental Sustainability, a study of Kathy Jetnil Kagener's Dear Mataphili Penem. So climate change is one of the greatest global challenges of the 21st century. Its impact vary among regions, generations, age, class, income groups, and genders. And based on Intergovernmental Panel on Climate findings, it is evident that people who are most vulnerable and marginalized will experience the greatest impacts. And climate change is caused by both natural as well as human-induced factors. However, global warming is considered to be the main root cause of climate change. And impacts of climate change is far reaching. That is, climate change results in causing extreme weather conditions, namely heat waves, droughts, hurricanes, wildfires, floods, precipitation, changes in cloud and vegetation cover, shrinking of glaciers, thawing of permafrost, declining water resources, decline in agricultural yields, erosion of fertile coastal areas, forced migration of population, and obviously it causes an adverse impact on the health and overall lifestyle of people. The plight of the human beings at the onslaught of climate change crisis finds a representative voice in literature. So in this paper, I am talking about Kathy Jetnil Kagener's poem, that is Dear Mataphili Penem. So Kathy Jetnil Kagener is a poet and climate change activist from the Marshall Islands. Her poetry highlights issues around the environment and climate change. She also explores social injustices related to colonialism, migration, and racism. Her notable works are like Poems from a Marshallese Daughter, which was published in 2017, Rise from One Island to Another, 2018. This present poem, that is Poems for My Daughter, in which she performed at the 2014 United Nations Climate Summit, and it is a perfect representation of the impact of climate change crisis upon the inhabitants. It is unmistakable realism of those who have lived through the worst aspects of modern industrial civilization, colonialism, and climate change. Yet the Marshall Islanders want to stay and fight to cope with the rising waters, despite predictions suggesting that some of their land will be flooded by mid-century. The poem's hard-earned hope comes from a man who knew the price of exile and hope. Within that hope of resistance, a spirit of resistance and a vision of a very different future. So, like other island nations, the Marshall Islands is highly vulnerable to climate change, which includes the rise in the sea level and extreme weather conditions. Marshall Islands are a sprawling chain of volcanic islands and coral atolls in the central Pacific Ocean between Hawaii and Philippines. So along with climate change, they also face issues like nuclear testing, and they have a history of resilience of fight because they were also under the colonial rule. And in this poem, Dear Mata Philippine, in which the poet speaks, addressing her infant daughter, and promises that she will fight to protect her from the imminent threats that climate change and rising sea level bring to their island. As she asserts, no one's moving, no one's losing their homeland, no one's gonna become a climate change refugee. Regarding indigenous solidarity, she acknowledged that the threat of climate change extends beyond her family, beyond the Marshall Islands and the Pacific Ocean. And in this moving call to action, Kirchner leaves readers with images of resistance and protest, solidarity and organizing, as she says, and there are thousands out on the street marching with signs, hand in hand, chanting for change now, and they are marching for you, baby, they are marching for us. So, Climate Change Conference COP21, and this poem was performed at the United Nations and is particularly sensitive to varied consequences of an unstable environment. This poet has become a well-known climate change activist, and this powerful demonstration of the poem has led to Garnier's support, and a strong climate agreement at COP21 can and should be expressed in countless creative ways. So COP21, for instance, mentions that the states must ensure that appropriate adaptation measures are taken to protect and fulfill the rights of all
Conclude.
persons.
Please conclude.
Oh, okay, just a minute. And those who are endangered by the negative impacts of climate change. So these far-reaching consequences of climate change, that is food, shelter, and health, and only sustainable developmental goals can help mitigate the climate change-related problems. And so, in conclusion, it can be said that climate change is not a fight for power, it is a fight for survival, and it is of prime necessity and our collective responsibility to safeguard the human rights of all those people whose lives are most adversely affected by climate change related hazards, and it can only be done by taking up the sustainable development goals. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benazir. In fact, and again, a very interesting paper where through the poet's work, you are able to bring out the main causes of climatic change and now how the poet has later become the climatic change activist, and wherein the poet rightly argues that it is actually a fight for survival, and
Yes.
we need to talk about climate change in terms of sustainability and in terms of sustainable development goals. With this, we come to end of the session, but for another 2-3 minutes, I open up the session for any comments, queries, or any kind of an observation. So let us make it more interactive, that instead of just listening, you can give your comments and observations to the presenters so that they can improve upon their presentations, and maybe later on that will help them in the publication part also. So house is open for discussion.
Ma'am, I think Azhar Al Kano has raised her hand. Perhaps she wants to ask something.
Okay,
You can,
yeah.
Yes, ma'am, I'm so sorry, but really I don't get the link of room number 2. I sent 2 emails for the
Okay, Azhar,
admin.
we'll take your query. We'll take this query afterwards, but the first query is pertaining to the presentations. If you have any query regarding the presentations, please let us take those queries first, because we are already short of time. I think
Okay,
organizers,
just
please,
okay, thank you, thank you.
see
Sorry.
to the Azhar's query of link for the room number 2. If there are no queries, then maybe a recap of all the presentations.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm very happy that I was made share this academic platform, and with the different kind of being a person from the field of sociology has actually helped me to maybe sometimes ponder on the various literatures and actually look for the topics which we also deal in the subject of sociology. Because Seema Rani in the starting very rightly pointed out that how silence can be seen as a tool for the tool for this the tool which is used for in a male dominated society, and how silence is a result of domestic violence, and how again she has to undergo various kind of struggles to overcome this structure of patriarchy. And in sociology we do talk about the patriarchal structures and the interlinkages between these structures. Coming on to the next presentation, Dr. Chinnaswamy very interestingly talks about the dehumanization of the black and the other color. She has also pointed out the construction of the self. She also pointed out the non-white is a situation of subjugation, and wherein she has very rightly pointed out in her detailed presentation the racial discrimination against non-European people. Coming to the Dr. R.P. Monica's presentation, where she is building a kind of a linkage between the three theories, the sexism, racism, and speciesism, wherein through these theories, through the introspection of these three theories, how she rightly points out through the works of the author that blue eye somewhere marks the beauty, and in between the work, how the author compares the human attributes to the animals, and I found it very interesting wherein she has given that example of a cat. So wherein again it is that how the human characters are being compared with the animals, and lastly she concluded her paper by saying that these three things can't be separated: the sexism, the racism, and the speciesism. Moving further to Miss Burman's presentation, where again Upanishads in this time wherein we all are celebrating that yes, we are on the moon, the Chandrayaan 3, the successful story of Chandrayaan 3, wherein in this era where after all this scientific I would say victories, then also it is very difficult to remain happy, wherein she says that now comes in the role of Upanishads, where it is, yes, Upanishads are the supreme work of Indian mind, and actually one again needs to, along with the scientific queries and scientific victories, we also need to take in hand the works like this, wherein we can find solace for the mind itself also. Coming on to S.K. Benazir's, very, very dear to my heart, the whole issue of global warming, because I teach environment and sustainable development as one of the course paper in my subject, wherein, yes, we do talk about that how these days, we are facing the invisible threats, and climatic change is one of the invisible threat. And this climatic change sometimes gives a threat to our survival. We can ourselves, and these kinds of invisible threats, they have no boundaries. These emerge from being from local level to being more in global level. So again, with the help of the poet, how poet now becomes a kind of a climatic change activist, and talks about how promises his daughter that she would not be, that he will sorry, the I think the poet is a poetess here in this work, that how she will take all the um, things into hand, wherein she would not let her daughter face the impact of the climatic change. With this, I conclude this session, and thank you once again, organizers, for giving me this opportunity to chair this session. Over to the organizers.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, Dr. Hima Gandotra, madam. Thank you for providing the gist of each and every presentation in your concluding remarks. We express our gratitude to you for your insightful observations and guidance during this session. So, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of our scheduled presentations for this session. We appreciate the engaging discussions and insightful presentations we have witnessed today. Respected participants, before we conclude this session, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed chairperson, Dr. Hima Gandotra, madam, for her exceptional dedication and expertise in ensuring the seamless flow of this technical session. Her adept time management during the paper presentations and insightful interactions with the participants have been instrumental in maintaining the smooth functioning of this session. Your remarkable contributions have not only facilitated the proceedings, but have also lightened the load of my moderation responsibilities, madam. So thank you, Dr. Hima Gandotra, madam, for your invaluable support and commitment
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
to the success of the session. Thank you, madam. So thank you all for being a part of this enriching session. Thank you and wishing you a wonderful continuation of the conference. Have a great day. And over to Professor Ghulam Muhyiddin Andrabi Saab for taking the other technical sessions forward. Over to Professor Ghulam Muhyiddin Andrabi.
Thank you, Professor Ramiz Raja. And I also express my gratitude and thanks to Dr. Hima Gandotra, chairperson of this session, and all the research scholars who presented their papers. Now, esteemed audience, now we have technical session second of today, the last day of today's international conference. And with due respect and regards, I welcome the chairperson of this second technical session, Professor Dr. Richa Ranjan, Director, Principal and Dean, SDDLC, Panchkula, India. Very warm welcome. Ma'am, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you so much.
Okay, ma'am, in this session we have, as per schedule, we have 5 speakers, research scholars, who will be deliberating on various themes lying within the large ambit of the conference. So, may I kindly request you to kindly carry forward the proceedings of the technical session, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. So today we are going to start with our technical session second. And today I'm going to chair this session. I'm Professor Dr. Richa Ranjan from Panchkula, India. So as we have heard, now we are having 5 speakers in this session and already we are behind our time. So I've been instructed by the management that all the speakers must be given 7 minutes time. So kindly adhere to this. Rather, earlier you were provided 15 minutes, that you have to cut it down. So please be on time, not more than 7 minutes. So now I'm going to invite our first speaker, Dr. S. Jivanandan. He is Assistant Professor in Center for Women Studies, School of Social Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. And today his topic on which he is going to deliver his paper is Francis White Ellis in the Exploration of India's Alternative History. Welcome, Dr. S. Jivanandam. All platform is yours.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you for this opportunity. This paper explores the role of Francis White Ellis in shaping of alternative historical perspective of India during 19th century. Ellis is a prominent figure in the field of Orientalism. He departed from mainstream narratives through his critical analysis and unique insights. The paper dwells into Ellis' pioneering efforts to construct an Indian alternative history, focusing on his contribution to linguistic, culture, and historical representation. It investigates Ellis' engagement with South Indian languages, particularly Tamil and Telugu, and his impact on comparative Dravidian framework by analyzing his scholarly, administrative, and educational endeavors, including the establishment of College of St. George. The paper illustrates how Ellis advocated for a mere accurate and inclusive portrayal of Indian history. The research provides a valuable insights into Ellis' multidimensional role as a catalyst for reimagining India's past and reshaping the discourse of historical representation. If you see, in general, the Orientalists reconstructed the glory of ancient Indian civilization in the ancient past. It kindled the thirst for Indians' antiquity and languages. Initially, they were looking for the ancient past of India. The Orientalist approaches were intensively concentrated on religion and social supremacy and its reflective. The colonial knowledge had begun to emerge an authoritative and official wisdom about colonized people. They understood Indian culture as basis of sound Indian administration. The painstaking efforts of British Orientalists to study Indian languages was not part of a collaborative enterprises responsible for a new renaissance, but rather it was an important part of colonial project of control and command. Mark L. Wilkes, the resident to the restored king of Mysore, used Mackenzie collections extensively in writing. His pioneer in history of Mysore. This is one example. When we are talking about Francis White Ellis, okay, his writings were found in colonial Colin Mackenzie's in the Oriental and India Office collections of the British Library, Elliott collections of British Library, Tamil Nadu State Archives, and also Archive of India House. These are all the places where we can get his writings. Okay, and if you wanted to say Francis White Ellis was affectionately called as Ellis Durai or Lord Ellis. Thomas R. Trotman, a scholar of modern India, mentioned Ellis as a true Orientalist. According to him, Ellis fulfilled the ideal type of scholar administrator better than anyone whom he knew. Ellis was nearly a perfect embodiment of Orientalism as colonial policy. He followed in his footsteps of his Calcutta counterpart, such as William Jones, in transliterations. However, he was critical towards the approach of the Orientalists who was stationed at Calcutta and their perspectives on South India. Calcutta Orientalists in general assumed that what was true of North was the true of India as a whole and used to ignore the diversity and history of Indian subcontinent. The noted Orientalist like Vincent A. Smith also stressed that the story of Dravidian nation seems to be deserving of more attention than it generally receives. Okay, writing of history of Tamil language and literature was central object of Ellis. He was instrumental in development of comparative Dravidian framework. His knowledge was centered on Tamil language and its usage. He discussed the problems in history, especially what he calls Hindu history, which is a problem in studying the history of South India. Thomas R. Trotman stated that Ellis was involved in generating whole array of new understanding of South Indian history and culture concerning such as matters as law, land, literature, religion, and caste. In the early 19th century, Ellis showed his thesis of independent character of non-Sanskrit element of the South Indian language, which is commonly known as Dravidian proof. He distanced the Dravidian languages from the Indo-Aryan language families. Campbell, another Orientalist, further developed the argument in his book Telugu Grammar. Ellis was the first scholar who recognized the South Indian family of languages as distinct from Sanskrit ones. He identified Tamil as a distinct language. He established the fact that the alphabetic writing of India in general and South India in particular, including notices of alphabets of the Sinhalese and those of Burma and Java, which can be demonstrated to differ from the Tamil. In that context, Ellis laboriously collected various reports about Jagirland tenures and he submitted to the board as 3 treatises on Mirasi right, which was submitted in 1818. The report was useful in the efficient land revenue collection in the Madras presidency, and it became an instrumental for them to know the further details about the culture and history of natives. He became a senior member of the College of St. George Fort, which was his brainchild. College of Fort St. George was established to instruct new young civil servants who had an opportunity to work in the Indian subcontinent. He proposed his interest that the civil servants of the company should learn Tamil as base language to understand South Indian languages. The language skill of Ellis helped him to acquaint the manners, customs, and literature of the Hindus. His experience with the natives helped him to master over Tamil and Telugu. He lived among the natives and keen in improve their life conditions. Writing the history of Tamil language and literature was central objective, already I have mentioned. He was instrumental in the development of comparative Dravidian language. His knowledge was centered on Tamil language. He was strongly believed that India is having multiple history. However, he insisted writing history should be avoided the fabrications. He stressed that the importance of recovering the history of South India. He was keen in constructing the history of the countries in which the Tamil is spoken and studying functions and history of the language. Later, he extended the other major languages of South India. He acknowledged the works of Colonial Mackenzie and Colonial Mark Willis to understand the history of South India. He helped Colonial Mackenzie with his decipherment of his collection of inscriptions, and also it helped to make a kind of a alternative history in constructing India's past. Thank you. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Ma'am, I concluded my presentation.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Dr. Jivanandan. So today I appreciate your professionalism. I think so. Mic is on of someone. I appreciate your professionalism, and you enlightened the points, especially about the colonial knowledge, and you have told about Indian culture and languages. So there were surprising revelations. Thank you for increasing our knowledge. Thank you so much.
Hello, good afternoon, ma'am. Sorry to interrupt.
Somebody wants to ask any question? No. So now I'm going to invite our second speaker. Sunita Devi, kindly check your mic. Okay. So now I'm going to invite our second speaker, K.A. Tensophome. He is PhD scholar from Department of History and Archaeology, Marima, Kohima Campus, Nagaland University. And the topic on which she is going to speak is Thibi, a tiger-spirited man and medicine man of foam Nagas. Welcome, Tenso. Welcome to this platform.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Respected chairperson and the two organizing committee, the participants, and distinguished guests. I'm so happy and lucky this afternoon to be here sharing some of the works from my research. Since I'm based in a rural area, so kindly bear the inconveniences caused. Ma'am, can I please share the slide? Please give me some time. Ma'am, can I please know whether my slide is
We can see, yeah.
okay? Can I proceed? In the notice section, the state of. Before I go into my topic,
We can't hear you properly, Tenso. We can't hear you properly.
Am I? Ma'am, am I audible?
Now you're audible. Now you're audible.
Okay, thank you so much. So Nagaland, it is located in northeastern part of India, and it evokes a sense of awe and mystery among people at the moment of its name. The state is predominantly inhabited by different Naga communities, which forms a single cultural region, generally definable by common cultural and linguistic traditions. The Poms. The Poms are one of the 17 major tribes of Nagaland, which occupies an area in northeastern part of India and also Nagaland. And not much about the Pom history is known, but it is believed through oral narratives that the Poms were given birth by an animal called Mahongnu. This animal gave birth to all kinds of animals. All the animals had hairs on their bodies except one being born hairless and which was red in color. It is said that the hairless being was none other than the human being, but we are unable to find out exactly whether this animal still exists. This is some beautiful view of this long language where the poems resides. It is believed that the Poms developed the techniques of building houses, cultivating the land, and growing crops, or skills in art and establishment of social institutions took place everything in the Yingyishang Mountain. So this is the view of the Yingyishang Mountain, which the Poms believed that they migrated from this area to the present regions. While the rest of the Nagas have their writings on their history regarding the origin, culture, social, religious life, migrations, etc., the Poms has less authentic source. So one of the key factors in the present study is to find out the various beliefs and practices of the Poms associated with traditional society. The Nagas believe that certain individuals may be identified as embodying the spirit of a tiger, which can manifest in different ways depending on the tribe's beliefs and customs. To involve themselves in physical or spiritual practices and also participate in specific rules and responsibilities. Such a person who is supposed to have this tiger spirit in Pom is called as Thiba. This people is considered a telepathist or a medicine man among Nagas who has been granted with the capacity to restore people's health, dress lost items, or even predict the forthcoming happenings. So this paper is an attempt to study how this tiger man is reflected in the narratives of the Pom Nagas and his significant role and practices in the traditional Pom Naga society. Let us quickly go into the portion where I would be explaining a little bit about who is a Thiba. A Thiba is considered as that person who is believed to have a tiger soul or is akin to the concept of a person having more than one soul, one of which reside in an animal. He was considered as a person with fierce determination and ability to protect and provide for his tribe. They possess supernatural abilities and serves as a source of inspiration, guiding the tiger spirit in his endeavors. The idea often represents a plane of human qualities and the spirit of a tiger embodying strength, courage, and a deep connection to nature. The power of this tiger man depends on the number of tigers and their spirit that he or she possessed. Some may have 5 to 6 tigers, and some may have 10 to 12 tigers, but it depends accordingly. It is said that out of many tigers, there would be only one alpha tiger, and the rest would be subordinates. If this alpha tiger suffered for a long time due to injuries, then the tiger man would also suffer in the same manner. As much as the amount of sufferings undergone by the alpha tiger, so also the same amount of sufferings this tiger man would also be suffering at that particular moment. Such gift was normally a hereditary, and one of the tiger's man's children could be possessed with tiger spirit through effects with some other, which with some others could not be ruled out. But once the spirits of the tigers took possession of the tiger man, he had to keep certain taboos. He would not enter into the house of death, More strictly, he would not at all go to family of accidental death. Taking any food from such family was strictly prohibited. And, I, as a researcher, also happened to encounter one of the tiger-spirited men, and I could learn or I could hear a lot about him when he shared about all his everything that he needed to do as a tiger-spirited man. Let's see some of the roles and responsibilities quickly. The tiger is often regarded as the powerful and revered animal. As such, a man being described as tiger-spirited would carry significant meaning and symbolism within the tribe. He plays a wider role in tribal rituals, ceremonies, and hunting excursions. His presence and participation are believed to bring good fortune and protection of the tribe. Besides his physical prowess, a tiger-spirited man is also valued for his wisdom and guidance. He acts as an advisor and mediator within the community, resolving conflicts and offering counsel based on his deep connection to nature and the spiritual realm. His innate understanding of the balance between strength and harmony allows him to guide his tribes towards sustainable living and respectful coexistence with the environment. He could also signify leadership being an imperial figure, maintaining overall well-being of the tribe. Roles and significance may vary across different tribal communities based on their culture. So it's essential to understand the specific context and beliefs of the community in question. The tiger man would always pretend to identify himself with some kind of peculiar signs, keeping of long-reached knot, necklace, or some objects in his possession. So when I met the particular tiger-spirited man, I could take a picture of that kind of a stone or the kind of a object which was always in his possession, and this particular stone, or I don't know, I'm still researching about it. This is what I got from his possession, where in everywhere he goes, whatever he do, he carries with himself. The particular Tiber, or this tiger-spirited man, is also considered as a medicine man among the traditional Phom Naga society. He is supposed to perform certain supernatural powers, where he is able to cure ailments, mend broken bones by prescribing the performance of the appropriate rituals. And he also cures a person of an ailment by drawing out the bad blood from the system. So whatever the prescriptions he received through these tiger spirits, dog, and other divinations, he had to convey it to the patient's family. He would also prepare medicines from herbs, roots, seeds, bark of trees, bones of animals, feathers, furs, and some of the local plants that he uses were these peppermint, thatched palm, roselle, local tulsi, and some exotic herbs. In one of the occasions, when the researcher went for studying about this particular tiger-spirited man, when he acts as a medicine man, it is said that this certain particular boat is used in order to ward off evil spirits from a particular sick family. So here's a picture of it. Let us see in short the significance of this Deba in the society. Persons, they were reputed to be endowed with such tiger souls, and they were always looked with awe and deference, and they were who were extraordinary personalities. And he had the power to foretell the future in a general way, and he could also be used in the traditional Phom Naga society, where he could foretell the season's harvest.
Denso, kindly
yes,
check
ma'am.
the time. Kindly check. I just give 7 minutes. Kindly check the time.
Yes. Okay. So in conclusion, let me tell you. In conclusion, I would like to tell that even if the Phom Naga society accepted Christianity in the beginning of this 20th century, these all beliefs and superstitions of the people regarding this Tiber is still is still surviving. So the research is still in progress, and I'm sure that you all have enjoyed listening to it. Thank you.
Yes, sure, Tenso. We have enjoyed, and you have told about Nagaland and different communities of Nagaland, and you have detailed about home, and it is all new to us. And literally, we are surprised about that human beings are born from the animals. The one of the species who was hairless was from this FOMO. And one more thing, what I heard from you was they are one thing that they are having tiger spirit, and second, Tobu as a medicine. You have mentioned about
Yes,
that
ma'am.
as medicine, and they have supernatural powers. They
Yes, ma'am.
drew bad blood from the persons. So this was all new to us. I think for everyone who are listening to you. Thank you for making us aware about these things. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you so much, ma'am.
And you're from Nagaland?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you are staying in India?
Yes, ma'am. I'm staying in the northeastern part of India.
Northeastern part. Okay,
Yes,
okay,
yes.
okay. And it was nice to hear about this community and what they think, and research you have done is marvelous. Thank you so much.
Ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay. So now I'm going to invite our third speaker, and he is Monbinder Kaur, assistant. She's called and assistant professor, Department of Studies and Research in English, Tumkur University, Karnataka. The topic is Satras, epitomes of learning in Assam, historical and philosophical landscape. Welcome, Monbinder Kaur.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to all. Good afternoon to chairperson and the committee members and my fellow researchers who are presenting paper here. Today I'll be presenting my topic is on Satras, and Satras are located in Assam. So if you give me permission, I'd like to share my presentation, ma'am.
Yes.
Is it visible?
No, not yet. Okay, yeah.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, ma'am. So my topic is Satras, epitome of learning in Assam's historical and philosophical landscape. So I'll be talking about Assam, and Satras are a very important feature of Assam's cultural, historical, as well as philosophical landscape. It's a religious institution established by Srimanta Shankardev, and it plays a very important role in the propagation of new Vaishnavism movement in Assam. And it started by Srimanta Shankardev in 15th century. So this institution serves as a center of learning, cultural preservation, as well as spiritual guidance for the people of Assam, and especially for Assamese people. So Shankardev, he was a new Vaishnavite saint, and he aimed to reform and simplify the existing religious practices in Assam.
We can't see your PPT.
Oh, sorry, ma'am. One second, ma'am. I'll try. So main purpose of Shankardev was to purify the religion. He wanted to cure the evil practices and practice of Shaktism in Assam. That's why he initiated this movement and established Shatras and Namghars in Assam to give spiritual training to people. Can you see now, ma'am?
Yes, now we can see. Yeah.
Okay. So he advocated against the complex rituals and caste-based practices in Assam at that time. And he wanted to simplify the religion. That's why he propagated this Ek Sharana Nam Dharma in Assam. So he is regarded as a spiritual guru. He was born in this place called Alipukhuri near Bordua, which is in Nagaon district of Assam in 1449. And after, because of his birthplace there, this place is turned into a than now. It's a religious place now. People go there, pray, and practice nam and religious, spiritual ideas there. Srimanta Sankadev, he's a saint, he's a scholar also, and he was a poet and a social reformer. So his writings, whatever he has written, it is based on religion, culture, and literary works. He propagated this bhakti movement, which is based on the principles of universal brotherhood. And he was inspired by Bhagavata Purana, Gita, and Padma Purana. So inspired by that, he has written some very important books, which were now used as a spiritual guidance by the Assamese people. And it is called Kirtan Ghosha and Nam Ghosha. So this is like a daily, people used to read that, recite that, and use it as a kind of a prayer book. He not only preached religion, but he also provided education, and he initiated certain kind of musical dance and drama form. So we have poetry also, we have bhakti theory also, drama, song, and a very important thing that he introduced is called the Hotriya dance, which is now very popular. He used various art forms like Borgits, Onkiya Nats, which is called one-act plays, Bhaunas, religious dramas, and it is practiced in religious places. Now people practice during the occasion of festivals. And he is also regarded as the first modern Assamese writer who has written the Sankari script. And it is still, his written books are still preserved in the Namghars and the Satras. So his main purpose was to spread his teachings and values among the common masses. So Vaishnavism became very popular after him, and it not only encouraged the development of vernacular language, but also contributed to the growth and culture of the land. So I talked about a Hotriya dance. You can see this is one of the popular dance form, and it is recognized as one of the 8 classical dance form in India. And the foundation of this dance is called Mati Akhora. It is a dance as well as form from where this Hotriya dance was developed. And this is practiced with gurus and students together, and particularly on the occasion of celebration of Srimanta Sankadev's birthday, these dances will be performed. And this has become a very important and well-known dance form now. So this is another form of dance where the student Krishna Kumari is dancing with her guru. So let us look at some of the aspects of Satras. Satras, as I told, it is a religious institution, and not only giving religious education to people, they also teach philosophy. So they promote the devotion of Lord Krishna and spreading the teachings of Shankardeva and Madhavdeva. Madhavdeva is a student and disciple of Shankardeva, who took the responsibility after Shankardev's death in establishment of Satras all over Assam. And Satras is it's like a temple for Assamese people, and there are more than 600 to 700 or 800 Satras are there all over Assam in different forms, small, bigger, like that. So their teaching focus on monotheism, equality, and the importance of leading a righteous life. And the cultural practice of Satra is popularly known as Hotriya culture. So from that, we have the Hotriya dance also came. So Satras also play a crucial role in preserving and propagating Assam's cultural history, safeguarding the traditional art forms, music, dance, and also they try to ensure that this culture is passed through generations. So they not only do religious practices, but they also prepare these cultural programs, dance performances, musical instruments teaching, handicrafts, mask making are the main elements of Hotriya culture. So these are some of the mask making, and this mask is used in the Bhaunas. And this is from Majuli. Majuli is an island in Assam, and you have very big and important Satras in Majuli. And there they teach how to make this mask, and also these masks are very world famous. This is used for performances in performing art form. So Bhauna is one of the very popular performing art form, and in this performing art form, Ramayana and Mahabharata is the basis from where they take the story, and respectively they prepare different kinds of masks. So apart from this, Satra also act as a center of education where young disciples were called as bhakats. They receive training in various aspects of New Vaishnavism, including philosophy, music, dance, and drama. Earlier, it was only for the boys and only for the man to be the students there. Now, even girls were also included. They are also given education. So education is provided beyond this religious teaching. They try to give a holistic approach to life. And they have established various tolls. Tolls are nothing but the formal schools, which is inside the Satra. And it provides knowledge on language, literature, philosophy, and all other vocational practices also they are taught in the tolls. So these were very, very popular earlier. And they try to give a holistic education, and they cover various branches like grammar, logic, and poetry, and vocational training like handicrafts, bamboo works, mask making, manuscript illustration, paintings are also part of it. So education, they have now started a new initiative of recognizing education for girls also. So they try to give education to girls, and they have established centers like Hotriya Kala Kendras, which provide education in various forms and various music, dance, and Western philosophy to girls also. So they can also be a student now, and they can learn all these practices. And another feature of Satra is they preserve literature and manuscript in their libraries. So they play a very key role in preserving ancient manuscripts, and they were maintained in the libraries. And manuscripts were related to religious texts, philosophy, history, books on music, painting, medicine, philosophy. So all these are there. So we have I have mentioned two examples of big satras, like a popular one is called Anyoti and Dakshinapat. These two satra is a very big satra, and they maintain thousands of manuscripts in their libraries. So these are some of the old manuscripts of the saint or the guru, Shankardev and Madhavdev, which they have preserved. And there are many books like that afterwards, after their disciples who wrote. So these manuscripts were preserved very properly in their libraries. And apart from this, they also have the community service. They contribute to education, healthcare, welfare to the local population. And also in the time of crisis, they provide refugee support during the conflict and natural disaster. So satras are playing a very big role in preserving not only the cultural heritage, performing religious activities, but also in community service. So if you talk about the architectural significance, these satras they have a distinct architectural style. They will have a prayer hall called Namghar, which is also like a place where people pray and also sit and discuss very important matters. So there will be dormitories for the bhakats, disciples, and there will be performance spaces. And in this performance space only, we have this Bhavna, Ankyanak, and all this performance will be there. And I have listed out some of the satras name, which bigger and famous one, and they were trying their best to propagate and preserve the culture of Assam. So this is one of the practice called Ras Leela. So here you can see students and man and boys, young boys, they are performing different kinds of, this is called performing arts actually. And this is very popular, and then during the religious festival, they will be performing it in the night. So this is, again, we're gaining popularity. More and more people are entering into it to learn it. And this is in Majuli. This is called Uttar Kamalabari Hotra. This is the main gate of the Hotra. People go there, and it's a very peaceful place. And it is a place where lots of cultural activities go on. So this is one form called Ojapali. And this is in Kamalabari Hotra. This is performed, and this is only performed by male. So there'll be the main one, and then there will be a supporting people who will be helping him with the music and tal. They will have only few simple musical instruments, and they will be reciting the stories of Mahabharata or Ramayana, and others will be following him. So the middle person who is wearing mala and topi, he's the main one. He's called the Oja, and other people are called Pali. This is taught in Majuli as well as in Borpeta. So this is the one which I was talking about, Hotriya Kala Kendra in Majuli. This is a very important institution in Assam, which is dedicated for the preservation and promotion of Hotriya culture. And Hotriya is a traditional dance form. You have school there in the Hotriya Kala Kendra, where boys and girls were taught, and students are taught about the history as well as the philosophy of the Hotriya culture there. So this is a Kendra which provides, it's a school which is providing training in different kinds of musical instruments also, khol, stals, and kimbal. These are all local musical instruments of Assam. So this is one of the Satra's main entrance. This is called Borpeta Khatra. Actually, this paper that I'm presenting, it is a project, and this is sponsored by ICSSR, and I'm doing it on the Namghars and Satra's contribution. So this paper is actually based on my project that I'm doing. So this is what I have to present. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Actually, what today you told us, it was quite different. And we have learned that, are you there? Can you see me?
Yeah, miss ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah. So, Munvinder, you told about the religion.
Yes, ma'am.
How they purify the religion, and they initiate the spiritual trainings, bhakti movement, and they are based on the principle of universal brotherhood. And I was happy to hear about that. They are inspired by our holy book, Bhagavad Gita.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So it was nice research work done by you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
And you're from where?
I'm from Assam actually, but I'm working in Karnataka now, in Tumkur
Yeah.
University.
Okay. You're from Assam.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's your name is Monbinder Kaur.
Yes, ma'am. I'm Punjabi, but I'm from Assam. Yeah, we are
Assam.
settled in Assam.
Thank you so
This
much.
is a paper that I have presented. It's a project sponsored by ICSSR. So thank
Oh.
you for giving me the opportunity to present my paper, ma'am.
Okay. It was nice hearing you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
So now I'm going to invite our next speaker, P. Sajida Bhanu, research scholar, and Dr. S. Vijay Kumar, assistant professor, Department of English, B.S. Abdur Rahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai, Tamil Nadu, India. This paper is presented by these two, and the topic is task-based approaches in ESL, unveiling factors for enhanced speaking competence. Welcome on the board. Sajida, we can't hear you. Sajida? Yes.
I can't.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear.
Yes. Good afternoon to ma'am, and good afternoon to all the participants of this session. My name is Sajida Banu, and my professor name is Dr. S. Vijay Kumar, sir. Today I am going to present the paper. Shall I share the paper, ma'am?
Yes, Sajida?
Yes. Is it visible, ma'am?
No.
Is it visible now?
Yes. Now it's visible.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sajida Banu. I am pursuing my PhD under the supervision of Dr. Vijay Kumar, sir. Today, I'm going to present one of my topics, the task-based approaches in ESL context. This paper talks about the unveiling factors for enhanced speaking competence among tertiary level students. So what we are going to... Am I audible, ma'am? Hello? In this
Yes,
paper,
yes,
I'm
you
going
are
to talk about what is task. Thank you.
Yes,
sir.
yes.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about what is task-based language teaching and how does the task-based language teaching promote speaking competence, and what are the factors that contribute to enhance the speaking competence using TBLT. TBLT is a short form of task-based language teaching. As we all know about the task-based language teaching, but I would like to just briefly introduce what is it about. Task-based language teaching, TBLT, is a communicative language teaching approach that focuses on the completion of meaningful tasks, these tasks are very authentic and engaging activities that require the learners to use the language for a real purpose. And TBLT tasks can be used to develop all the 4 language skills, but they're like writing, reading, speaking, and listening, but they're particularly here very effective for developing speaking skills. And how does this TBLT promote speaking competence? Speaking competence is when I talk about task-based language teaching, here the students are involved. So the TBLT task requires the learners to use the language in a communicative context, whether it is a chat, whether it is a talking, whether it is a text, a mail, anything. This helps the learners to develop the fluency, accuracy, and coherence in their speech. And these tasks also encourage the learners to take risks and experiment with the new language too. And this TBLT method helps the learners to develop their confidence levels and the speaking levels skills too. Let's see how it is. See, based on the empirical studies we have conducted, we have finalized that these are the factors that enhance the speaking competency by using TBLT. The first one is the task design. The task should be authentic, engaging, and challenging. And there should be some, the teacher support should be there, like a scaffolding and feedback to learners. And there should be learner motivation and learning environment. It should be conductive, very encouraging to speaking, learning, speaking to develop the speaking skills of the students. So to conduct the study, we have proposed one methodology. Here, I have taken, there are some I'm working in one college, but I have got the opportunity to work with some of the other college students, the government degree college, where I went to take the classes. There, 18 students who enrolled in the elective course named Speaking Skills for Effective Communication. This course focused on enhancing their listening and speaking skills for effective communication. These are BA degree students, and the research instruments which we have used for this, one is pre-test and post-test to measure speaking skills, and the second one is the questionnaire to collect the information about the participants' perception of the course. As the questionnaire and research instruments, we have used structured interviews for speaking and recordings. 2 structured interview questions were used to assess the factors that contributing to speaking skills development in each learners. And this each participant's recording was also used. I mean, interview questions, the way they answered, everything is recorded, and they were made of participant speaking performance on one of the speaking tasks to assess their strength and weaknesses in speaking English for the oral communication. And how we have collected the data and analysis is, data collection purpose, we have used strength and weakness sheets, which are used to record the participant speaking performance in every task, and feedback from the classmates also, and the instructions also we have included. And the interview was conducted to obtain the answers to the research questions. Like research question is, what are the factors behind this? What are the factors to improve the speaking skills in the students? That's the first question. And the second question is, one speaking task for the analysis. The second one is the focus on the participants of speaking content and their pronunciation and the language use. See, in the meanwhile of the study, when we connect and we analyze the study, what we found out is like students have given in the feedback form that they reported that the was a key factor in improving the speaking skills, and the
Hello.
That the task.
My voice is breaking. It's not coming.
Kindly check your internet connection, Sajida.
Ma'am, I have good one actually.
Okay. Just now it caused this. Just check it. Sajida? Sajida Banu?
Is it coming, ma'am?
Can you hear me?
Hello?
Sajida? Sajida?
Ma'am, I can hear you, ma'am.
Sajida, we can't hear you.
Ma'am, I can hear you, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Now we can hear. Yeah, now we can hear you.
Okay, okay. Sorry for that. I think there is some connection, maybe
Yeah,
connectivity
yeah.
issues there. So
Okay. You
the
can continue.
appropriate speaking task, yeah. Designing the appropriate speaking task would be the more required for this to develop their speaking competence, and providing the exposure to English materials. Like they have found that many students were there who are like interested to dance in the English songs and all, but they are unable to speak or express themselves in English. But where we have analyzed the needs analysis, and then we have observed that in this kind of listening to music and watching movies and accessing the multimedia websites also, which helps the students to develop their speaking skills. Apart from that, many of the students were interested to given the opportunity to speak on the real world speaking situations, they were very effective in their speaking. So what we have observed is, and the strength and the weakness of the speaking performances, they are like they are shown very much interested to discuss variety of real world topics. And when we give the present scenario, like for example, if I give APJ Abdul Kalam or something like some icon like Bollywood icon, Shah Rukh Khan or anything, they use very broad vocabulary, it's very trending and very easy to communicate. But at the same time, also notice that there are some weakness from the students which they encountered in pronunciation issues such as word stress, final sounds level, and the grammatical structures, which they were committing mistakes. So what our study suggests is we have to choose their give them the freedom to choose their own part of the discussion and provide the feedback and comments on the students speaking wherever they commit mistakes and wherever they are trying to rectify things. And data analysis also says these same thing: the strength and the weakness in speaking for verbal communication of students. And we have used, as I said, we have used the multiple methods to use the collected data, and including the feedback sheets, interviews, and regarding the speaking task, the students allowed us to have a oral and comprehensive understanding of the students' speaking skills and factors that contribute to their development. So this is what I would like to say, that at the end of my presentation, that a task-based pedagogical design was effective in facilitating the development of skills, for example, especially Indian undergraduate students, ASL students. And also this study has like over the duration of period 15-week period. And this in that 15-week period was what we analyzed, that is the confidence factor is very, very important for the students to develop. And apart from this, the task design is like activities and tasks that provide the opportunities for students to participate in various situations, which help them to activate their passive vocabulary also, which they know already, but they're not using. So when we are giving them more practice to the students, they expand their English lexicon too. And the creativity of the topics also was considered as a strength. As I told you, if you give the real world topics, like for example, burning topic like SGD or other topics like Chandrayaan 3, even NAFX also, like rocket science, anything like that. If you take that kind of real world topics, they are very, very interested to learn, and they were very prone to commit the mistakes also. But they were learning from the mistakes, and they show much interest in that. And so the final study suggests that ESL learners can improve their speaking skills by enhancing the listening skills also. They were very interested when we shown one picture and one recording of something. They asked us to, when we talk, when we have shown that clip to them, they were improved and they were very creative in their thought to express themselves. So the task-based learning design employed in this research could be applied to promote a particular skill or integrated skill pedagogy in EFL context or ESL context and other language learning contexts too. So these are some references which we have used. So this is all for it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sajida. So today your topic was on task-based approach in ESL. And you came with your experiences. You went to the college and there you applied 2 structured interviews, and you noticed about the strengths and weaknesses. And what you have mentioned is this task-based learning designs are beneficial to promote skill and integrated skill pedagogy. And it was really knowledgeable for us. Thank you so much, Sajida.
Thank you.
And now
Thanks
we
for
are
listening
going
to
to
me.
invite our last speaker, Palak Mahajan. She is PhD scholar from lovely professional university, Fagwara. And the topic on which she is going to speak is cultural dynamics in Elizabeth Strout's Olive Kittredge, a multifaceted perspective. Welcome, Palak.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, one and all. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Today, my topic is cultural dynamics in Elizabeth Strout's Olive Kittredge, a multifaceted perspective. And its introduction is it delves into the intricate interplay of culture within the renowned novel, exploring the diverse characters and their interactions. This paper's analysis will uncover the ways in which cultural elements shape their lives, decisions, and relationships, providing a deeper understanding of the book's rich narrative landscape. And as I introduce a new term, which is a multifaceted perspective in this paper, and this concept of a multifaceted perspective, also known as multi-perspectivism or multidimensional perspective, it is an approach that acknowledges the existence of multiple viewpoints or angles through which an issue, event, or a concept can be understood. Now, hello.
Yes, you can continue, Palak.
All right, ma'am.
We can hear you. Yeah.
Now, all about Elizabeth Strout. She was born on 1956, and she's an American novelist. Elizabeth Strout's her philosophy and themes are she portrays the normal and ordinary life of her characters in her novels, as seen in Olive Kittredge, and she majorly focuses on the tiny acts of human kindness and how this human kindness can change a life. She won Pulitzer Prize for this Olive Kittredge book, and the setting of this book is primarily set in the fictional coastal town of Crosby, Maine, a small and tightly knit community. The story unfolds against the backdrop of a picturesque yet often harsh New England landscape, where the season plays a significant role in shaping the character's life. Here we can say that cultural studies mostly depends on the settings and the behavior of the environment. Also, the characters are showing their behavior because of the certain settings and environment, and the characters, major characters in this novels are Olive Kittredge and Henry Kittredge. Olive Kittredge, the central character of the novel. Olive is a complex and retired school teacher. She is known for her sharp wit, strong opinions, and at times a difficult personality. Olive's character is both the focal point and the driving force behind many of the book's series. Henry Kittredge, he's Olive's husband, mild-mannered pharmacist, is in stark contrast to Olive's personality. The themes of these novels are family and relationship. The novel explores the complexities of family dynamics, especially the relationship between the Olive and her son Christopher. It develops into how misunderstandings and emotional distance can affect family bonds, loneliness and isolation, which is second theme. Mainly, characters in this book grapple with loneliness and a sense of isolation. Or Olive herself often struggles with connecting to those people around her, and community and small town life. The small town setting is integral to the novel's themes. It portrays the sense of community, a gossip, and a shared experiences that come with living in close knit town. And fourth one is aging and morality. Olive Kittredge also addresses the challenges and reflections that come with aging, as well as the inavailability of morality, empathy, and understanding. Through its interconnected stories, this novel contains 13 short stories which are interconnected. The novel encourages readers to empathize with its diverse cast of characters and gain a deeper understanding for their experience. And thank you so much for having me. And thank you for your precious time.
Thank you so much, Palak.
Thank you.
And it was kind of hearing a story from you about Olive.
Olive Kittredge.
Yeah, Olive literature and the England landscape, culture, student behavior, environment. You discussed out, but the story was about the relationship bond between the son and Olive,
Yeah.
and you spoke about the loneliness as well.
Yes,
There
ma'am.
were isolation points which you mentioned over here. So I've also heard for the first time about this. So you're a literature student?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay. Nice to hear. So with Palak Mahajan, we come to the end of this session. And I'm impressed with the speakers today. First was the person who told about the actually I think we are short of time. I'll not detail. I'll just thank the persons who have created this platform. It was the great conference, and we have learned a lot from this conference. And the excellent job was done by the speakers and the team. And the conference ran so capably. Thanks a lot to all the speakers for making the platform more enriching. Thank you so much. So I think now we'll conclude conclude over here, and we'll continue with our technical session 3.
Thank you, ma'am. So I extend from the core of my heart gratefulness and thanks to our worthy chairperson, Professor Dr. Richa Ranjan, Director and Principal and Dean, SDDLC, Panchkula, India. Ma'am, thank you for listening patiently and attentively to all the presentations and then offering your valuable and insightful remarks and summarizing the main things taken up by all the research scholars. It was a lively session, and your delightful and pleasing manner of addressing, it's really inspired and encouraged the participants, all participants. Ma'am, once again, I express my thanks to you. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Namaste.
And,
Thank you
and,
so much.
and thanks to all the research scholars who presented their research findings during their technical session. Now it's the time for technical session 3, for which the moderator is Professor Nahida Shafi, Assistant Professor Education, Government Degree College, Rajpura, Pulwama, J&K. If Nahida Shafi is there, are you here,
Yes,
Professor
sir,
Nahida
I am here.
Shafi? Yes.
Yes, sir,
So I
yes, sir,
hand
I
over
am
this
here.
moderation to them. Yes, over to you.
Okay, sir, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone present here. I welcome you to the two-day international conference on language, literature, and humanities. And thank you for joining us in this virtual technical session. Before we begin, let me briefly introduce the distinguished chairperson who will be guiding us through this session. Our chairperson for this session is N.R. Gopal, Associate Professor, Department of English, Director Center, University of Himachal Pradesh, Dharamshala, India. We are honored to have you with us today to lead our discussions. Our session addresses different themes, and we have 5 experts who will be sharing their insights and research outcomes within the broader themes of this conference. And each presentation will be followed by a short question and answer session, and you can also feel free to use the raise hand feature or type your questions in the chat. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite our chairperson, N.R. Gopal, to say few words and officially kick off this session. Sir, over to you.
Thank you very much. I've been listening to many of these sessions which are running in parallel to this particular session, and I've been here listening to many of the scholars. They have been, doing a very extensive and intensive research, and there were many topics which was time only I was listening to. And, it gives me an impression that the literary studies are going very far and wide, and in times to come, we may have many things, and all these issues on as a community, as a society. So, we shall start as I have been given the list, and I find that there are 4 participants here in this session, namely Pritha Sen Gupta, then we have Pooja Pandey, and then R. Anna Lakshmi, and Kesari. So before we start, I just would like to request all the young scholars that maintain this time sanctity, so that it doesn't, trespass others, periphery. And one more thing I would like to request, that I've been watching that hardly we are asking any question. We are only worried about our own presentations. I'll be very happy if 1 or 2 questions are also raised, just to have a discussion sort of thing on presentation, because scholars, they put in a lot of efforts when they write a research paper. So yes, now I would request and call upon Pritha Sen Gupta, the very first presenter over here. She's a PhD research scholar, Jamia Millia Islamia University, and her topic is the political national reality of Palestinian writing, documenting the other voice as reflected in Palestinian anthologies. Yeah, Pritha, please
Thank
go.
you so much, sir. Yeah, thank you so much, sir. So I would like to share a PPT.
Right.
Just a minute. I hope it is audible and visible as well.
You are audible, yes, and you are visible too.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much, sir. So I begin with my paper. The political national reality of Palestinian writings, documenting the other voice as reflected in Palestinian anthologies. So I would read about the background first, because establishment of the background is necessary in order to understand that what made these Palestinian women to write, and that too in an era when writing for women, and that too for Palestinian women, were a difficult job. Since 1967, a national political dimension has increasingly predominated in various Palestinian literary works, including those written by Palestinian women writers, and the writing has become much more realistic, making a turning point in terms of Palestinian literature and Palestinian women's writing. So the relationship between the national political fight and women's struggle was frequently the topic of writing by women. This was particularly evident among Palestinian women writers in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, which we all know that the most politically disturbed areas where the reality drove them to chronicle the women's struggle and the national political battle. Also, I would read about the two major driving forces behind these women to take up pen as their sword or a tool to change or to make the society understand that that what they were going through. Another turning point occurred in the years after the Oslo Accords, which is an agreement between Israel and Palestine, and the first Intifada, that is a series of riots in Palestine, 1987, where when feelings of hopelessness and helplessness combined with the influence of new literary movements and experimental writing trends caused many Palestinian women writers to start concentrating more on the self and less on the political national situation. So here comes the evolution of their writing, the evolution where they thought that documenting the national political situation in which they have been raised was not that important as compared to the self, which is a product of the national political situation, which has made them the self that they are writing to, writing in this particular time. So I thought of documenting, or we can say that of researching these anthologies, the anthologies which was produced in Ramallah by a renowned Palestinian publisher, and it was translated in English by many well-known writers. Which serve as illustrations and reflections of the aforementioned developments that occurred in the years after the first Intifada and the Oslo Accords. So the first anthology is Al-Sawat Al-Har, The Other Voice, an anthology that was curated by writer and critic Walad Bakr, was released in 1999. The anthology includes 16 short stories by Palestinian women authors from the West Bank, Israel, and the diaspora. The other one, Aktub Aya Aktub Ata, I write, I live, I write, I breathe, which I think is, a tremendous, and also it is like a push for all of us, which was published in the year 2002, includes 6 short stories by authors from the West Bank. The majority of the writers that are represented in both the anthologies started publishing their work in the 1980s, which ties them together. To cut short, I would just like to highlight the themes that were delved upon in the course of the write-up, in the course of the research paper. So as collection of literary texts, literary anthologies are seen in cultural studies as contributing to the production of images that shape the subject, the self, which is the self. Our identity and perceptions are actually produced by literary works. And as we know that literature is a piece of life, so through that piece of life, these Palestinian women tried to paint their own self, the story of the becoming. They take part in creating the dominant group's political interests, ideas, and values in a particular society. Thus, literature both reflects and contributes to the development of ideologies. The use of language in literature, which plays a significant part in shaping our ideas and perceptions, is one of the factors that make it important. So, as we all know that language is the mastermind, language is the politics, language shows the very fine line which demarcates a writer's feelings and the writer's portrayal. So
in the view of the Swiss linguist Ferdinand de Saussure, not only records but also creates our environment. So language is definitely the environment in which we live. So the anthologies are the literary works which portrays the literary work which is dynamic and reflects cultural surroundings in accordance with the reception theory and the reader response theory. Because I think that the reader's response theory or the reception theory both are a tool in which the reader goes into the depth of the writing and tries to interpret in his or her ways of thinking, perspectives, the way he or she wants the perspective, the narrative to function, and also to give a textual meaning to the piece, which the author has taken a lot of care, a lot of trouble in writing. Then the comparative study, which is also the kind of the conclusion I'm going to move ahead with. So the two anthologies show that the authors frequently envelop their descriptions of the female self in a critique of patriarchal society, attitudes towards women, expectations of them, and the burden of the institution of marriage. So I would like to just talk 2-3 lines on the literature that we have seen, whereas it's the British literature, the American literature, the Indian literature, whatever it is, we have always seen that the whole narrative is being shaped from the perspective of a male gaze. The way women dress up, the way women function, the way women talk or perceived, or to be more precise, the way women are portrayed in a narrative. Everything is like is through the patriarchal gaze or the gaze of the male. Here also there is no difference. So in the Palestinian literature, we also see the same thing. It's not that talked upon, it's not so much into discussion, and that is the reason why we know less about the Palestinian literature, but it has got no different situation. The same perspective, the same way of looking into women, looking into the bodies of women, looking into the voice of women is the same. Also, the second point, the anthologies highlight one of the characteristics of the literature of the new generation, which is the emphasis on the female self within a social framework. So here also I would like to mention that the social realm has already been created by the social Nakba, or the national political movement that Palestine went through and also is going through. And from there, the evolution of the female self comes up, and these writers, the new generation women writers, I don't want to categorize every women writer, but mostly they chose this female self. The majority of these works are by writers from the diaspora, and they depict men's hunger for women and their bodies in order to expose the archetypal patriarchal viewpoint that sees women as object of temptation and sexual desire. New generation Palestinian women's stories that express the desires of women can be found outside the anthologies as well. However, neither the editors nor the authors opted to include these stories in the anthologies. In the comparative study, we see that we have been able to map the distinct trends of the new generation of Palestinian women writers through our analysis of the two anthologies, Al-Sawat, Al-Har, and Aktub. Three major writing patterns that we have seen and which is highlighted in this paper. The first one is that the stories were primarily authored by diaspora writers included in the first trend. The second trend comprises those stories that were created by the authors in the West Bank and Gaza Strip. These stories center on the female self in a social environment while disengaging from the political national realities of life. And the third trend includes those stories that were also written by writers in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, but they depict the interaction between the political national reality and the female reality, describing the influence of the political reality on the woman's inner feelings and thoughts, but by using an original style and language. The last one, just a few more, 2-3 more minutes I would take. Although one of the most significant aspects of modern yeah. Am I running short of time, sir? Just I would take 1 more minute and I'm going to wind up. Yeah, very quickly. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, although one of the most significant aspects of modern Arabic literature is the contribution of women writers, there is currently no map available to interested researchers that show that the origin and progression of their work. Arab women writers have increased dramatically over the past 50 years, which I think now is the time for the researchers, from my perspective, I think that a lot of study has been done already on British literature and American literature. So I think that I would like the young researchers to focus on Palestinian or Arab literature so that some perspectives are also delved upon and it comes in front of the audience. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Pritha ji, Pritha Sen Gupta ji, actually, your full name.
Thank you, sir.
Well, Palestinian writings and anthologies, they reflect a wide range of perspectives and voices within the Palestinian national identity. These anthologies that you were referring to, some of them, but many of these anthologies, they include contributions from generations, regions, gender, social backgrounds, and political orientation. And these anthology, they address important issues and themes such as occupation, displacement, identity, exile, resistance, human rights, national aspirations, and the Israeli-Palestinian conflict that is never left anywhere. You talk about any anthology for that matter. It also serves as a documentation of Palestinian history. These anthologies are not only done from the literary point of view, but they serve as documentation of Palestinian history, heritage, and cultural experiences. They preserve and convey Palestinian narratives, oral traditions, collective memories that they write, historical events, whereby ensuring how they can be preserved. And at large, it is also important to note that the Palestinian national reality and its representation in literature is multifaceted and constantly evolving. And of course, your studies definitely make a difference, and it's going to add to the whole study which is being done over here. And in between, you mentioned about patriarchal gaze. Of course, it has penetrated into every sphere of life, and to put it in the other way around, even women are also watching how the society functions. Where do the patriarchal society is moving? So in all, it was a very good presentation, and I hope that by the time you finish your paper, a lot of ideas, like a lot of new ideas will come up. And I congratulate you for that, for choosing such a good topic for your research. Thank you very much. And at the same time, if I ask the audience if they have any query, any question to Preetha Sen Gupta, you may please ask. I think you have explained it so lucidly that the audience, they
I
don't
hope
have
so,
any.
sir. I hope so. This is also my topic of my research. So thank you so much, sir.
If it is, it turns out to be, is in the, if it is a book length study, it is definitely going to add to the knowledge world. Thank you very much, Pritha, for for sharing your ideas about this particular research that you are involved in. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the luck.
Thank you so
So,
much, sir. Thank you. My pleasure.
with this, now we move on to our next presentation, which is the reflection of culture and tradition in performances, a study on Mizo performances of Mizoram. And this paper is being presented by Pooja Pandey. Pooja Pandey is a research scholar in the Department of Visual Arts, Assam University, Silchar, Assam. So, welcome, Pooja. The floor is all yours. Now, please go ahead. We are unable to listen to you. You are not audible. Put on, yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, now you
Good
are audible.
afternoon, everyone. Myself Pooja Pandey from Visual Arts Department from Assam University, Silchar. The topic, the topic of my research is the reflection of culture and tradition in performances, a study on Mizo performances of Mizoram. Now I am sharing my screen. Is it okay, sir?
Right, okay. No, it has gone. It has gone. Now it's visible.
It's visible, sir.
Yes, it is visible. I think you should start.
Okay, sir. But I don't know why here it's not showing something.
Ah,
Um,
it's not reflecting on the screen. You have to.
Just sir, give me 2 minutes. I'm just checking.
Your 2 minutes will be cut from your time slot.
Okay, sir. I don't know what happened, but I am starting my presentation over via audio.
Start
Okay, sir. So
without.
my the topic of my presentation is I have been told the reflection of culture and tradition in performance, a study on major performances of Mizoram. The introduction of my paper is culture and tradition are important aspects of Mizo society. This presentation explores the intersection of culture, tradition in Mizo performances. This and the study highlights Mizoram's rich performances at heritage and its significance in preserving the culture and tradition of Mizo people. As we know, India being one of the most culturally and ethnically diverse nation in the world has a composite form of vibrant traditional performances. Despite being one of the small tribal regions, Mizoram, once known as Lusai Hills, located in northeast India, has a rich cultural background and a tradition. Uh, and the cultural and tradition is since from the pre-colonial time, various traditional events, ceremonies, and festivals are often considered to be incomplete without the defined performances. Performances without the plays an important role in Mizo community and its interconnection, which must be highlighted to understand its importance. The different occasions like festivals, marriage, birth, death ceremonies, and also in
war, different types of performances were required to be incorporated as a part of their customary customs and their traditions. Different types of traditional dresses and musical instruments are used in the performances. The forms of the performances are Mizoram has a rich cultural and diverse range of performances of art forms, including the Chirao, the Kullam, and the Chelam dances. These performances are deeply rooted in Mizo culture and tradition and are an important part of the Mizo identity. And now I am little bit elaborating my performances of the Mizo community. I have chosen three performances that is Chirao, Kullam and the Chelam. They are traditional performances. These are the Chirao dances is a bamboo dance as we know because it is a famous dance of Mizoram and their culture is also signifies from their these dances. This dance is a performed during the wedding times and other festival occasions also. The performance form is circular and move in a synchronized fashion while singing and also in clapping. And the Kullam dance is a dance of joy. This in this performance, the performer like the women and the boys are make a pattern like in a certain way and it symbolizes fertility. The performer moves in a gracefully and undulating manner while holding hands and they're singing. And the next one is the Chelam dance. And this dance is famous for their joy. When they celebrate their war in a war, any war, they celebrate these dances, the Chelam. And this is most of the traditional dances. This is performed by men and is a symbol of strength and fertility. The performers move in a vigorous and athletic manner while brandishing spears and shields. Uh, and in these performances, they use so many musical instruments like their dar, gong, etc., darbung, talkwang, seku. Music is very important in the life of the Mizo people. On every occasion, people sing and dance to the different songs in different occasions in their happy time, like wedding festivals, and they sing together with the self-entertaining. Even in the time of death, the Mizo people mourn with the dead person's family by singing songs, which are especially composed for the mourning period. The Mizo traditional tunes are very soft and gentle, so that they can sing the whole night without getting tired. Even without musical instrument, the Mizo can enthusiastically sing together by clapping hands or any material which can produce complementary sound. Uh, and now I am I'm on my conclusion. The topic. Mizo performances, art forms are an important part of Mizo culture and tradition. They serve as a way of preserving the rich heritage of the Mizo people and passing it down to future generations. By studying and appreciating these performances, we can gain a deeper understanding of Mizo culture and tradition. Thank you. My presentation is over, and thank you, sir, so for listening very patiently.
Thank you, Pooja Pandeyji, for such a very brief, terse, but beautiful paper. And I hope that by the time you finish your paper, it is also going to be very important contribution. So whereas Mizo literature and Mizo culture is concerned. Well, you started with the culture. Culture and
Yes, sir.
tradition, they play a very significant role in shaping the identity and practices of a community. See, through culture only and the tradition that we follow, uh, with the help of that, we create an identity. This is how we are known to the world. So far as Mizo community is concerned, it takes pride in their cultural heritage. And these cultural heritages that they have often showcased through various performing arts forms, particularly the three art forms that you have mentioned,
Yes,
Cherao and
sir.
then bamboo dance forms. Uh, and through this performance, these forms of performances, they encapsulate their values, beliefs, and customs.
Yes, sir.
Uh,
And
to put it,
in their performances, behind their performances, there is a spiritual beliefs that is good or evil belief. Uh, actually, my PhD paper is on that topic, but not in that line. This is different. That means the folk performances is recital, a study on Mizo, Mara, and Lai community. Here, basically, I am choosing only these three topics.
right, right. Yes, I could know because there are many
Yes.
performing arts which Mizo people have, and through this performance they present Mizo way of life. So, I have got one very small query because when you see, for us coming from the other part of the country, when it comes to talk about northeastern states, we find that we feel that you all, although you are from different states, but you all come from the same, ethnic identity. Is there, do you find any difference between how through performance Mizo people reflect their identity or their culture and other sister states? Is there any difference or it's one and the same?
Actually, by their performances, they find some their cultural, ethical identity because at the earlier times, whenever they come out for a war or after the war, they cut the heads of the enemies like a trophy, and after that they enjoy the means battle like that means since from that time it is changing because due to the modernization their identity is still little bit changing because of the modernization education from the recent in this recent time they perform their performances only for the like the performance not in the real form because nowadays they don't even do the same word or that they did not cut the anyway enemy's head like that. This is their strength whenever they go out for their any battle or the war. This is their identity. But nowadays they are preserving that through the performances.
Right, right, right. Do you think that the insurgency has caused any effect on these performing arts there?
No, sir, I am not into that.
You don't have. Anyway, now Pooja Pandeji, thank you very much for joining and letting us know about a very important aspect of
Thank you so much, sir,
northeastern.
for giving me this platform.
Yeah, one of the northeastern states' culture and tradition. So thank you very much, Poojaji. Do you have any question, participants and audience, to put it that way? If you don't have, we shall move on to our next presenter. Yeah, now we have R. Anna Lakshmi. She's a research scholar, PG and Research Department of English, Shri Meenakshi Government Arts College for Women. Within bracket, it's written A, Madurai, and she is going to present before us our topic, Homebound to Grace, theme of belonging and identity in Barbara Kingsolver's animal dreams. May I have you here, Anna
Good
Lakshmi
afternoon.
ji?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Uh,
Yeah,
Thank
you
you for
said
this opportunity.
you have got 7 minutes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity, dear chairperson and my fellow presenters. I'll proceed with my presentation. Is my presentation visible, sir? Hello?
Hello.
Sir, is my presentation visible?
Very, very much visible. Now it has gone. I think you should once again try. Yeah, it's visible. It's visible.
Okay. Okay. My topic is Homebound to Grace, theme of identity and belonging in Barbara Kingsolver's Animal Dreams. Barbara Kingsolver, she is an American novelist born in Annapolis, Maryland, US in 1955, an American novelist, essayist, and poet. Her works focuses on the topics such as social justice, biodiversity, environmental degradation, interaction between human and their communities and environment. Of course, she has written many fiction, non-fiction works, and she has also published many poetry collections. Recently, in 2023, she was awarded the Pulitzer Prize for the novel Demon Copperhead. The particular novel which I have chosen is Animal Dreams. It's published in 1990. This novel is a passionate and a complex novel about love, forgiveness, and one woman's struggle to find her place in the world. And Animal Dreams relates the homecoming experience of the protagonist Cosima. After 14 years, she comes to her hometown, Grace, a fictional town where she spent her childhood and adolescent age. As she enters, she was not accepted by the people. She felt that she was not accepted. Frustrated with her lack of sense of belonging, Cody longs for a re-inhabitation so that she can feel at home. Eventually, the protagonist Cody, by engaging herself in the activities of the community, she succeeds in becoming an insider who knows where her roots were. At the beginning of the novel, Cody, she felt as if she is an outsider. As the novel unfolds, the protagonist Cody comes to the hometown Grace. She felt like an outsider. I quote, I was a stranger to Grace. A Grace looked like a language I didn't speak. I unquote. Though she belongs to the hometown and she spent her childhood in the particular place, the Grace, after 14 years, though she is very much surprised, she longs for a belonging, she longs for a place. After 14 years, she could not feel that she is in one among the person in the community, though she is living with her, she is living her life among the community where she was brought up. She felt like an outsider. Moreover, this particular Grace in her hometown, where majority of the people characterized by the pale blue eyes with black color and small size, Cody, her own family, she interprets herself along with her father and sister as an outsider with an unreasonable height, radically separated from the larger group. All these physical appearances and the way she was not accepted by the society, the community which she lives, she feels she is an outsider to the particular community where she lives, where she was brought up, where she was born. But she longs, the protagonist, she longs for a sense of belonging. She longs for a sense of belonging, that she wants to belong someplace. When people mistook her as an adventurer, she says, I quote, They had no idea I would sell my soul and all my traveling shoes to belong someplace. This line reflects how she longed for a place. She longs to belong to some place. Then, moreover, the next thing I want to quote is Emelina, her friend, is the mother of 5 pale blue eyed children of Grace of the same gene pool. Cody longs for such a progeny. She tells her friend Emelina, they are your treasures, Em. You have got something to show yourself, which means she is, I unquote, which means she is longing for a belonging. She is longing. She want to belong somewhere else. She want a community. She want a relationship. She want an identity. But her father didn't say anything about her ancestry. Now, as she is living in this grace in her village, meanwhile she felt on one particular part, she felt that she is an insider, that she is no more an outsider. She also belongs to the grace community. On All Souls Day, in the fiction, Cody went to a cemetery with her friend Emelina's family. There, Cody found her family name, Humuro Nolina, is one of the graves. In one of the graves, she is shocked and taken back because she is ignorant of her family past. Here, I'd like to say the father of Cody, he didn't say much about the family ancestry because he himself felt he is an outsider, because her one of the Gracilla sister who belongs to the particular Grace village, she was not accepted by the other sisters, which is assumed that they were come from the Spain identity and they settled here in this particular town. Because of that, he didn't say much about her family's identity or the history about this. This lack the character of Cody, the protagonist's father, he lacks that he did not spend much about, he didn't say much about his family ancestry. Now, when she comes to know that she also belongs to the same place, that is the grace, and she also has a relatives over there, she also belongs to the same place, she was shocked. At the same time, she was taken back, she was surprised to know more about her belonging, her identity. The Homos, her father's scientific research on a genetic anomaly of colorless irises in belonging to those pure Gracilla descendants also cast a new light on Cody's identity as an insider. What is the true meaning is invested into her life. Now, she as it said, as she comes to know that she belongs to the place, that she is also one among the community, it gives her a confident, it gives her a boost that she also one among the community. She engaged with the communal activities like fighting for that river pollution. The cultural influences and communities enable her to connect with her past and with other people, and thus finding a value in her life. Thus, this particular, to conclude, I should say, this Animal Dreams is a representation of community, identity, and belonging. Cody, with the help of her community, and she reconstructs her identity.
Anna Lakshmi Garu, thank you very much
Thank you,
for
sir.
Thank you, sir. Time constraint, and I'm really I appreciate because within the time given to you, you concluded your paper.
Thank you, sir.
It's very Thank you. To listen to you. You have been very clear when you were telling us about what you have done in this particular paper. And as you said, that Barbara King, she wrote this novel way back in 1990. And the themes that we come across in this novel is identity, personal growth, and the importance of connection to one's roots and community. And at the same time, one of the central themes of Animal Dreams is the relationship between humans and the environment. specifically how humans are trespassing their limits and spoiling the system of coexistence when it comes to nature. The novel also conveys consciousness of environment is very important. So it conveys this message as well. And at the same time, our
Yes, sir.
responsibility.
Of course, I'm doing,
Yeah, please
I'm
go ahead.
doing my research on the eco-criticism, sir.
Yeah, I could understand that. I was coming on to that. So,
Yeah,
well,
I'm doing my research on eco-criticism. Barbara Kingsolver.
yeah, I know. Yes, I was coming to that point only. That now, almost all the universities they are having this study on eco-criticism. Yes, at the same time, it doesn't confine only to environment itself or connectedness or belongingness, but the storytelling is another theme that we come across in this novel. Issues of gender and feminism is also touched upon. See, characters are used. Characters are used the way you have quoted Cody, the main, the protagonist. Characters, they become archetype, and through them, a message is given. And basically, if to put it in nutshell, Barbara Kingsolver, she wants to convey the message that environment is in real crisis. So we have to think, we have to do something for that. And through that, a message is given. And characters gradually they go into oblivion. So, but Anna Lakshmiji, I thank you very much for presenting this issue, because the four presenters are here. They have all different subjects, and this also adds to that. So, thank you very much. And I ask now, call upon the presenters here and the audience also, if you have any query, you may ask briefly within a minute or so, if at all, if anybody wants to get, or suggestions also you can give. No. Thank you, audience, and thank you, Anna
Thank you,
Lakshmi.
sir.
Are you from
Thank you, sir.
Karnataka? Thank you, sir. Are you from Karnataka or from Andhra?
Sir, pardon?
Are you from Karnataka or from Andhra?
I'm from Tamil Nadu, sir.
You are. Okay. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Now,
Thank you, sir.
yes. Now with this, we move on to our last presentation here. This is Rakshit Kesari TS. He or she is a research scholar. I am not able to make out the person. Research scholar, NR Mohalla, Mysuru, Karnataka, India. He or like she going to present cultural conflict in Manegara by Tumbadi Ramaya. So may I welcome Rakshit?
Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you are very much audible.
Yeah, this is he, sir. Sorry for the confusion.
Thank you, thank you.
Sir, I'm a research scholar from University of Mysore. I'm doing my research on Dalit writings, especially Dalit autobiography. My today's topic is cultural conflict in Tumbadi Ramaya's Manegara. The book was originally published in Kannada in 2015. It was translated by Dr. Krishnamurti Chanda, Professor, Department of English, University of Mysore. To speak about the writer, Tumbadi Ramaya, he was born in the village of Tumbadi, which nestles in Koratgiri Taluk of Tumakuru district, Karnataka. His early education was in Vadagere, Koratgiri, and Tumkur. The present work is his autobiography, which records the trial and tribulations of a sensitive individual belonging to the extremely backward Madiga community from a rural background. Ramaya has been an active member of many organizations in Karnataka state, particularly the Dalit Sangharsh Samiti, shortly known as DSS, ever since its inception. It is no exaggeration to state that DSS has shaped Ramaya's sensitive perception and warm personality. Ramaya's autobiography, Manegara, aspires to build a new human world by getting rid of shackles of centuries of inferiority complex, hatred.
We have echo in your voice, sir. We have echo in your voice.
Uh, Hello, sir. Is it correct now, sir?
You have to check if you are having playing two gadgets together. So put off one and then
Just a minute, sir. Just to... Hello, sir.
yeah, it seems to be okay with me.
Yeah, yeah. May I continue, sir?
Please go ahead.
The book tries to build a new human world by getting rid of shackles of centuries of inferiority, complex, hatred, and revenge. Manegara goes beyond the limits of the genre of autobiography to reveal dimensions of compassion and restraint. Tumadi Ramaya's Manegara is a Dalit autobiographical narrative that opens up several frontiers in the most unexpected manner, only because of an open, transcendental vision that constitutes its core. Most narrative that emerges from centers of inequality, injustice, oppression, and cruelty do not transcend the experience of pain, suffering, and anguish they depict. Such narrations tend to be discourses portraying the misery and agony of victims of social and cultural brutalities. Manegara is rooted in an area of poverty and hunger and springs from memories of humiliation and deprivation. All the traces of a nightmare's past to emerge in the most vivid manner as permanent marks of the present, but without any traces of bitterness, cynicism, or despair. The existential angst of the past is transformed into an experience of transcendence shaped by the reflective mind in Manigara, making the text truly a metaphysical journey into the inner state of the human being. The best of Dalit writing deals with the fundamental existential states of the untouchable communities. To understand Dalit consciousness is also to enter the experiential realm of those human beings confronting several kinds of oppression and exploitation. Manigara defies sociological theorization and at the same time resist simplistic psychologism in realism to the cosmos in foregrounds. The text demands a holistic understanding of philosophical positions and cultural debates that go into the making of Dalit life and consciousness. Dalits in Karnataka are broadly classified as Medigas and Holayas. The Medigas are also recognized as left hand Dalits and Holayas as right hand. Manegaras, also their profession is cobblers, are the left hand Dalits coming under the category of Medigas. Manegaras carry the burden of a myth that describes them as messengers of death. They are regarded as the carrier of the news of death and hence are bearers of bad luck and misfortune. This is in contrast to the messengers of the gods who bring good news into the human world. Thus, there is a mythical burden the Manegaras carry beside the cruel experience they go through in their social context. So the autobiography opens up with the experience of Tumadi Ramaya in his family. That is, he explains that his family was struck with poverty. For him, education was really great for him, due to which that the caste he was born into, and he was the first person to get the higher education in his whole community. Though his elder brother was much sharper, much brighter in his studies, he could not shine due to the very system that was suffocating the society, that was caste system. He was harassed by his own teachers and his classmates just because he was much sharper and brighter. His teachers could not digest his interest or his ideas of understanding the society. Initially, he was entertained by his teacher, but gradually, with other sort of communal interest, intentionally was failed twice in his 8th standard. Later, because of this disturbance, he succumbed to the death by drowning himself in Tumbadi Dam. This incident really disturbs Tumbadi Ramaya. He writes in his autobiography telling that this broke the heart of his mother, and he writes that she waited till her last breath, hoping that her son would return someday. So, speaking about caste restriction in his autobiography, he says that the shops which were selling groceries in his village were not entertaining the Manegara community to purchase anything there. Even yet, if they have to purchase anything, though they were ready to give the amount, sometimes twice the amount, that the shops which was led by our communities were not entertaining these Manegaras. In case if they had to give anything based on certain restrictions or certain generosity, they always made sure that they have a long bamboo stick to supply the items that was demanded by this Manegara community. And one more thing that he adds up in this autobiography is that the kids of this community, other community, especially upper community, cannot play with Manegaras, I mean Madigas. In case if they were found to be mingling with this sort of Manegaras, they were punished instantly, and this Manegara community was harassed because of mingling, believing that they will defile their community. And one more incident that he says that the village was separated, and even the Manegara community had different divisions, and they had different wells, and one was used by Holaya community, and other one was used by Manegara community. And it goes on to write that these Walayas, whenever they happened to pass through Manigara domains, they felt so defiled that every time they pass through these domains, they felt that they have to purify themselves using the cow dung or cow urine. This was very much disturbing for a young writer, young budding writer, Tumbadi Ramaya. He always questioned why such a practice. And he also believed that this sort of practice may purify him also. But last did he really understood that he was born into such a community, no cow dung, no cow urine could purify him, or nothing can really purify the mindset of the upper community. While in the temple, he continues to write that his community was not allowed to step inside the Sanctum Sanctorum, even the temple premises. He writes that historically, the particular temple that was dedicated to Viranagamma, the local deity, the Manegara community was not entertained to get inside the temple just because they belong to a certain community. They were forced to pray outside, and they were every time whenever somebody came from this particular community had to wait for the upper community to be around the temple. They were asked to carry the dehusked coconut. They were not supposed to carry the husked coconut, which means that it is going to defile the god as well. So they had to wait for some upper community people to dehusk the coconut and carry it and pray for on behalf of these people. So coming to the education sector, Ramaya found it rather very difficult to face school, not because of the education that he was studying. It's because the atmosphere that was very unhostile for him. It was not really suitable situation for him to study and continue further. Many a times he has made an attempt to discontinue studies, but yet again he believed that education is a key. It's a path. It's a gateway through which he can better the society, he can understand, he can be in a better situation. So he continued to study, he continued to be a much sharper person in the society. And this particular book tries to explain the experiences of Manegara with all the difficulties that he has come across. Yet again, it stands as a book which tries to tell there is always a chance for somebody who always tries. If there is a will, there is a way. So Manegara is not merely an autobiography, but it becomes an astonishing record for a whole community, a generation of an ethos of a village itself containing with itself detailed account of cultural practices with the insights of a folklorist examining rituals related to hierarchies of caste, of worship of the deities, of food and boarding patterns. So I would like to conclude, sir. I hope I have not taken too much of time. I have passed 2 o'clock.
Yeah, thank you, Rakshay. you also maintained the time limit given to you. I have got a very small query. Like, was it not a Telugu novel?
No, second. It was a Kannada novel.
Acha, the information that I have is that Tumbadi Ramaya came from Andhra, it seems, but maybe a part of Andhra, very close to Karnataka. Maybe he may be from Karnataka, but what I know is that in 1970, this novel was written, and it was written by Tumbadi Ramaya only, but in Telugu, wherein it portrays the cultural conflict between the traditional values and the modern outlook in the society. Well, of course, a lot of examples you have given how the bad practices still, are going on, and should be. It's a high time for us to see that these practices are done away with. It's a fictional village named Manegara, as you mentioned, and one of the main cultural conflicts depicted in the novel is the clash between traditional customs and modernity, and this is exposed through the protagonist Ranga Rao, if I'm not wrong. And he criticizes the backward practices like untouchability, gender discrimination, and blind adherence to age-old customs. Another important aspect of cultural conflict explored in the novel is the clash between religion and rationality. And Ramaya, he highlights the influence of religion on the lives of the villagers, and how it shapes their thought processes. So, and Ranga Rao, the protagonist, being a rational thinker, questions the superstitions and blind faith prevalent in the village. So, it's a good novel which gives us a message that untouchability is something that we should look at. We should look down upon it, and we should see that it doesn't prevail much in the society. And through literature, these are the message that we want to give for a very harmonious kind of society that we crave it. So thank you, Rakshit. With this,
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
comes to a close. But yes, what? Yes, please go ahead.
Because of the technical glitch of the internet, was not able to present the paper at 2 o'clock. Can I present it now?
Okay. Acha, we have, yes, sir. We have Sharda Singh Gaur. Am I right?
No, sir. This is Romania Ashraf.
Acha, Romania Ashraf. Sorry, but I don't have your entry here. But let me know what are you going to talk on?
My red colors of Kashmir in Bollywood.
Could you please repeat once
Paper
again?
reads like
Romania, yours is in the next session. We are about to start the next session.
Acha, next session, not for this.
No, sir. It was written at 2 o'clock. That was the program sent to me.
Okay, but sorry, I don't have your name here, beta. So what should I do? Shall I allow you? The moderator, ma'am, would you please look into this? Neither.
Sir, she is in session.
Sir, actually, the session is over. Time for the next technical session. And the participant is at serial number 1, that next session.
Okay. So with this, I'm closing this session, and To you, over to you, the organizers.
Uh, Thank you, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of our student presentations for this session. We appreciate the insightful presentations we have witnessed today. And I would like to extend my
Can you let
heartfelt
me know when am I
gratitude to our
going to present my
chairperson
paper?
for guiding us through this session and sir for your active involvement. Thank you all for being a part of this enriching session. Wishing you a wonderful continuation of the conference. Have a great day ahead. So I would hand over the mic to the coordinator of this conference,
Given
Professor
honor to
Ghulam
present my
Muhyiddin,
paper
for
at the
further
international.
proceedings. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Nada Shafi ma'am. Assistant Professor Education, Government Degree College, Rajpura. I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to Professor N.R. Gopal sir, Associate Professor, Department of English, Director, Center for Tribal Literature of America, Central University of Himachal Pradesh, Dharamshala. Sir, it was very nice looking at your patience to listen to all the speakers and providing your valuable comments and remarks on all the papers. Once again, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And I thank all the research scholars for presenting their papers. Now it is time for our next technical session. It is technical session 4 for today. And I would like to welcome our chairperson for the session. We have Dr. Shubhra Jamwal, Assistant Professor, Government College of Education, Jammu, UT of Jammu and Kashmir. Ma'am, we very warmly welcome you into the session. Dr. Shubhra Jamwal.
Yes, sir. I'm here. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. In this very session, we have 5 speakers, and they will be deliberating on different research topics. So, ma'am, kindly carry forward the proceedings of the technical session. It's already late. Okay, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. At the outset, I would just like to congratulate the organizers, and it's so lovely to see that our J&K is rising so high, and we are organizing such a wonderful international conference. So congratulations to Government Degree College, Rajpura, Pulwama, J&K, and the chief patron of the event, Professor Dr. Ghazala Gais, the principal. And yes, of course, Cape Comorin President, Dr. R.S. Silvers, because all this is happening because of him. A big round of applause for him too. And yes, congratulations to the coordinator and co-coordinator, Professor Ghulam Muhyiddin, sir. It's a wonderful, and it is really, really hectic actually to, go in details of each and every and organizing such a big conference. So congratulations to you. And
thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
moving ahead, we have been given the responsibilities of 5 presenters. So my first presenter is with us, Professor Rumana Ashraf from GCW Nawakwal, Srinagar. So, ma'am, your topic is really, really interesting, and let's not waste time. We'll keep the presentations from 7 to 8 minutes so that we can have some discussions too. Please, Rumana. ma'am.
Thank you so much. Before presenting, I would like to know whether I'm audible or not.
Yes, you
Am I
are.
audible, ma'am? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. So my topic reads like this: myriad colors of Kashmir in Bollywood. So I have, restricted my study to certain songs only. Okay. Uh, to begin with, if poetry is what you can't translate, as Robert Frost once suggested, then art is what we can't define. Nevertheless, art covers a wide range of human endeavors. Cinema and films are one such unique art form that plays a vital role in changing the mindset of people and shaping new cultural, social, and political values. India is one of the largest film producing country in the world. Popular actors find God-like reverence in India, as we know, Today India is producing 1,000 to 1,500 films across languages every year, approximately 20 to 30 films, and every weekend. History has made when Dada Saheb Phalke, the pioneer of Indian cinema, produced the first feature film, Raja Harishchandra, in 1913 and paved way for countless movies. Today, film theory is the scholarly pursuit which attempts to explain the essence of films and reflect how films provide commentary on society and on other elements of the films. How films affect viewers and are affected by the viewers. As technologies have progressed, film theory now looks at where and how we encounter cinema. A critic called Zigawato, who is a critic, film theorist. He believes that the camera acted as a second eye, and through editing actual footage of the real life, could unlock deeply hidden truths about society. My paper tries to put forth the gaze of Bollywood on Kashmir. So I have tried to show it through different song sequences across time. The silver screen has looked at Kashmir as prime destination for shooting films. Uh, Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently appealed Bollywood, Telugu, and Tamil film industry to shoot in Kashmir. Over the years, a large number of old and new movies were shot in Kashmir. Bollywood had a simple equation: romance is equal to Kashmir. From Kashmir Ki Kali to recently shooted song in Gulmarg, Rani and Rocky Ki Prem Kahani. Kashmir for Bollywood is the most fitting backdrop to suit this emotion of love. In her article in The Wire, Debashri Mukherjee contends that Kashmir is present in Indian imagination as a fantasy space, a place which is not real, but a cinematic wish. I am quoting from her. I quote again: it's a picturesque postcard, a backdrop against which we can take our selfies. Okay. Raj Kapoor in 1949 shot parts of his film Barsat in the valley. In 60s and 70s, several film songs were shot in Kashmir. Hindi cinema was incomplete without its visuals of snowfall, wrapping white carpets in Gulmarg and mountains, couples roaming the valley, crooning dulcet ditties under the falling chinar trees, strolling across Nishat and Shalimar gardens, throwing snowballs at each other with delight, climbing the steps of Shankaracharya, or songs and dance routine on Shikara in Dal in early 60s. So the valley remained a permanent fixture as an idyllic Kashmir in those times epitomized love, romance, and nothing else. The aim of Bollywood was unfallingly, to flow its to unfalling flow of its on-screen lovers to Kashmir, to lend a visual seductive charm. So, in the words of film scholar Jahara Kabir, I quote, "Valley was for film industry territory of desire." So, in these moves, only topography of the Kashmir was brought forth to the audience, portraying Valley of Kashmir as a tourist destination with, majestic locales. Uh, the classic song Ye Chand Sa Roshan Chehra in 1964 for film Kashmir Ki Kali, with Sharmila Tagore wearing the headgear which belongs to the culture of the Kashmir on Dal Lake in Shikara, became an eternal love ballad for generations to come. Shami Kapoor, in his all-color jungly, yelling Yahoo while hurling down the slopes of the snow-capped mountains to woo his lady love, left the audience awestruck, providing insatiable footage of pristine beauty of valley. Raj Kapoor, in his Bobby, shot extensively in Valley, with its popular anthem for lovebirds played by Rishi Kapoor and Dimple, "Hum Tum Ek Kamre Mein Band Ho," at a guest house later, which became a tourist spot. So A.R. Rahman also, in his song from film Roja, "Ye Haseen Wadiyan, Ye Khula Asman," then again another song, "Socho Na Jilon Ka Sheher Ho," from the same movie Mission Come Kashmir. In all these songs, the image evoked are of beauty and open sky of infinite possibilities. The Bollywood in 2000, in a song from film Mission Kashmir, which is by Vidhu Vinod Chopra, who is himself a Kashmiri, performed by Preeti Zinta and Ritik Roshan, has given a contemporary twist to delightful song Bumbro Bumbro, which is a folk song of Kashmir. Bumbro, incorporating rope dance, which is folk dance of Kashmir, made its way into the movies of Bollywood. The catchy beats and the beautiful lyrics captured the essence of Kashmiri culture and made it a popular choice. The delightful folk song, which has its origin in composition from first ever written opera, Bombro to Universal, celebrating the color of the Lord Krishna, won our people. The song had high impact on audience. Another Kashmiri folk song, Rind Poshmal from Kashmir took Indian cinema by storm. The strong cultural influence in the lyrics made the songs, evergreen. These songs, the vibrant beats of these songs have created, we all know, that massive buzz in the industry and captured hearts of millions in India and abroad, globally also. To acquaint Kashmir's rich musical heritage, culture, folk music, if used effectively and modernized it to get a right flavor, combined well together, can be turned into a successful formula, which is proved by these songs. As original music, we know, strikes a chord across the world. The songs have higher impact on the audience since the visuals combined with the melody, they each the memories of jingles along with the surrounding setting and societal moods. Such music forms integrated and presented in movies will increase appeal and spread of culture of Kashmir, hence opening up avenues and awareness of rich history and repository of folk music of Kashmir, which is very hard to forget. My contention of in this paper is that, since the scarcity of time, I have made it very brief. The contention of the paper is that there are very few instances when Kashmiri culture or other aspects have a chance to be portrayed in Bollywood. Kashmiri characters are very limited to the stereotypes only, and Kashmiri women are shown as a beautiful, naive valley girls, and there are very diminutive representations of Kashmiri narrative, no representation of any, constituent of Kashmiri identity. That's all. Thank you so much. Any question?
Thank you, Professor Romina. It was a wonderful presentation, and the moment you were telling the names of the movies, I was feeling like I must go to Kashmir. It's so beautiful. Of course, it is known as paradise on earth, and everybody is fond of Kashmir, and we always want to. I stay in Jammu, but I always look for the time, when I have to go to Kashmir. It's always so good and refreshing, of course. And we can see the glimpses in Kashmir Ki Kali. That's a classical Bollywood film starring Shami Kapoor and Sharmila Tagore, known for its picturesque location in Kashmir with beautiful Dal Lake and whatnot, And then, of course, recently Heather was there and Bajrangi Bhaijaan was there. And, majority of locations were marvelous. They were so beautiful. And of course, what I feel is like we should focus more on the Bollywood should focus more on the identity of the Kashmiri people, the difficulties they are having staying in that particular area, because it's not in what I feel in summers it's okay, but in winters it is something it's troublesome for winters at times, isn't it?
Yes, that is what my contention is, that the narrative of the Kashmir should be included, the feelings of the people, the emotions, and the culture of the. It is only the topography which is shown. The inner. They don't peep into the inner culture of the Kashmir. Only very few movies. We had a movie recently where that was Laila Majnu, where the culture of Kashmir was shown to some extent.
Yes,
But
yes, we
not the
should come up.
nuances of the emotions of the Kashmiris.
Yes, we should come up with such movies so that the rich culture and diversity should be shown in such movies. Thank you, ma'am. It was a wonderful presentation, and I really like the topic you have chosen for your presentation. And congratulations so much. Any questions from anybody? It's already very interesting session. No. All right. So thank you, ma'am. Moving forward, we have second paper by Anthony D. Silva, research scholar from Department of English, BS Abdur Rahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology, India, along with Vijay Kumar S. That's assistant professor from the same department. So, Anthony, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah, good afternoon. Please begin with your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. I welcome you all to my presentation. So, my name is Angela De Silva, a research scholar, Department of English, based Abdur Rahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology. I'm doing research under the supervision of Dr. S. Vijay Kumar, assistant professor, based Abdur Rahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology. Moving on to my title, ma'am, a comprehensive analysis of niche research areas in neurolinguistic programming and language teaching. So the introduction, neurolinguistic programming in language teaching, NLP is a fascinating field that has the potential to revolutionize the way we teach and learn languages. In this presentation, we will explore what NLP is and how it can be used in language teaching, its benefits and challenges, as well as the latest research areas in the field. We'll also discuss how neuroscience and technology can inform language teaching practices and can introduce innovative approaches to the language teaching. What is neurolinguistic programming? Neurolinguistic programming is a methodology that aims to understand and improve human communication and behavior. It was also developed in 1970s by Richard Bandler and John Grinder, who studied successful therapists and communicators to identify patterns of language and behavior. A neurolinguistic program is based on the idea that our thoughts, emotions, and behaviors are all interconnected, and that by changing one element, we can affect the others. It involves techniques such as modeling successful individuals, reframing negative beliefs, and using language patterns to influence other positively. Moving on to next slide. Here, what we are going to see is NLP in language teaching, how it is used in language teaching. Neurolinguistic programming can be an effective tool in language teaching. By understanding the individual learning styles and preferences of students, the teachers can tailor their instruction to better meet their needs. For example, a teacher may use the visual aids or metaphors to help a student who learns best through visual or symbolic representations. Additionally, NLP techniques such as anchoring and reframing can be used to help students overcome limiting beliefs or negative associations with language learning. In some case studies have shown that incorporating neurolinguistic programming into language teaching can lead to improved student engagement, motivation, and overall success. For instance, one study found that using NLP techniques in a business English course led to significant improvements in students' communication skills and confidence in using the language in professional settings. Next, benefits of neurolinguistic programming and in language teaching. One of the key benefits of using neurolinguistic programming in language teaching is that it can help students to develop better communication skills. By understanding the way language works and how to use it effectively, students can become more confident and effective communicators both in their personal and professional lives. Another benefit of neurolinguistic programming in language teaching is that it can help students develop a deeper understanding of different cultures and perspectives. By learning about the ways in which language is used in different contexts and by different people, students can gain a greater appreciation for diversity and become more open-minded individuals. Next, challenges of using NLP in language teaching. One of the main challenges of using NLP in language teaching is the lack of understanding and training among educators. Many teachers may not be familiar with the concepts and techniques of NLP, which can make it difficult to effectively implement them in the classroom. Additionally, some teachers may feel uncomfortable with the idea of using psychological methods in their teaching practice also. Another challenge is adapting NLP techniques to different learning styles and levels. Students have different preferences and abilities when it comes to learning. And what works for one student may not work for another also. Educators need to be able to customize their approach to meet the needs of each individual student. Niche areas in NLP and language teaching. One of the latest research areas in NLP and language teaching is the use of virtual reality technology. Researchers are exploring how VR can be used to create immersive language learning experience that stimulate real life situations. For example, learners can practice ordering food at the restaurant or asking for directions in a foreign city. This type of experimental learning has been shown to improve language acquisition and retention. Another area of research is the use of natural language processing to analyze learner data and provide personalized feedback. By analyzing data such as speech patterns and vocabulary usage, NLP algorithms can identify areas where the learners need improvement and provide targeted feedback. This approach has the potential to revolutionize language teaching by making it more efficient and effective. Neuroscience and language. Here we are going to see about neuroscience and language learning. Neuroscience has revealed valuable insights into how the brain processes language, which can inform language teaching practices. For example, research has shown that the brain is better able to retain information when it is presented in a meaningful context rather than as isolated piece of information. This suggests that language teachers should focus on providing students with authentic and engaging materials that are relevant to their interests and experiences. Another area where neuroscience can inform language teaching is in the use of feedback. Studies have shown that the brain responds more positively to feedback that is immediate, specific, and focused on the process rather than the person. This suggests that language teachers should provide regular and constructive feedback to their students, focusing on the progress they are making rather than the innate abilities. Technology and language teaching. Technology has revolutionized the way we teach languages. From online language courses to language learning apps, there are a plethora of tools available to both teachers and learners. These technological advancements have made language learners more accessible and convenient than ever before. In addition to convenience, technology has also enabled us to personalize language learning. Adaptive learning algorithms can tailor lessons to individual learners' needs, making the learning process more efficient and effective. Moreover, virtual reality and augmented reality technologies offer immersed language learning experiences that can stimulate real life scenarios, allowing learners to practice their language skills in a safe and controlled environment. Innovative approaches in language teaching. One innovative approach to language teaching is task-based learning teaching. So, task-based language teaching focuses on real-life tasks such as ordering food in a restaurant or giving directions and uses them as a basis for language learning. This approach is highly student-centered as it allows learners to use language in a meaningful way and promotes communication skills. However, implementing task-based learning teaching requires careful planning and preparation as well as trained instructors who can guide learners through the process. Another innovative approach is content-based instruction, which integrates language learning with the subject matter. For example, learners might study science or history in English, allowing them to develop both language and content knowledge simultaneously. This content-based instruction is particularly useful for learners who need English for academic or professional purposes. However, it is also requires instructors to have expertise in both language and content areas, and may be challenging for learners who are not yet proficient in the language. So at last, I want to sum up what we have seen here. So a neurolinguistic programming is a powerful tool that can be used to enhance language teaching and learning by understanding the key concepts of NLP and its application in language teaching. Educators can create more effective and engaging learning experiences for their students. We have discussed the benefits of using NLP in language teaching, including improved students' motivation, increased confidence, and better communication skills. However, we have also acknowledged the challenges of implementing NLP techniques in the classroom and provided strategies to overcome them. Additionally, we have explored the latest research areas in a neurolinguistic program and language teaching, as well as the role of neuroscience and technology in language education. Finally, we introduced innovative approaches to language teaching, highlighting their potential benefits and challenges. So, at last, the references are there. So, thank you very much, madam.
Thank you so much, Anthony. It was a
Yes.
wonderful, comprehensive
Thanks
study.
for yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you have talked about NLP, as all of us know that it is a neuro-linguistic program, is a
Yes, ma'am.
psychological approach that focuses on the connection between a neurological process, language, and the behavior pattern
Yes, ma'am.
that we have,
You're right.
with our experience. And wonderfully, you've given your presentation. And I just want to ask you, is there, for like our knowledge for all of us, is there any online tool which we can use for our students, or to guide our students, or for ourselves also?
For what, ma'am? For what you are asking the tool, ma'am?
Like kind of an app. Is there any special app being developed for the same?
No, ma'am. Actually, for NLP, it is a the research is going on. Actually, I have been also searching for some tools to develop, but I couldn't found that. And moreover, I am searching some. Actually, I've been learning in Coursera, edX, and some online courses I've been doing. There also, I was searching for the question what you have asked, but so far I haven't found that. If I have come to know in future, I'll let you know, ma'am.
Definitely, definitely. So thank you for
Yes, ma'am.
beautiful insight. Thank you so much.
Yes,
Any questions? Okay, so we'll move on.
Yes.
Our next presenter is Catherine Lal Rufile Ralti, Research Scholar, Department of English and Cultural Studies, Mizoram University, India, along with Professor K.C. Lalthamuli Mani. I am not very sure with the pronunciation, I'm sorry. Is the Faculty, Department of English and Cultural Study, Mizoram University, India. So, Catherine, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I am here.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Catherine Ladwat Peliralte, and Professor Kesila Kamwani is my supervisor in Mizoram University. My topic for today is Aspects of Violence in J. Asher's 13 Reasons Why. 13 Reasons Why is the novel. Firstly, I will start with brief overview of the novel. 13 Reasons Why by J. Asher is a young adult novel exploring themes of adolescent struggles, social dynamics, and the consequences of actions. The story delves into the events leading to Hannah Baker, who is the protagonist, her tragic decision of taking her own life. It addresses sensitive topics like bullying, sexual assault, and mental health. The novel is an intricate exploration of the ripple effects of seemingly inconsequential actions, underscoring the profound impact of interpersonal relationships on adolescents' psychological well-being. The significance of violence in the novel transcends mere plot devices, assuming a profound thematic role that beckons a comprehensive scholarly examination. Within the narrative, acts of violence, both overt and subtle, act as catalysts for a chain of events that culminate in Hannah Baker's tragic decision. The palpable tension between aggression and vulnerability underscores the intricate interplay of power dynamics and emotional fragility within the adolescents. This evocative portrayal prompts a nuanced inquiry into the social psychological ramifications of violence on impressionable minds, warranting meticulous analysis of the novel's contribution to the discourse surrounding bullying, emotional trauma, and their attendant consequences. Notably, instances of Physical violence are emblematic of the psychological wounds inflicted upon the characters, invoking parallels between external and internalized pain. And this paper aims to analyze the various aspects of violence portrayed in the select novel, and I will deal mostly with direct violence, cultural violence, and structural violence. Firstly, we will talk about the most overt form of violence called direct violence. Direct violence refers to physical actions or behaviors that intentionally cause harm, injury, or damage to another person or object. There are various instances of direct violence in the text. Firstly, we have Jessica's party assault. At the party, Hannah and Jessica are sexually assaulted by Bryce Walker. This traumatic event constitutes a blatant act of violence that has a profound impact on both the girls' life. Secondly, we have Alex's suicide attempt. While not directed at others, his self-inflicted gunshot wound served as a stark representation of violence against oneself. This event highlights the emotional turmoil experienced by the characters and its consequences. Thirdly, we have physical confrontation between Zack and Clay during a basketball game. The exact details of their interaction are not explicitly detailed, however, it is only implied. And lastly is the action of suicide committed by the protagonist herself. Moving on to cultural violence refers to a form of harm that is deeply embedded within the belief, values, norms, and practices of a society or culture. It operates on a more subtle level, and aspects of cultural violence in the novel are, firstly, bullying and harassment. The culture within the school normalizes bullying and harassment, wherein the protagonist, Hannah, is subjected to hurtful rumors, name-calling, and demeaning messages. This cultural acceptance of harmful behavior contributes to her emotional suffering. Secondly, there are instances of objectification of women and sexual harassment, such as the inappropriate comments and actions directed at the protagonist. And this reflects a culture that tolerates and normalizes such behavior and perpetuating a harmful environment. Then we also have bystander effect, which is evident in situations where characters witness acts of cruelty or harassment, but they do not intervene. Next is normalization of rumors and gossip, often without verifying their accuracy. And lastly is the lack of emotional support and cultural stigma surrounding mental health issues when the characters or the students are in need of it. These instances highlight how cultural norms, behaviors, and attitudes within the school environment in the text contribute to emotional distress, psychological harm, and social isolation. Moving on to structural violence. Structural violence refers to the systemic ways in which social, economic, and political structures contribute to harm and suffering over time by disproportionately affecting certain groups of people. Uh, Firstly, we have presence of hierarchical social structure at the school, which is a Liberty High School. In the school, the popular students are famous and favored even by the school authorities and the teachers, so they can bully and mistreat the other students and even the protagonist, Hannah Baker, without suffering any consequences themselves. Also, the school administration is insensitive towards students' mental health. Mr. Porter is their guidance counselor in the school, but he refuses to help Hannah when she reaches out to him in a time of psychological need. Therefore, the school system does not offer the necessary support or intervention for struggling students. Secondly, there exists economic inequality and its effects on characters' life. The novel portrays Hannah as struggling financially, and it leads to her vulnerability and isolation. Also, we see Tyler is incapable of affording a decent camera, which affects his self-esteem. Then we also have another character, Alex, who is frustrated due to financial limitations, and this impacts his social status. And then we also have gender-based violence and discrimination under the structural violence. In the novel, we see instances of gender-based violence and discrimination, such as in the character of Justine, who manipulates and objectifies women. And Jessica and Hannah's experience of rape is also included here. I will come to the conclusion now. The portrayal of various forms of violence highlights the complex interplay between individual actions and systemic failures. The characters' experiences with bullying, harassment, neglect, and emotional distress underscore the impact of structural violence. The indirect harm that results from inadequate support systems, cultural norms, and institutional shortcomings. Through the lens of the character stories, the novel prompts us to reflect on how societal and institutional factors contribute to their struggles. And with that, I end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. A wonderful presentation. Yes, of course, 13 Reasons Why is a novel which was published in 2007 and talks about a very contemporary issue, like which should be the need of the hour, because students are facing a lot of bullying and mental health issue is there. Suicide, which the topic even the protagonist Hannah Baker, who dies by committing a suicide. She herself was bullied and was done bullying in the school. And as you talked about, very, very important issue, what I feel is mental health. All of us are dealing with kind of a stress these days is a mental health. We need to focus, and here at the primary level only, at the school level only, if this is done in a clear way, all of us can come out. And this is a wonderful novel which talks about complexities of human relationship, the impact of the action and word, and the importance of being aware of the effects that can be done to each other, right? It aims to raise awareness about the mental health issues and the importance of treating others with kindness and empathy, which I feel is very, very important, because empathy is lacking nowadays. We don't understand the perspective of others. We are only self-centered and even care for other person. This is what I feel.
Yeah. Exactly, ma'am.
It's a very touching novel.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Are you a PhD scholar? What is your title work? What are you working on?
Yes, I'm a scholar, and this is under my research topic. I am touching on violence within school system, and it all relates to the topic I am dealing with today.
Okay. So you have taken a number of novels or just one? Like
I take about 5 novels, ma'am, all American novels.
Oh, good, good. That's a great.
Thank you, ma'am.
Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
So moving on to our fourth speaker, Priya Amuthan, a research scholar, B.S. Abdul Rahman, Present Institute of Science and Technology, Vandarur. Are you there, Priya?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm there. I'm here only.
Yes.
Whether my voice is audible, ma'am?
Yes, it's audible.
Yeah. Very good afternoon to everyone. I'm Priya, a full-time research scholar from the Department of English, and I'm doing research under the supervision of Dr. P. Ratna, head of the Department of English in the college B.S. Abdul Rahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology, Vandalur. And my presentation topic is the resilience and survival of postmodern woman in chaos, Mira's Jezebel novel. And before commencing the presentation, I would like to quote a famous statement by Mary Wollstonecraft in her work "A Vindication of the Rights of Women." The quote is, "I do not wish women to have power over men, but over themselves." Here, I wish to focus on the woman's power, not the woman's power, the woman just changing the society, and they are establishing their power to change the society. Better they can rather they can redefine themselves rather than changing the society. This is what I want to focus in this quote. And also, women in the world have been struggling to gain their own space in the dominant and biased society. This act of attempting to achieve justice has been continuing for centuries in different modes and perspectives. So the feminism and the struggles to gain their own space in the society is carried out for many centuries. It is not a new thing to be discussed, but I'm feeling that we want to discuss that thing in a new way. So even in the case of literature, feminism issues are not a latest thing to be discussed. Rather, it is a perennial thing to give prominence. So I particularly focusing on postmodern society and women and postmodern feminism in this novel. So the postmodern society is the one in which we are living now, even though the society has some gender issues like the previous period. To some extent, it faces an upbridge in the diversity, individuality, skepticism, and innovation by the means of technological advancement. So the technological advancement make an impact on the psychological status of the postmodern women, especially. As a whole, postmodern society is evolving with more and more new ideas and ways of thinking as opposed to the previous generation. In the society, individuals, especially women, place their priority on science and rationalistic thought. So by that rationalistic thought, they seek their own space in the society. So they redefine themselves by those rationalistic thinking, because the traditional narratives which is being used in the modern literature does not match with the postmodern life. Here, the traditional narratives is nothing but the essentialistic thinking of modernism. So these are all the things which is happening in the postmodern society, especially with postmodern women, with the contemporary society also. And I would like to say some points and note about the author K.R. Meera. K.R. Meera, the author of this novel, is a renowned writer in the Indian literature. She belongs to the Sashtamkota, Kollam district in Kerala. She started her career as a journalist in Malayalam Manorama and resigned in the year of 2001 to focus more on writing fiction. Her work explores themes relating to patriarchy, discrimination, and individuality, focusing on the inner lives of women and challenging traditional power dynamics. And this author, K.R. Meera, states that it is very difficult for any writer to shut down from what is happening in and around society. And as a writer, we reflect on what is happening in society through our writing. Writing is a mixture of conscious and unconscious creative thinking, intuition, and craft. It feels very unnatural to analyze it in any other kind of systematic way. So, K.R. Meera states that we have, as a writer, we have to reflect on society, and we have to write more about the things which is happening in contemporary society to impact the persons in society to evoke the change. So at first, she worked as a journalist by reporting the news, what is happening in and around her. But after that, she feels that we have to impact the society. So she starts to write fictions. So that through fiction, through fiction, she seeks to change the society. So that's how she evolves as a renowned writer, especially in feminism, by describing patriarchy and discrimination, etc., in the happening in the society. So the next is the Jezebel novel, which work I have chosen here. So Jezebel is one among the notable novels of contemporary fiction. This work has been written by K.R. Meera, an Indian author belongs to Kerala. This novel is originally written in Malayalam by K.R. Meera and published in July 2022. Later, it is translated into English. So this work is a translation work, and later it is translated into English by two persons, namely Abhirami Girija Sriram, an editor and translator, and K.R. Bijay Kumar, who is the co-translator of this book. This novel is a courtroom drama wrapped with the gender inequalities and abuses. And here is a very short summary of this novel. This novel revolves around a character who is also the protagonist of this novel, named Jezebel. The name which the work bears. So Jezebel, she is a young daughter in Kerala, struggles against the cruel realities of a patriarchal world. Not even her education, resolve, or professional brilliance can shield her from her already contagious divorce proceedings. Go suddenly awry, and her unhappy marriage holds complex secrets. So in this novel, the protagonist, she is a doctor and she undergoes a marriage which she feels unhappy and uncomfortable with that. So, and she bears some kind of harassment, some kind of domestication with that life, and she faces many issues which she can't voice it out. So through her life, author structures her points on female subjugation and patriarchal social norms that wields an inordinate power of man over woman. Through this novel, author highlights the ways in which a woman in postmodern society is being pushed to the marginalization and given a discursive space in material realities. So here I'm going to mention some scenes which the author picturizes the woman marginalization through this novel. The first one is the first very scene and the first very paragraph of this novel. This novel begins with a dramatic monologue which shows the dilemma of the protagonist Jezebel, who is going to be betrothed with the character named Jerome George Maracan. The very first line is this my husband? She asks the readers, is this my husband? So through this first line, we can see the unhappiness of Jezebel to enter into a marriage life which the society and family enforces on her to enter. Thus, the novel begins with the uncertainties in the life of postmodern women and their vulnerable state in prejudiced social structure. So the second scene is through this novel, the author also proves a statement of fact that religion also has the patriarchal structure in a harder way. So the second scene is Jezebel is giving a cup of coffee to the guest to see her as a bride. So there, the father of the Jerome, who is the one Jezebel going to marry. So the Jezebel's father-in-law, he asks, what is your name? And she tells that my name is Jezebel. And the father of the Jerome make a statement that Jezebel is the name of the accursed woman in the Bible, and he demands a name change for her to do. But her academic records, the Jezebel's academic records and merits, rescue her from the demand. Nevertheless, she remains in the state of depression. How long we can escape from this biased society? So these are all the two scenes which picturizes the woman marginalization existing in the society. And beyond these women marginalization, the subjugation, the struggles of Jezebel, she evolved as a new woman. She evolved as a bold woman who shut down all her struggles, who ignores all her struggles apart, and she
Priya, can we jump on to the conclusion, please? Are you there? Priya, we can't hear you. Please check your connection. I think the next presenter is waiting. So I think I'll conclude with this, putting on Jebels, what Priya has already portrayed. She's worked on postmodernism, postmodern aspect, because it's a different aspect, because generally Jebel is looked at as a novel, a feminist novel, but she has worked on a different angle. I appreciate her for working on the different aspect, because generally what we do is we look at a novel from one particular aspect, but it's wonderful to look at it from another aspect. So I congratulate to her, and I move on for the last speaker of ours, Sakshi Singh, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Motilal Nehru University of Delhi. Sakshi, are you with us?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Excuse me, madam.
Yes,
Sorry
yes.
for interrupting. I am Dr. Ullala Srinivas from Hyderabad, madam.
Okay.
I have a session at 3 o'clock, actually.
Uh,
I'm ready to present my paper, madam.
you will be having your paper in the, we are going little late for this session. You'll be having in the next session. So Sakshi, hurriedly, just 5 minutes, just sum up with what you want to say, right?
Sure. Sure, ma'am. Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much. The title of my paper is Decoding Delhi in 21st Century, Urban Undercurrents, Cultural Evolution, and Socio-Political Shifts. Basically, this presentation looks at the 21st century Delhi and tries to locate the various ideas and the way 21st century inhabitants navigate through the city spaces. So I have divided the presentation into three aspects. The first one being the urban undercurrents. Before that, I'd just like to define what 21st century Delhi actually is. So the 21st century Delhi is defined by its technological advancements. It is defined by its rapid urbanization and also by its cultural diversity. The first one being the technology. The advancement of technology is a very important aspect in any urban space. And Delhi, being a capital city, exhibits that. So that is one positive aspect of this urban realm. Second being urbanization in terms of infrastructure. So when it comes to infrastructure, development of roads, hospitals, schools, the transit system, Delhi has progressed in the 21st century rapidly. Specifically, the experience of travel has changed magnificently after the introduction of the metro routes. The third aspect here was cultural diversity. Now, cultural diversity is not an aspect that has just been introduced to Delhi in the 21st century. Diversity was always a part and parcel of Delhi's identity through time immemorial. So diversity in that way never ever becomes stagnant. It always, the city space always contributes and becomes a diverse urban space with the passage of time. Here, the 21st century in that way, the 21st century Delhi in that way
becomes a very prominent and an exemplary identification of everything that is progressing and moving ahead with time. But there are certain things that Delhi also hides. These are the undertones and the undercurrents that my presentation focuses on. So in the first section, the urban undercurrents, I look at 3 specific ideas, and I will very briefly look at them. The first one being social inequality, marginalization. Marginalization in the city space is very rampant. It's rampant, it's out there, and it's visible. However, the city tries to hide it. The city tries to kind of shove it under the carpet. My idea is, I think that there is a need to talk about these inequalities out in the open, so that we get to know that the urban space that we call Delhi has its shortcomings also, and how we need to address those shortcomings. So marginalization and growing disparity between affluent and economically disadvantaged neighborhoods, that should be addressed. The second is digital divide. When I talk about digital divide, I talk about uneven access to technology and the internet that affects the education and the job opportunity of people. In the COVID era, affluent, the students who belong to economically advanced families were able to access the online sessions without any kind of challenge. But the students who did not have any access to internet, did not have smartphones, did not have laptops at their expense, their education was hampered. So as a progressive city space, it needs to focus on the idea that the digital accesses are provided to at least to the students in an egalitarian, equal mode. The third aspect is environmental concerns. When I say that, I mean, if we have to define the 21st century Delhi, then we also need to define it through its environmental concerns, specifically the idea of air pollution, water scarcity, and waste management. Here is one aspect, one undercurrent that is currently sidelined, that is currently neglected, but this is the need of the hour to look at the various environmental concerns that are raising alarm in this city space. The second section of cultural evolution talks about, and again, I will very briefly look at 3 aspects: blend of tradition and modernity. Here is a coexistence of historical landmarks with modern skyscrapers. So there is an exchange that takes place between the traditional aspects and the modern aspects. Cultural practices adapting to changing times while preserving heritage. So there is a movement ahead in a kind of a progress, but there is also a kind of attempt to preserve the heritage. Then idea of fusion and diversity. Delhi is a mosaic of languages, cuisines, and traditions from across India. Emergence of unique cultural synthesis in food, festivals, and arts exist here. This is the heritage that we need to sustain and carry forward. We need to celebrate it with the passage of time. Here, why I focus on this idea is because with rapid urbanization or rapid modernization, we are losing connect with our traditions and heritage. That needs to be addressed. And the last point here is art and creative expression. Contemporary artists blend traditional art forms with the modern mediums. For example, the Lodi art district here, where the artists have painted walls with graffiti and creative expression of art. It only becomes an artistic expression where the inhabitants of the city are able to connect with the city space in a very intercultural manner. The third section and the last section is socio-political shift, where I talk about platforms available in the city space in Delhi for political expression and public discourse. Role of Delhi as a center for national debates to take place. Here, the idea of expressing your opinion, the idea of having a say is outlined, where Delhi performs an important role in creating a space and room for people to come up and express themselves. The youth needs to involve itself more into these debates and discussions, so that if there is a need for any change to take place, that change can be advocated by the youth
of the city. In conclusion, I would like to say that there's a need to locate and look at city through these parallel ideas of cultural evolution, socio-political shifts, and urban undercurrents. We need to locate how the positives of the city need to be highlighted, but there is also a need to highlight the negatives of the city and work on them, right? So that is the idea that with which I conclude, and thank you. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Sakshi. Wonderful insight on Delhi. And of course, Delhi is our capital. It has to be good, vibrant, and exemplary for the entire world. And of course, now India is on moon. So congratulations on that also. I would just like to know one thing, because you talked about good things as well as the brighter side and the little darker side of Delhi. What about the violence and the crime rate? If you could
Absolutely.
incorporate
Yes,
that.
I think that Delhi really needs to work on it. I think the crime rate with the passage of time is increasing. Violence, be it on the marginalized sections of the society, or the sexual violence is addressed towards women. Everything needs to be addressed and worked on. We need to come up with laws that put a stop to these crimes and the acts of violence. Very important.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Sakshi, and I thank all the presenters and applaud them.
So, excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, yes. Please.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Sorry for the technical issues. So, shall I present it again, or it is okay?
No, it's okay. It's okay. I got your point. In fact, I deliberated your style
Yes,
that
ma'am.
worked on postmodern aspect. That was wonderful because
Thank you, ma'am.
feminist worked on from the feminist point of view. It was
Yes,
really
ma'am.
good. Congratulations.
Thank you,
I
thank you, ma'am.
congratulate to all the presenters. With this, I declare the session closed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to our worthy chairperson, Dr. Shubhra Jamwal, Assistant Professor, Government College of Education, Jammu, UT of Jammu and Kashmir. Ma'am, thank you very much for patiently listening to all the presentations and meticulously analyzing them and offering very valuable comments and insightful recommendations. And ma'am, especially thank you very much for saying few words of encouragement for this organizing committee and host college.
No, you really worked very hard, and it's visible actually. So great effort. Keep on.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much, because speakers are already showing their haste. So I again thank you, ma'am, for your sparing the time for this conference. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. Okay. Now, esteemed participants, we are now starting our technical session 5 for today. So may I very humbly welcome our chairperson for the session. It is Professor Dr. Faisal Fayaz, CEO Neuron Technologies Pakistan and former project manager PUCIT, Punjab University Lahore, Pakistan, and founder and president of Pakistan Computer Society and Sports Promotion Society International. So if our worthy chairperson is there, Professor Dr. Faisal Fayaz, sir.
Thank you very much. Greetings to all of you. Good afternoon, and I'm available here. So my laptop having some camera problem, so I'm available and I'm observing each and everything. You may start any presenter, all the presenter in sequence they can start.
Okay, sir. Sir, we have this technical session 5 right now. And in this session, we have 5 more research scholars who will present their papers. Sir, over to you for carrying forward the proceedings, sir. Over to you, sir. respected chairperson, Professor Dr. Faisal Fayaz, sir.
Yes, I am looking the file.
Sir, kindly proceed with the presentations.
So it's possible that you be announced the presenter names, and in this way they can present their presentation.
Sir, would you announce or I shall myself announce? Uh,
I
Sir,
have checked if the chairperson files is there. All the sessions name and each and everything is there, but presenters names are not there in the list.
okay, sir. Okay, sir. I will announce the names, sir.
Okay, you may announce, and I am here. I will observe and I will comment on each and everything.
Our first speaker is Dr. Ulala Srinivas, PGT in English, TMRSN Junior College, Karimnagar, Hyderabad, and Dr. T. Vidyullatha, Assistant Professor of English, PVP Siddhartha Institute of Technology, Andhra Pradesh. Their research topic is Innovation in Teaching and Learning, a comprehensive review of contemporary approaches. Over to you, Dr. Ulala, sir. Sir, kindly unmute your mic.
Volume వినబడతలేదు.
Respected
Okay, right.
chairperson, Professor Faisal sir, respected all participants, respected all organizers. I am Dr. Ullala Srinivas from Hyderabad. Now I am going to present a paper along with my another co-participant, Professor T. Vidyullatha from Vijayawada. Both of you are going to present on the topic Innovations in Teaching and Learning, a comprehensive review of contemporary approaches. Dear professors, here my paper is on, it is a comprehensive review of recent innovations in teaching and learning, highlighting the transformative impact of technology and pedagogical advancements. The rapid evolution of technology has revolutionized education, providing educators with tools and platforms that enhance the learning experience and to promote student engagement. The integration of technology such as online learning platforms, virtual reality, and educational apps has enabled personalized learning experiences, immediate feedback, and interactive lessons. So here, first, in the rapidly evolving landscape of education, the integration of technology here, one of the most significant advancement in education has been integration with the teaching learning process. With the advent of online learning platforms, now education became a multipolar process. In ancient days, education was a bipolar process, teacher and student. Again, it became tripolar process, teacher, student, and curriculum. Now education is a multipolar process, means including we can get knowledge from different sources. So here technology is widely used in teaching classes to enhance learning experiences and facilitate various aspects of education. For example, first one is multimedia presentations. Teachers use technology to create and deliver multimedia presentations, incorporate visuals, videos, and interactive elements to make lessons more engaging and effective. In the same like online resources and research, here students can access a vast range of online resources such as ebooks, educational websites, and databases to conduct research, to gather information, and to deepen their understanding of subjects. The next, we can have interactive whiteboards and smart boards. These digital tools allow teachers to display content, annotate, and interact with the material. They can also connect to the internet and access various educational applications or software. Here, same like online collaboration and communication. Technology enables students and teachers to collaborate and communicate easily. Online platforms and tools like Google Classroom, Microsoft Teams, or learning management systems facilitate discussions, file sharing, and feedback. Next one is virtual simulations and experiments. Technology provides opportunities for students to engage in virtual simulations and experiments, allowing them to explore scientific concepts or practice skills in a safe and controlled environment. Next one is online assessment and feedback. Here, teachers can use technology to create and administer online assessment like quizzes and surveys. This allows for automated grading and provides immediate feedback to students, helping them track their progress and identify areas of improvement. Same like that, in distance learning and virtual classrooms also. So because of this technology, distance learning and virtual classes, video conferencing tools, online learning platforms enable teachers to deliver instruction and interact with the students remotely. Next, adaptive learning platforms. Adaptive learning software uses technology to provide personalized learning experiences tailored to each student needs and learning pace. Besides these technological tools, other educational apps and gamification also there. There are some numerous educational apps and games available that make learning more interactive, interesting, engaging, and enjoyable. These apps often incorporate elements of gamification to motivate and incentivize students. Overall, technology in the classroom enhances teaching and learning by providing access to vast resources, promoting active engagement, personalization, and collaboration. Next one is virtual classes. Virtual classes are conducted through online platforms that allow students and teachers to connect and interact in a virtual setting. Here, let us take one example, online platform. Classes are conducted using online platforms such as Zoom, Google Meet, Microsoft Teams, or other similar platforms. These platforms provide video conferencing, chatting, and screen sharing features. So the teaching learning process will be more effective. Second one is this, to conduct this proper schedule and video conferencing and presenting the screen sharing and chatting and discussion, and we can give assignments and assessments, and we can record that virtual classes. So in this way, we can impart education to through virtual mode. Next one is flipped classes. This is also a contemporary approach. Flipped classes are teaching method that reverses the traditional classroom model. In a flipped classroom, students learn content outside of the class through pre-recorded lectures, readings, other resources, and then use class time for active learning activities and discussions. Here, pre-learning. How pre-learning activity takes place in the classroom? In a flipped class, students are given access to pre-recorded lectures, online videos, readings, and other resources before the class session. They are expected to review and learn the material on their own. Next, during the class time, instead of using class time for direct instruction, flipped classes focus on active learning activities. Class time is dedicated to discussions, problem solving, group work, hands-on experiments, and other interactive activities that engage students in applying and practicing what they have learned. Now here, teacher works as a facilitator and individual learning takes place. It's a collaboration and interactive approach. Successfully, we can make a teacher learning process effectively. Another innovative method, contemporary approach is project-based learning. This is another innovative approach. By immersing students in authentic hands-on experiences, project-based learning fosters creativity, collaboration, and critical thinking. It empowers students to take ownership of their learning, developing a deeper understanding of the subject matter, and preparing them for real-world challenges. Project-based learning is a teaching method that focuses on students actively engaging in a real-world hands-on projects in deepen their understanding of concepts and develop important skills. Project selection, there are some steps. So project selection, driving questions, planning and research, designing and implementation, collaboration and teamwork, reflection and feedback, then presenting and the projects. Here, project-based learning promotes critical thinking, creativity, problem solving, good communication, and collaboration skills also. So we can say that project method as a contemporary approach. Next one is gamification. It's a gamification also a contemporary approach. The integration of game elements into the learning process has also gained traction as a way to motivate and engage students. By incorporating elements such as points, badges, and leaderboards, gamification creates a more interactive and enjoyable learning experience. It promotes healthy competition, provides a sense of achievement, and encourages students to actively participate in their own learning journey. So, gamification in teaching and learning refers to the integration of game elements and mechanics into educational activities to enhance engagement, motivation, and learning outcomes. So here we can say that innovations, there are many innovative innovations in teaching and learning. So some comprehensive review of contemporary approaches have been discussed. Finally, I can say that social emotional learning, that is called SEL. So it's an essential component of education, has led to the integration of emotional intelligence, self-awareness, empathy, and social skills development into curriculum. Here, SEL equips students with the necessary skills to navigate relationships, manage emotions, and make responsible decisions. To make success of our teaching learning process a big a success or an effective process, there should be a good relationship, good communication skills, good relationship in the classroom. This SEL approach will help us. Now I can stop here and over to Dr. Vidyulata Madam. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir, it's finished. Congratulations. Thank you, sir, for joining and completing. Sir, any queries regarding this? So, good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am. Sir, with the permission of the chair, Mohammed Shafir, can I have a comment on the paper?
Yes, sir, definitely.
Your paper was actually a survey of innovative teaching and learning approaches. So actually, these all information are readily available in Google. So the paper would have been much better if you focused on any one approach and application, because if you just type in Google like contemporary teaching and learning approach, all these information are readily available. So the research paper must have a finding. The research the paper is actually, your paper is actually a survey of the all approaches.
Yeah, different approaches
Yeah.
like we can have
Yeah,
while
so,
teaching it.
this is not actually, that is, there is no need of any research ability, because these all information are readily available in Google. So it is not my advice, it's just a comment. You can just focus on one aspect and concentrate on its application. Then your paper would have been much better. Thank you. A nice presentation, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for
we
your
want to
suggestion.
give
Definitely, we will add some more points in this paper and finally make it a good paper, sir. Thanks for your suggestions.
So one
sir,
point
we have come up with
that I want to
approaches. Yes. Yes,
the
sir.
overall presentation and all the basically topics that have been covered in this presentation, it's excellent. Problem is this, that there is a need to specify the boundary and domain of a specific basically domain that you have to choose, where you have to basically limitize your research work. Overall, teaching, learning, technology, enhancement of learning through all these things, it's all already available, as the basically one basically experts has given the opinion that it's already available, but there is a need to specify that what you are doing and what you have find out a new thing, due to which reason it's a valuable and which should be basically unique, that you have to find out, that you have to work out. Reason, now this is the era of not of basically data or something. Now information is available everywhere in the world, and there is a need to find out, and you have to compile, and you can say this thing that you have to interpret the knowledge based things. So there is a need to find out knowledge based things, that what you have find out from your research, what is the main conclusion that you are giving to the basically the future generations, due to which reason this research would be beneficial for the young generation. Reason is this, that overall these all methods, all the techniques, tools and techniques for enhancement of learning, it's already basically we know very well, and each and everyone knows this thing, but there is a need to specify one thing, that why this thing is beneficial, and it's a shortcut way, due to which reason we can basically enhance more speedily our students pace and students knowledge as well. There are two kinds of human personalities, you know very well, introvert and extrovert. So extrovert people were basically famous, and they were basically more gain knowledge as compared to introvert before the computer revolution. But after the computer revolution and ICT tools and technology, we have seen this thing, that all the basically introvert people, they are able to spend more time with tools and technology, they learn more and absorb the technology. As you have already mentioned, integration of technology, so I have also written one paper which entitled as technology absorbs education in young learners. So this one is the thing, that technology is basically feeding something in the mind of humans, something while engaging yourself, while spending some time, you can basically learn something. This is a time where if you spend more time with your knowledge, your tools, techniques, applications, then you can become more smarter, and your mind processing become more faster as compared to the other ones. So if there is a person who is using digital gadgets, and you know very well, our children nowadays, they are most frequently using, and they are much better user than us as well. Reason is this, they do not have stress, they are using while playing, and in a free mood they are enjoying these things. But on the other hand, when we use these digital tools and technology, then we have a stress. So due to this reason, we are not getting so much fruitful result as compared to our young learners, but our children are getting more basically benefit of that thing. You know very well that when you have a stress, then obviously your
mind processing becomes slow, you can say. And when you become happy and without any stress, when you do something, then obviously your basically mind processing in your brain works more as compared to the other one, or other situations as well. So there is a need to make them happy, then they become more good. So digital tools and technologies, they are very good, and they are feeding knowledge nowadays in the minds, in the, you can say, brains of young generation. And obviously it's integration. Students nowadays, and even you can see that digital board, leaderboard, quizzes, quizlet, there are many other things, flipgrid, Microsoft Teams, and there are many other apps are available, due to which reason we are basically engaging our students, and this engagement is very beneficial for our young students as well. Reason, there is a variety, there is a change, there is a no formal teaching method that only teacher is speaking and the other one is listening. So in due to digital tools and technologies, we are engaging them, we are giving them a variety of things, and in this way they can enjoy, and in this way they are learning and enhancing their knowledge. So overall, my feedback is overall good, that it's not bad. Presentation was excellent, and my brother already basically explained this thing, that all the things are available, but there is a need to make your research on a single point, that what is the main crunch that you are doing through your research, that you find out. Okay, overall you explained excellent, but you have to basically concise your research on a specific domain or a specific thing. For example, if I say that you can choose that project based learning, in the conclusion, it's best due to these reasons. So this is one of the things that I'm telling to you. So at the end, in you have to recommend something, and in this way, I think overall it's good, not bad. And congratulations to you. Overall, I'm happy, and I can praise to you as well, that you did a wonderful job. You present in a very good way, and obviously we are here to basically enhance, and we are here to, you can say, refine of everyone. We are not here to criticize anyone. You all basically doing a wonderful job. You are searching, you are summarizing these things, but there is a need that we will here to refine you people. So share to care. So sharing and caring is the same thing, and we are here to refine you so that you could become, and you could produce your result or research more beneficial, more good. Thank you very much from my side.
Thank you, Dr. Faisal, for the feedback.
Thank you, sir. So may I have our next speaker? Our next presentation is by Muhammad Shafir, KP, Assistant Professor in English, SAFI Institute of Advanced Study, Kerala. And his research theme is Contemporary Kerala Reading of Kamala Das's poem, My Mother at 66. Over to Muhammad Shafir.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. As our computer discussed, my name is Muhammad Shafir. I'm from Kerala, but I did my studies in Tamil Nadu. So the topic of my paper is Contemporary Kerala Reading of Kamala Das poem, My Mother at 66. So basically, this poem is about the relationship between a mother and a daughter. So it is basically autobiographic, and the poet is traveling towards Cochin Airport on her travel to Kolkata, and she is with her mother, and in the car she is dozing, or she's in a sleep mode. And when the poet reaches the airport, she goes to the lobby, and when she looks back, she is having a picture of her mother, and she's thinking about the daughter-mother relationship. So that is the gist of the poem. So my focus is actually this relationship between the kids or the children and the old mother. I'm focusing children because because the relationship is still, these pictures is still relevant in Kerala atmosphere or Kerala politics or Kerala social cultural aspects, because all these are happening day in day-to-day life, because Kerala is a state which is completely depending on migration. So many sons and daughters are leaving their parents, and this experience of the poet is experienced by many thousands of the people in Kerala. So how this relationship between the mothers or the parents and the children evolved in times, that is my focus of study, because the migration to Gulf countries and the migration to Europe is establishing a relationship, is having this experience which was experienced by the poet in her poem. So that is my focus. So there are 3 generations of migration, and there are 2 types of migration actually. I will be focusing on that first. 2 types of migration, that is the migration to Gulf countries, especially from the Malabar region of Kerala, and there is permanent migration to European countries from the other parts of Kerala, that is Cochin and Travancore. So I'll be focusing on the first aspect, that is the temporary migration to Gulf countries from the Malabar region, because they will be coming back after 60, after the age of 60 or after that. So they will be coming back to Kerala, but from the other side, that is from Cochin and Travancore, they will be completely migrating to European countries permanently. So there are 3 generations of migrants from Kerala, that is the migration to Gulf, that is the Middle East countries, began in the 1980s. These people were completely illiterate and ignorant, so they then went to the Middle East countries because of the poverty and hardships in the region. Because just after the colonial exploitation, the regions in Kerala were not able to liberate themselves from the poverty and hardships. So they got migrated to Gulf countries, and they traveled towards the Middle East countries to the Gulf, was adventurous, because they depended on the sail ships, and the travel to through the turbulent sea in the sail ships was adventurous, and they went to the Middle East countries. But the parents left behind in the Kerala, in the homes, they got the information about the migrant after months, because whether they survived or whether they reached the Middle East, and the information about the migrant reached only after 3 or 4 months. So the longing of the parents was there in the first generation of migrants. So the parents were anxious about the sons who migrated to the Middle East countries, and the longing was there, and there was expectation, there was anxiety, which came for about months, 3 or 4 months. So that was the first generation, and only the youth migrated to the Gulf countries, especially from the Malabar region. So the relationship with the parents and the children, or the young ones, was this. And the communication possibilities were very less. Once in 2 or 3 months, one letter might be or might not be reaching the place. And most of the people in the homes, that is the parents and the children, were illiterate and ignorant. So they were not able to share the information, and they will be finding some literate ones to read the letters. So that was the relationship, or the condition of the relationship existed between the parents and the younger ones who migrated. And the next generation were the literate ones. Just after 20 years, after in the 2000s, the people who got education migrated to the Gulf countries, and they were able to communicate with the parents, and there were telephone facilities to talk to the younger ones, and the relationship existed. And this experience of the longing still existed, but the communication possibilities somehow filled the gap in between the children and the parents. And this happened only the male members of the family migrated to the Gulf countries. And the third generation was the educated ones who got the benefits of higher education. And this generation migrated to the Gulf countries along with their siblings and with their couples. The married ones in the former generation, they left their wives here, but the educated girls, women member of the family, also migrated to the Gulf countries along with their husbands or siblings. So what left in the family was the old parents. So the present condition is like that. The educated girls and boys migrated to the Gulf countries, both to the Gulf countries and to the Europe for the education and for their employment. So the gap, there is multifaceted possibilities of communication because the technology is much advanced, but the gap is there. There is the gap of this vicinity, and the relationship is still having a gap because of the absence of the physical absence of the member of the family. And the change happened in this generation. For this generation, is some of the younger ones are carrying their old parents to the Middle East countries. So they are completely migrating to the Gulf countries along with their families. But mostly, majority of the people are leaving their old parents here, and they will be assisted with some homemates or housemates. So nowadays, the state of Kerala is filled with old ones. So this relationship between the parents and the children, there is still a gap, though there are multiple possibilities of communication. So that is the condition, and the age of Kerala people is high because most of the people are migrating to the Gulf countries and Europe. And what Kamala Das experienced in the poem is experienced by millions, because there are about 3 million people from Kerala working abroad or who migrated from Kerala to other countries. And what happens to the other type of migration, that is a permanent migration to European countries. So the people who are educated, who got higher education, they migrate to the European countries or to the US or UK, to the Latin American countries. They wish to be permanent migrants. They want to establish their identity, citizenship there. They will be either taking their parents with them, or they will be leaving their parents at home with some assistance or with some homemade or something. So in this, the gap is only in the form of remittance. They will be sometimes coming for a leave because they are not citizens of India. So in this migration, this relationship ends with the death of the parents, because that generation got extinct with the migration of the permanent migration of this type of generation, this type of youth. So this, in both these type of migrants, the relationship is in between the sons or the daughters and the parents is multifaceted. There is a gap in between them because of the absence of physical presence. So that is happening, and most of the old parents at home are having psychological problems because of this monotonous life. And what happens in Kerala is that this is happening in the case of this temporary migration is that the cycle is happening. The younger generation will be going to the Gulf countries. After 60 years, after the age of 60, they will be coming back, and the younger generation will be going. And this cycle is happening especially in the Malabar region. So the experience of this partition or this separation is experienced by both the children and the parents when the cycle is happening in this region. So the experience of Kamala Das was single-sided. The daughter is at one end and the parent is at the other end. But as in the case of Malabar, these experiences are shared. They were having similar experience when the cycle of migration is happening, when the younger generation goes to this one, and when they comes back, the other generation is going. So this experience is shared by both these generations. So that is all about my paper. I don't want to take much time because I think we are running short of time. Thank you for the occasion. If there are any comments, questions, queries, welcome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Muhammad Shafi. Overall, your presentation was good, wonderful. So remember this thing, that when we talk about the relationships of the current generation and the old generations, uh, according to your basically migration procedure, so it's a basically scenario, or you can say that everyone move from one place to another due to some reasons, some circumstances, due to some situations. There are there is a basically diversity of everywhere according to the circumstances. So scenarios and migration, these are all basically give you some experiences, and these are all, you also can say that opportunities, due to which reason you can share you can learn more, and in this way these are just like a small adventures type of things. So the gap between the uh, old generation and the current generation, obviously humans learns more from their circumstances, and we know very well that there are millions or billions of stories in this world which are in front of us, and there are many other stories which we do not know that what are the real, what are fiction, what are the other things. But lessons, stories, they all basically give us some moral lessons, due to which reason we learn something, that if one being a human, what the feeling of this person at this situation, and what the feeling of specific person on another situation and at different age as well. So overall, it's a very good paper according to my analysis. Reason is this: you are basically finding out the basically the difficulties, you can say, the generation gap, you can say, or due to migration what the people face different kinds of problems. So in this way you are basically giving them solution, or you are giving them a way that how they can resolve and how they can understand the problems of others as well. So variety and change, this is important as well. But migration always basically it having, there are many factors due to which reason we migrate. Some people migrate due to problems, some migrate due to basically earn the money, some for jobs, some for security, some for other things. And obviously we are in digital era, so due to this reason after 1980 the things totally have changed in this world. So before 1980 or before computer revolution, even your basically theme or your paper tenure is also during 1980s as well. So at that time there were no digital phones, no basically Wi-Fi, or there are other digital things. So what happened that they basically they talk to each other maybe after many months, or you can say that there were a huge distance among these peoples, but they have a lot of respect and lot of love in their hearts for each other. Nowadays what happened, due to these digital tools, everyone can see to anyone, can talk to anyone, but they do not have such kind of respect and love as the other, as the older peoples they were feeling in their mind or in their heart. So overall it's a good thing, and congratulations to you. So
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
thank you.
So we have now the third presentation. It's by Dr. Sunita Anil Kumar, Assistant Professor, Pachiapas College, Chennai, and Vasalaki B, Research Scholar. The theme they are tackling is exile and trauma, an exploration of Sri Lankan refugees' struggles through the lens of Anuk Arud Pragasam's novels. Over to Dr. Sunitha Anil Kumar.
Good afternoon, a warm good afternoon to one and all present here. I am V. Visalakshi, research scholar pursuing my PhD in University of Madras. I'm here to present on behalf of my guide, Dr. Sunita Anil Kumar. My research paper is titled Exile and Trauma, an exploration of Sri Lankan refugee struggle through the lens of Anuk Arutpragasam's novel. Anuk Arutpragasam's novel, The Story of a Brief Marriage, offers a unique perspective on the experiences of the Tamil refugees who fled the country during the civil war in Sri Lanka and about their subsequent integration into the new society in India. So, my paper basically tries to explore the challenges and the trauma faced by the Tamil refugees, including their struggle to adapt to a new culture, language, and a way of life. I'll give a brief insight into the Sri Lankan Civil War and then I'll move on to my novel. Sri Lankan Civil War lasted nearly for 3 decades. Thousands of Sri Lankan Tamils fled to the state of Tamil Nadu during this period. The root cause of the war's outbreak dates back to the dawn of time itself. Sri Lanka is located only 54.8 kilometers away from India, and Park Strait remains as the closest sea route connecting India and Sri Lanka. So, Tamils arrived in Sri Lanka as both traders as well as invaders during the Chola reign in Tamil Nadu. They coexisted with the Sinhalese people, who are the land's original inhabitants. But however, things changed when the British conquered the land. They gave the Tamils a slightly higher status than the Sinhalese. Tamilians were inducted into government wings and given more opportunities in trades and businesses. And almost all the Christian missionary schools were established predominantly in Tamil areas where the Sinhalese students from all over the country had to come and study. However, this social arrangement changed when the British colonies left the country, because the country's population was made up of 74.9% Sinhalese and only 11.2% Tamils, which made the Tamil settlements a minority. After the Sinhalese took power, they enacted laws that favored the natives, and the Sinhala Buddhist temples were built throughout the Tamil settlements. Tamil students' education rights were violated, and Tamil students had to outperform the Sinhalese students in order to be admitted to local universities. This sparked a conflict between the two groups, resulting in the formation of LTTE, the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam. The LTTE basically fought for the establishment of a state called Tamil Eelam for the Sri Lankan Tamils. So the war broke out because of the Sinhalese-dominated Sri Lankan government denied such formation, and approximately 50,000 Tamils were killed during this 30-year war. The remaining half of those who had lost all their families in the fighting fled to Tamil Nadu as refugees. Coming on to my topic, the novel The Story of a Brief Marriage by Anu Pragasam is set in this backdrop. It is set in this backdrop of the Sri Lankan Civil War. And Dinesh, the novel's protagonist, is a Sri Lankan Tamil War victim. In fact, all of the novel's major characters suffer throughout their lives as a result of war. One day, he receives a marriage proposal from an old man named Somasundaram to marry his daughter Ganga. So this marriage happens in a very informal way, in urgency. Some jewels and some cash were given to Dinesh by Somasundaram for marrying his daughter. This marriage proposal by the girl's father can clearly depict the emotional trauma that the fathers underwent during the war. He wanted to marry off his daughter to Dinesh because of his fear of losing her either to war or to the soldiers who were mercilessly raping young unmarried Tamil women during the civil war. Dinesh, who had spent his entire life in different refugee camps, accepts the offer to marry Ganga. And Ganga's father, who had already lost both his wife and his son to the war, wants to pass on his duty of protecting his daughter to another male because he is aging and he cannot fight back if there is an attack on his daughter. He asked the couple to show the soldiers her tali, which is basically the Mangal Sutra, to protect her from getting raped. One can see how marriage becomes a mere safety armor in a woman's life in a war-prone zone. One can also see the emotional plight of all the survivors of the war who stayed in the refugee camps through Aruk Pragasam's details about the camp. Shortage of commodity is one of the most common factors during wartime. So the peoples in the camps found it extremely difficult to get regular food. A kilogram of rice retailed for 1,000 rupees in the refugee camps because of the demand, and the dal provided to them were of very cheap quality. Ganga had to manage to cook for 2 people with whatever she was provided with. And they barely ate 1 meal a day, and all the other meals were compensated with rationed biscuits given to them by the authorities. Death is also a very common element in the life of these survivors. The author says, I quote, "There was no time to stop and grieve or to deal with the deceased in any responsible way," unquote. The survivors had to move on with their losses and find new ways to survive each day, as there can be bomb blast at any part of the country at any hour. And human communication basically died as each individual processed their own loss of their loved one. Dinesh, the protagonist, loses his family, his friends, and relatives to the war, and becomes the only survivor of his bloodline. He goes completely silent after the incident. And whereas on the other hand, Ganga is more practical about her losses. She loses her brother and her mother and stands witness to their death. She was abandoned by her own father to live with a complete stranger, but she efficiently handles things, as she thinks things control what happens to them, and she strongly believes that she cannot control the happenings around her. As both of them decide to flee the camp to start a new life elsewhere, Dinesh goes to have a bath at at a far off well with some little privacy. The author describes the terrors that the protagonist faces on his way to this well. I quote, he still had to pass the many unclaimed bodies that had been laid out to the southeast of the clinic. Though, as he drew near them, Dinesh became increasingly anxious about stepping on something dead. He took long, cautious steps and let only the front of his feet to come into contact with the ground, so that was soft but that seemed to have structure. He would immediately stop. His body temporarily froze. Then he nudged the object fearfully with the edge of his slipper to verify that it was just some normal, natural thing, a large plant or a twig under a pile of leaves, and not a human body. Unquote. And when Dinesh returns to meet his wife to flee away with her from the refugee camp, he is left devastated because his new wife is being killed by the bomb blast, which happened minutes before his return, and her body is exploded into pieces. Dinesh once again loses all his hopes in life and his will to live. And basically, the novel ends where we see Dinesh sitting numb, not knowing what to do further with his life. In conclusion, Anu Karatpragasim's novel, The Story of the Brief Marriage, captivates its readers with a poignant exploration of the human experiences amidst the ravages of war. Through the eyes of the protagonist, the novel delves into the depths of sufferings, resilience, and the fleeting moments of connection that can transcend even the most harrowing circumstances. As we navigate through the pages of the novel, we are reminded of the fragility of human life and the resilience of the human spirit. The story challenges us to contemplate the value of compassion, the strength found in shared humanity, and the significance of finding beauty amidst all the chaos. Aruk Aritpragasim's work encourages us to reflect not only on experiences of those who caught in the crossfire of war, but also on the universal theme of existence, loss, and fleeting nature of time. This novel leaves an indelible mark, urging us to be more mindful of the stories that often go untold. And it basically summons us to cherish the moments of tenderness and understanding that can arise amidst the most dire circumstances. Today, after many decades, the Sri Lankan war has stopped successfully. Still, there lurks the danger of bomb blasts like the one which occurred on 21st April 2019, predominantly in the areas where Tamil people lived. When the whole world is growing multi-ethnic and multi-religious, can it be possible to take it forward with just Buddhism alone and the Sinhalese only act? Should Sri Lankan Tamils remain constant asylum seekers or global migrants? Can monolithic faith and practice create harmonious living in this 21st century? Anu Karatpragasim's novel brilliantly poses these questions, uniting all his readers and encouraging them to strive harder for human peace. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Overall, it's a good presentation, and obviously, we know very well that life is not a bed of roses. So, such kind of novels and the stories they basically give us that every person in this world having different situations, different mysteries, and different other circumstances. So, if we are getting basically peace, love, and you can say the good circumstances, so it's God's blessing on us that we are safe and in a rhythm, and our routine of life is a smooth way is going on. So war, terrorism, battles, these are not the basically good things for any humans. And whatever those people who basically suffered and who basically involved in these battles, wars, they basically suffered a lot. Families, love, respect, elders, wealth, even they could not get anything. So in this basically story, we have seen that the person is struggling and struggling. And one, we have seen that Ganga's father, who basically lost his wife and brought his son as well, and after that, he only able to save his daughter. So he basically handed over her daughter. Reason he is old age and he is not having the capacity to save her anymore. Reason circumstances are not feasible.
things are dangerous, and you can say the worst circumstances of the community, you can basically have seen in this novel as well. I do not want to say, you can understand. So the safety of human and the lover ones is the most important thing. So if we see our father, our mother, they basically do all things for their children. So same like this is the habit, this is the tradition, this is the basically our system of life. Our ancestors did, and we are doing, and even our fathers and mothers did, and now we are doing as well. So this is the sequence of life as well, you can say. So no one can see the loved ones in basically trouble or in difficult situation. So the Ganga's father handed over her daughter to basically to a person, so that so that the person could save her and protect her, and basically able to save from all these problems of battles or the basically terrorism or the other things. So remember this thing, that always when we see that, if while reading these novels we are getting some lessons, that the person is struggling, but we have short term abilities and short term capacities being a human. So we cannot basically uh, you cannot basically win everything. We can only struggle. All things are on the hands of gods. So if our deeds are good, then we will face, and God's blessing if we with us, then obviously the things will be good with for us as well. So same like, so we have to thanks to the God if we are facing normal situations, and we are not in war, not in battle, and we are not in terrorism, and we are not basically facing our loved ones as well. So this is a basically critical analysis of the worst situation and the bad situation, worst situation and the good situations of life as well. Everyone want to get better and best standard of life as well, but it doesn't mean if you are getting some normal things, so you should be thankful to the God reason you are in a normal situation. So overall, it's a good. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, sir. Before I invite our next presenter, so I would like to request the participants to kindly restrict to the time limit, because we have one more technical session, and maybe we have then one more special additional technical session. So we have so many presentations after this. Now I invite one more speaker, S. Shafreen Fatima, research scholar, Haji Karutha Rauthar, Howdia College, Uthammapalayam. Her,
Yes,
her topic is a women's struggle for sexual freedom and emancipation in the novels of Manju Kapoor. Over to you, Madam Shafreen Fatima.
thank you, sir. Thank you for the introduction. As myself, as I'm Shafin Fatima, the full-time research scholar from Haji Kartarautar Howdia College, Uttamapalayam. My topic is on a women's struggle for sexual freedom and emancipation in the novels of Manju Kapoor. So, a Indian woman author Manju Kapoor has portrayed several representations of women and a wide range of human feelings in the exceptional spotlight on relationship between man and woman and her liberation. Aside from these variables, she centers on the different components like shape the man women relationship, like physical conditions, individuals' aspirations, financial status, and passion reliance, and so on. Kapoor's female characters have been torn between tradition and modernity since women are accorded and subaltern place in Indian society. Manju Kapoor is one of the writers who makes her heroes once stride in front of others with the consuming issues of present day world before lesbianism, treachery, bareness, separate reservation, and it also aims to portray patriarchal dominance against females, and it also reveals that the position of women cannot be secured by her economic independence alone. In need of cultural shift. Manju Kapoor novel, a sincere confession of a woman about her personality cult in the personal allegory of a bad marriage. Patriarchy as a social system considers men to be higher and the women and men have dominant role over the resources of decision making. The research adopts the hypothesis that the existing difficult situation of the characters. Naturally, to justify the point of hypothesis, the dissection takes the help of feminism as its theoretical modality, especially third word feminism. This dissection focuses and towards the reading of the marriage power that organizes society in the complex of relationship based on the assertion the male supremacy oppresses women. The term marriage is generally refers to the bond of woman and a man's heart and a relationship with the mutual respect, compassion and involvement. Marriage, especially for a Hindu woman, turns out to be the loss of an autonomy, freedom and even happiness. Women have to abandon their will and dreams for the completion of others' will and dreams. They feel controlled within marriage due to the dominance of men. Marriage is a significant social institution which affects the personal life of every individual. Marriage under the Hindu law is being passed upon a sacred religious ceremony. Marriage, to see legally, is a process by which the legal relationship of wife and the husband is established through which husband gains some authority over his wife. Marriage becomes a continuum of sacrifice for women which create a pseudo existence under the shadow of their husband. Marriage is institutional and legitimate from the man and woman relationship. It is a marriage originally meant to dominate the leadership in a woman. She is transferred to be dominated by her husband from her father and brother. Marriage as a form of patriarchy is most society constitutes one of the primary tradition in a personal life. It denied as a key of moment in the reproduction. After marriage, husband is granted a full authority over his wife and wife should worship him as her master. Husband supposed to be the god to his wife. Many women preserve the forms of worship of their husband by touching their feet, washing their feet, and taking their blessings. The husband is considered superior and a wife as his subordinate. There exists a power relationship between a husband and a wife. A wife is expected to suffer silently all her life at the feet of her masters. Asta is never asked in the economical affairs after the death of her fathers. Her mother handed all her assets and properties. So, feminism in a political perception based on the two fundamental premises gender difference is the foundation of the structural inequality between women and men, by which women suffer systematic social injustice. The inequality between the sexes is not the result of biological necessity, but it produced by the cultural construction of gender differences. The sex refers to the determining of identity on the basics of biological category, while gender connotes the cultural meaning attached to the sexual identity. Thank you, sir. Hello.
Hello.
Sir, am I audible?
So, due to shortage
Yes,
of
sir.
time, I'm not basically take too much time. So, overall, your presentation is good and topic is excellent. Reason is this: here you basically finding and trying to basically you are comparing basically through hypothesis that what are the women's and how women are struggling for better life and how they are basically facing different situation in a specific area or in different laws or in different communities as well. So overall, it's good. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Next
sir.
speaker,
Thank you
please.
so much.
Okay, thank you. May I invite our next presenter? We have Sharda Singh Gaur, PhD scholar, School of Arts and Humanities, Singhania University, Rajasthan, India. And the paper is on the theme Resistance and Empowerment in the Narrative of a Respectable Woman by E. Sterin Kair. Over to Sharda Singh Gaur.
Good evening, Honorable Chairperson, Professor Sir, all the honorable professor and PhD scholars, all the present honorable members. I'm a PhD scholar, School of Arts and Humanities, Singhani University, Pacheri, Virichanjano, Rajasthan. My paper present topic is resistance and empowerment in the narrative of a respectable woman by Strankar. Sir, I would like to present even in subcultures that seem to favor gender equality, gender restive feminism plays particular behavior and group dynamics at the center of the attention are the means of maintaining women's subordination. Some types of opposition rely on the prospect of a recurrence to weaken the power of normalization. Dominant discourses are refuted through the repetition, rearticulation, and iteration of new ideas. Subversive repetitions can be characterized as movable points of resistance that move about and create a network. New facts and standards are produced by this type of opposition. This paper attempts to read A Respectable Woman by Strankar to understand how women are made subservient through different culture and ideological strategies. In a patriarchal society, it renders them agenceless that results in subtle ways of producing resistance to create an individual space in a dominant environment. The term gender role refers to social norms regarding the gender distribution of labor as well as gender specific social norms that apply within a certain cultural setting. A system of social convention known as gender roles establishes certain actions that are often seen suitable, acceptable, or desirable for a person based on their actual or perceived sex. The feminine phase is characterized by women following the duties and standards that the male dominated society had set for them. Women are restricted to the home sphere during this time and could not assert themselves in the world of men. They were marginalized and considered as men's inferiors. Women had to play the roles that society had assigned to them. The phrase gender role was originally used by John Money in 1955 while he was studying intersex persons to describe the ways in which people express their identity as male or female in situations where there is no obvious biological differences. The various responsibilities that are assigned to men and women are socially and culturally determined. Traditional practices, institutions, conventions, and beliefs all have an influence on these roles. These have a propensity to alter over time and vary from location to place since they are social constructions. The behavioral difference between males and females based on cultural and social norms is known as gender. In the majority of Northeast Indian patriarchal communities where males are viewed as superior to women, men rule and control the majority of the resources. Women historically occupied a subservient position in social, political, and religious tasks allotted to them in Naga culture. An individual gender, which refers to behavioral and attitude distinctions brought on by social conditioning, is established through the social process. Gender is the social construction of sex difference that results from the socialization and acculturation of both the male and female sexes. Gender role views our thoughts and convictions about the responsibilities that men and women should carry out in the home, the business, and the society at large. The notion of gender in Naga culture is frequently understood in terms of their system of social stratification, the power dynamics that already exist between men and women, and the process of learning the socially expected roles and behaviors. A person's gender is her sexual identity in relation to the conventions, traditions, way of life, and other factors in a culture. The Naga society as a whole upholds the idea of gender through influencing and shaping the community members on the how men and women should behave appropriately, fulfill particular duties, and live in a particular way. The biological reproduction principle, which dominates all the other differences between men and women, is what separates them fundamentally and determines their success and qualitative differences. The Naga, who traditionally follow a patriarchal culture, believe that males are innately and physically superior to women. As a result, bringing up even the most fundamental feminist issues, gender equality, women rights, and women autonomy, has frequently been frowned upon in the society. Children are taught what it means to be a male or a girl in the home and in society from an early age. While their moms are working in the fields, girls are required to acquire household duties such as cooking, fetching water, washing dishes, cleaning the house, and caring for the younger siblings. Meanwhile, boys are required to learn how to maintain more different tasks like maintaining fields, chopping firewood, sharpening blades, etc. Girls are taught that domestic duties and nurturing are exclusively the domain of women, while males are required to work outside. So, illustrating the gender stereotypical roles, girls are also supposed to stay at home and take care of the family and household tasks. With such institutional practices are disappearing now, the attitude towards women, to use Tamsula 2010 phrase, remains one of the benevolent subordinations. Gender socialization is a continuous process that occurs throughout life. When a girl reaches adulthood and gets married, managing the family becomes her complete responsibility. Men demonstrate their manhood by abstaining from all types of housework. Men who undertake home duties are seen to be henpecked husband by other men is a patriarchal culture. According to Biography 2013, the patriarchal view of males is highlighted by their pessimistic perspective. Family and society are distinguished clearly in the majority of tribal cultures. Men are preoccupied with administration and management of the affairs of the community, whilst women are seen to be solely responsible for managing the family and all activities related to it. The responsibilities, obligations, and the traits that are allocated to women are defined by extremely strict gender norms and standards. Gender has always been a fundamental distinguishing feature within such a framework, and it is reflected in the cultural norms that have given men and women in society various roles. I would like to discuss the novel A Respectable Woman captures the mindset of the Naga people before, during, and after the 1944 Kohima War through the eyes of a mother and a daughter. This piece explores the lives of people and their struggle to maintain a sense of normality through times of upheaval and change. Nearly 44 years after the war, Konu memories are given in peace to her daughter Kevinu, and the opening of the book, allowing readers to piece together the devastation and the subsequent rebuilding of houses and lives. The focus of the second half of the novel switches to Kevin, the narrator, and her passes from the infancy to adulthood in a Nagaland that had changed, as well as her burgeoning modernism and young dreams. The story presents a three-dimensional view of their personal life by capturing the essence of death, marriage, and relationship in the family during and after the war. The link between the Naga tribes and the British administrators is made clear to the readers through this book. After India gained its independence, the India government ordered the missionaries to leave the Nagalands in retaliation for their complaints against aggressive invasion of the Naga areas. This novel depicts an interpretation of a domestic violence story. The Naga males turn to drinking and taking it out on their wives and families because their resentment was so intense. Drinking has turned into nothing less than a social annoyance which has caused conflict between churchwomen and brewwomen. In the book, domestic violence against women is depicted in the life of Kevino's friend Bino, who had always been adamant about beating back a husband if he were there to touch her. But after marriage settled into a life of complacency to a wealthy man who had learned never to take a no for an answer. When Venu gives birth to a daughter and raises her, she suffers double victimizations. Later, she passes away from a shattered skull that her husband had caused. And in a famous instance of poetic justice properly represented, Mislov, her husband, too passes away from a fractured skull. Daughter UV is taken by Kevin and raised her as her own. Her mother, Konu, and her brother Otto are supportive of her in her endeavor, despite the fact it is not culturally correct. It is not culturally correct. That is the point is that victimizing women. I would like to say women who are passive eventually become victims themselves. For instance, when a girl marries, she loses everything, including the surname she had acquired from her father. She also abandons her family and adopts her husband's identity, becoming his property as once she is married. We consider her to be her husband's property. In many cultures, women are expected to submit to and obey their husband since it was seen to be the sign of a good wife. Vina was a cheerful, busy, and pragmatic young woman. She was a driven individual who wanted to perform well in her career and make plenty of money, so did not have a live at home and be independent in life. She thus begins working as a lower divisional clerk in the Deputy Commissioner's office after completing her schooling. But after getting married, entirely changes from who she really was, as it made me sad that the vibrant girl I had known seemed to have disappeared altogether and another person had taken her place. The question, what would you do if your husband beat you, was put to Vinu back then. She would respond without hesitation as I would beat him right back. He has no right to beat me or not let him. However, after being married and experiencing abuse and threats from her husband, she took no action against him. In contrast to what she had said earlier, she is a testament to how subtle violence perpetrated and compliance to it can be, rarely being seen until it is too late, until it intensifies. After her marriage, Vinu had a full transformation. She was forced to wash while her spouse followed society's traditional norms. Binu is shown as a subservient woman, a respectable woman, because she accepted her place as a woman in the community. She was not a combative or vocal person because women are socialized in childhood not to be outspoken. And because speaking up against the status quo as a woman was deemed impolite as an outspoken woman is considered disrespectful, rude, and unmarriageable material. Being dominated by her husband, Winnie was someone who kept her feeling and issues to herself. It is clear that she was constantly determined not to irritate her spouse, as Maslow does not like it that way, and Maslow doesn't like me to take UV to the shop. There was it again, the eviseness in a patriarchal society. Vino's desire
So
to.
kindly sum up the paper now, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Overall, the presentation is good, and your critical analysis is overall good. And whatever the finding in it, I have seen that you are trying to find out that what are the basically good deeds of basically of humans, specifically in women's, while in a basically diversified community in tribal area or tribe areas or whatever the basically laws or restriction the basically lady is surviving. So obviously every human having and facing different circumstances and situations. In such kind of research and novels and stories, they basically give us that how the other people are facing different kind of situations and circumstances, and their basically tough times, what they lost and what they gained, each and everything. So it gives us some moral lesson as well. But the most important thing is this, that patriotism, good deeds, humanity, empathy. So these are very important things. So every good human always try to respect to everyone, and empathy and sympathy is a very good word, and obviously if we practically work on it, or a good person always try to work on it and try to implement such things, this empathy and sympathy practically implement in the life, while uh, ac- taking some actions to help someone and to basically guide and support in different ways. So thank you very much. Overall, it's a good. Dear
Thanks for giving me
moderator,
such opportunity. Thank you. Thank you very
thank
much, sir. Thank you.
you.
So with this presentation, I extend my thanks to our worthy chairperson, Professor Dr. Faisal Fayaz. Sir, it was very nice of you to listen to all the participants, to all the research scholars, very patiently, and then providing the valuable, insightful remarks, and being with us for throughout the session. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very much to all of you. And one point that I want to say, that always try to basically everyone is struggling and one is trying to do something to prove this thing, that his work or her work is excellent or is something. But the most important thing is this, there is a need to refine their work. So we have to basically guide and support in such a way, so that reason due to hard work their mind and they are struck in a domain. So if we guide and if we give some clues, so in this way they basically make their research work more rational and make it more optimistic for future purpose as well. So from my side, thank you very much to all of you, and kindly allow me to leave. Reason I have an urgent meeting. Thank you very
Okay, sir.
much.
Okay, sir. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you.
So with this, our technical session 5 is over, and technical session 6 is to be started soon. I hand over the moderation to our next moderator. It is Dr. Salim Ejaz from Government Degree College, Rajpura, Pulwama, Jammu and Kashmir. Dr. Salim Ejaz, are you there?
Professor Ghulam Mahideen, am I audible?
Yes. Kindly take over the moderation of this last
Okay,
session.
okay. Thank you, sir.
What to you, Dr. Saab?
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I am Dr. Salim Ejaz, Assistant Professor and Head Department of Environmental Science, Government Degree College, Rajpura. And I feel honored to host the last and this sixth session of this two-day international conference on language, literature, and humanities. A very good afternoon to all respected organizers, eminent researchers, resource persons, and intellectuals of national as well as international reputation. On behalf of organizing committee, I humbly and respectfully welcome chairperson of this session, Dr. Shilja Vesudeva. Let me have brief introduction of our resource person. Dr. Shilja Vesudeva is Associate Professor, Department of Political Science, Shahid Captain Vikram Batra Government Degree College, Palampur, District Kangra, Himachal Pradesh, India. Without any delay, I am going to invite our first researcher and presenter.
Dr.
That
Salim,
is Dr.
Salim Saab, what we have seen since yesterday that generally the chairpersons, they call upon the presenters to deliberate on the research. If the chairperson has the list with him,
Yes. If the chairperson is interested, he can
if
call
only they
himself.
have the list of participants.
Yes.
Yes, I have list of participants. You don't worry. I will announce. No issues.
Okay, ma'am. Please take over the session.
Okay, thank you so much. I would like to share some information regarding this sixth and last technical session with you all. In this session, we have 8 paper presentations. So I will give each paper presenter only 6 minutes for their presentation, and you all will keep yourself mute, and so we have a lot of to cover now, and we will start this session. I will invite Dr. Dhanya Mol, CT, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Koneru Lakshmiya Education Foundation, Greenfields, Vadeswaram, Andhra Pradesh, and Miss S. Jamia Jamarasi, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Anai, Scholastic Arts and Science College for Women, Ramanathapuram, Tamil Nadu, and their topic is a study on psychical trauma in William Golding's The Lord of the Flies.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the introduction. Good evening, everyone.
Please start, ma'am. And please respect the time, and we are already late. So
Yes, ma'am.
you
Sure,
have
ma'am.
to finish your presentation within 6 minutes.
Yeah, ma'am. Sure. Thank you. As the co-author of this paper, I am presenting with my author, Dr. Dhanya Mol, Assistant Professor, KL University, Andhra Pradesh, and myself is Jamia Janmarasi, Assistant Professor of English, Anai Scholastic Arts and Science College, Rameshwaram. Our paper title is A Study on Psychical Trauma in William Golding's The Lord of the Flies. Let me share my screen for our PPT. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes.
PPT
It is
visible?
visible.
Okay.
It is visible.
Thank you. Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
it's visible, ma'am. It's visible.
Thank you, ma'am. William Golding's novel, The Lord of the Flies, explores the dark and disturbing aspects of human nature when a group of British boys find themselves stranded on a deserted island without adult supervision. As they struggle to establish order and survival, the narrative delves into the psychological effects of isolation, fear, and violence on the young characters. This study aims to analyze the portrayal of psychical trauma in the novel, examining its impact on the characters and the deeper themes it highlights. The isolation experienced by the boys on the island contributes significantly to the development of psychical trauma. Separated from the structures of society, they are forced to create their own rules and hierarchy. Initially, the group attempts to organize themselves, but as time goes on, isolation and fear lead to the erosion of rationality and moral values. This degradation is evident in the transformation of characters like Jack, who descends into savagery, and the symbolic representation of the beast that feeds on the boy's fears. The boy's fears manifest in the form of the beast, a creature that haunts their dreams and conversations. This externalization of fear reflects the psychological concept of the unconscious mind, where suppressed fears and desires are projected onto an external entity. As the boy's fears intensify, the beast becomes a symbol of their inner turmoil, reflecting their growing psychical trauma. The psychological trauma experienced by the boys gradually leads to a descent into savagery. The once civilized children begin to engage in acts of violence and cruelty, mirroring the darkness within each individual. This transformation is exemplified by the shift from Ra's initial attempts at maintaining order to Jack's brutal dominance. The narrative portrays how psychical trauma can unravel the thin veneer of civilization, exposing the primal instincts that lie beneath. Isolation, fear, and violence combine to erode the boys' sense of identity. As they grapple with their traumatic experiences, their connections to their past lives begin to fade. This loss of identity is symbolized by the gradual deterioration of their clothing and grooming habits. The boys start to adopt tribal paint and masks, blurring the boundaries between their individual selves and the group identity. This loss of personal identity underscores the damaging impact of psychical trauma on their psychological well being. The absence of adult authority figures exacerbates the boy's psychical trauma. The lack of guidance and nurturing figures intensifies their feelings of abandonment and isolation. The character of Simon, who attempts to confront the beast and is tragically killed by the group, can be seen as a representation of spiritual and moral authority. His death symbolizes the tragic consequence of losing a stabilizing figure in the face of trauma. By concluding, in William Golding's The Lord of the Flies, the portrayal of psychical trauma is a central theme that underscores the fragility of human civilization and the potential for darkness within every individual. The isolation, fear, violence, and loss of identity experienced by the characters illustrate the profound psychological impact of traumatic experiences. By examining the characters' journeys and symbolism within the novel, this study sheds light on the intricate ways in which psychical trauma can shape human behavior and relationships, ultimately serving as a cautionary tale about the potential consequences of unchecked psychological turmoil. Thank you, ma'am.
Very nice presentation, ma'am. Yes, really, it's a very nice novel written by William Goldings in 1954, and you beautifully present this story to us. And I would like to ask one question to you, ma'am. Uh, do you think that the atmosphere in which a child dwells is impact on that child?
Ma'am, can you please repeat the question, ma'am?
Yes, yes, yes. what is the role of our environment in which a child brought up?
Ma'am, nowadays, all the families are like nuclear families, and the parents, they are not giving that much importance to their child growth. People are giving mobile phones to their children to engage themselves with some other thing. So with this case, it is also a kind of isolation. We are making the child to get into an isolated world, their own isolated world. So this will cause them to get these kind of psychical trauma in their future. So that is what the connection I have given to this topic to the reality now.
Yes, yes, absolutely right. Absolutely right. Congratulations, ma'am. And now I would like to invite our second paper presenter, D. Balaji, Research Scholar, Department of English, SSL VIT, Vellore, with Dr. M. Thenamozi. Their topic is Jhumpa Lahiri's The Lowland Novel and Hybridity. Admin, please check they are available or not. Maybe they both are absent. So I would like to invite Dr. Chandrasekhar as Vidya.
Yeah, ma'am. Very warm good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone.
Y and Mr. Vinith.
Excuse me, ma'am. Sorry for interrupting.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, I'm Sneha Thomas. Ma'am, my session was between 4 to 5. The time slot was between that. Can you please tell me when my, when my time comes or when my name's up in advance? Can you please tell me now?
Ma'am, I don't have your name. I don't have your
That's why
name.
ma'am, this is the Google Meet link I received from
Maybe
conference.
you were in room number 2, and
Yeah, room number 2, ma'am.
yeah, it's the room number 1, and technical session is over there.
But ma'am, this is the link I got, but I don't know how to I didn't get any other link.
Ma'am,
And I've been waiting here
I'm
for
also a
so
member
many
of
times.
organizing committee, and I know that we have shared links and each and everything in your mail. Maybe you didn't check it well, so you don't worry. You can present your paper here in the end of 8th presentation. You can present your paper, no issues.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much. It was good hearing that. Okay, ma'am.
Sorry to
Thank you.
interrupt you. May I kindly know what about my turn? Am I here? This is Dr. Junaid Shabir. Am I in the list?
Junaid, no, ma'am. You are also not in the. I will check. 1 second. 1 second.
But I was told that I'm in the list and my presentation was supposed to be here in room number 1.
Ma'am, yes, yes. Your number is 7th. You are
Okay,
Dr.
okay.
Junaid Shabir, right?
Right, exactly.
Yes, 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 yes. Wait,
Okay,
ma'am.
okay
Since
then,
the
I'm very much here.
presentation is going on, will we start now? Sorry. And
Okay,
your
thank you.
number is 7.
Okay, fine. Thanks.
Okay. Yes, Dr. Ginny MS is present. Dr. Jimmy MSY and Mr. Vinith. Both are from Department of English, Shift 2, Chennai Jan College. Maybe both are absent. So I will invite Dr. Ibrarul Haq, PTI Government College, Rajpura, J&K.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are very much audible. Please
Okay, thank you,
start your
ma'am.
presentation.
Respected chairperson, my dear colleagues, a very good evening to one and all. As myself is also an organizing committee member of this international conference on language, literature, and humanities, I am grateful and humbled to the whole organizing committee, especially Professor Ghulam Mohideen, Chief Coordinator of this conference, for giving me an opportunity to present my paper entitled with effect of 6 weeks plyometer training on biomotor parameters among college level badminton players. Please, ma'am, I want to share my screen. Please give me a moment.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
You have only 6 minutes for paper presentation, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Is the presentation visible, ma'am?
Yes, something welcome slide is showing
Okay,
here.
ma'am.
Yes.
Actually, ma'am, in these 2 days, all have presented the papers on literary research and historical research. My research is totally different from this because my research is on experimental research. And my topic, my research topic is effect of 6 weeks plyometer training on biomotor parameters among college level badminton players. First of all, I will introduce the introduction. One of the most popular racket sports in the world is badminton. On the court, badminton matches include intense relays, fast direction changes, vertical hops, forward lunges, and various postural positions are all necessary during a badminton match. It is noted that during a badminton match, agility and speed was correlated with physical performance. R is equal to 0.83. That means reliability. The typical and unexpected flight trajectory of a shuttlecock demands tremendous ability to strike it. To our knowledge, agility and high vertical jump are crucial motorcycles for hitting a shuttlecock from various angles of the court. And I will tell you about plyometric trainings. Plyometric trainings is also known as the jumping training, in which muscles exert maximum force in short intervals of time with the goal of increasing power, speed, strength, and agility. Ma'am, this is materials and methods. 16 badminton players, 8 boys, 8 girls with age this years were purposely selected from Government Degree College, Rajpura, Pulwama, Jammu and Kashmir, India. All the recruited participants were local residents since inter-college badminton tournament was going to be held at Government Degree College, Pampur, and players of this college had to participate in this event, and they were practicing regularly and used to come daily in the indoor stadium of the college campus for regular practices. As the investigator is the physical training instructor of this college on contract basis, and he takes these students as subjects of the study. During this recruitment, subject signed participant information and consent form. All the details of the study, such as purpose, testing procedure, period of the involvement, risk, benefits, and discomforts throughout the study, and freedom of participant to withdraw were included in the consent form. All the participants had prior badminton experience of at least 1 year. None of the subjects had lower extremity injury and surgery within 6 months prior to pre-tests. Any cardiovascular and metabolic disease. This study was approved by the College Review Committee for Ethical Use of Human Subjects. All participants were tested to evaluate agility, acceleration speed, and vertical jump before pre-test and after 6 weeks post-test. This is the descriptive characteristics of the group's age. This is First column is this age, height, and weight. Second is plyometric training group, and third is control group. Third one is control group. 4 boys, 4 girls in plyometric training group, and 4 boys, 4 girls in control group. This test is for agility test. And this test is called a T-test. 3 cones are set 5 meters apart on straight line. A fourth cone is placed 10 meters from the middle cone so that the cone form a T. A player initiates the exercise from the right base of the T formation. Upon receiving a signal from the examiner, the player starts moving. The timer begins as soon as the player crosses the photo cell. The player then performs side steps covering a distance of 5 meters towards the right cone, touching it. Subsequently, the player sidesteps an additional 10 meters to reach the far cone and touches it as well. Afterwards, the player sidesteps back for 5 meters towards the middle cone and touches it. Finally, the player moves 10 meters backward, reaching and touching the cone position at the base of T formation. The timer stops when the athlete crosses the finish line. This was for agility. And second test is for vertical jump. Means we can say also this explosive power is the explosive power means is the capacity of a muscle or a group of muscles to produce a maximum force in quickest possible time. This procedure is for a vertical jump. Next is because we are running short of time. I cannot read this one. Third one is acceleration speed. Ma'am, acceleration speed means to cover distance in a short period.
Sir, please conclude your papers. We have shortage of time, sir. We are already late.
Okay, ma'am. The increase of the Squat jump and agility with plyometric training is supposed due to the nature of the training and the exercise given in the training schedule. The results of the study demonstrated that 6-week plyometric training increased college level badminton players' agility, vertical leap, and acceleration speed. In many nations, badminton is one of the most popular sports among young athletes. A badminton match necessitates quick direction changes, hoops, forward motion, lunges around the court. Consequently, the agility, vertical jump, and acceleration speed are important motor skills to win competition in a badminton game. Coaches should incorporate plyometric training exercise in badminton training program. Thank you, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. Really, it's a wonderful presentation, and I like your presentation because you told me that it's on experimental viewpoint. It's only a experimental research, so I like this presentation very much. I appreciate your efforts too. And
Thank
now
you,
I
ma'am.
would
Thank you.
like to invite Dr. Junaid Shabir, ma'am, Assistant Professor English, Amar Singh College, Srinagar, Jammu and Kashmir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for this brief and beautiful introduction. Very good evening to all. I am Dr. Junaid, and the title of my paper is Rabia Basri, an embodiment of mysticism. Well, the world of mysticism is full of devout love, passion, and longing for divine. This school of thought works on the philosophy that divine is attainable only through contemplation. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You are very much
Through,
audible. Please
okay.
continue.
Great. Through contemplation and ambition of self. Mysticism has its origin in Greek, which means to close or to hide. The concept started gaining wider meaning as in early modern period it incorporated various ideologies pertaining to different states of consciousness. The traces of mysticism can be found in different regions in various forms. Abrahamic and Indian religions have mysticism, in its religious traditions. Judaism, Christianity, and Islam endorse mysticism. We have one book which is titled as Kitab-e Aqdas and date of publication is 1873. It is written by Baha'u'llah and it deals with the establishment of the ethics, social principles, and prophecies of mysticism. Another book titled as Manaqib Rabia, that means Biography of Rabia, which has not been discovered, contains presumably the account of Rabia al-Basri's life. Another book titled as Tabaqat al-Sufia, which contains a reference regarding Rabia al-Basri. Now, who was this Rabia al-Basri? Rabia al-Basri said to have been born between 714 and 718 CE in Basra. Basra is a region in Iraq. She was the fourth daughter of her family and hence named Rabia, which means fourth. She is labeled as a devout Muslim ascetic who exhibited exceptional virtue and sanctity in her worship. A proponent of Sufism, Rabia's love for divine was devout in any reward. Her love for God was absolute as she enjoyed a unique bond with God. The magnitude of her love for divine is evident in following words, quote, I have loved thee with two loves, a selfish love and a love that is worthy of thee. As for the love which is selfish, I occupy myself therein with remembrance of thee to the exclusion of others. Unquote. Imam Al Ghazali says, by this kind of love, she meant the love of God for his favor and grace bestowed and for temporary happiness, and by the love worthy of him. From him, I mean God. This love is one of the doctrines of Sufism. Mystical experience is not a purposeless activity. It's an activity with experiences for purposes of systematic investigation. Weber saw mysticism and asceticism as a set of procedures related to religious salvations. Philosopher Walter T. Stas's conceptualization of mysticism was seminal. His categorization scheme for mysticism was adopted by psychologists in measures of reported uh, mystical experience. Traditionally, mysticism has been regarded as a way to reach the inner dimensions of human life, dimensions where man even achieves unity with divine being. Such traditions have been found in almost all religions. Unlike the early pre-Islamic tradition, in Islamic tradition, women was placed on an equal footing with men. Holy Quran, which contains the words, and this verse is from Surah Al-Ma'idah. The translation of verse is quote, and God Most High said that for the Muslim men and women, the Muslim men and women, and the believers, men and women, and the sincere men and women, and the patient men and women, and the humble men and women. I want to underline over here those who consider that Islam is the has a patriarchal structure. It does not have a patriarchal structure. Here, God is addressing believing men and women. That means women have an equal share and equal footing with men in Islam. And the verse goes on that God will recompense them with forgiveness and a great reward. Unquote. So mysticism endorses the equality between genders. Margaret Smith states, quote, the holy prophets have laid down that God does not look upon your outward form. It is not the outward form that matters, but the inner purpose of the heart that matters. Rabia Basri, a devout mystic hailing from Basra, projects irrevocable love for divine. The intimacy with divine is far from the fear of hell and love for heaven. Rabia's stature is described in the following words by Imam Al Ghazali, quote, wherein she expresses selfless love for divine. Oh God, if I worship thee in fear of hell, burn me in hell. And if I, this is very important. See, she does not worship God just to get paradise as a reward. She says that if I worship thee even in hope of paradise, exclude me from paradise. This is important. That means her love for divine is completely selfless. He goes on saying, but if I worship thee for thine own sake, withhold not thine everlasting love. The prime concern in mysticism is love. That's important. That means unconditional love is of prime importance in mysticism. Love is conceived in the form of divine who becomes beloved for the seekers.
Sorry
Love
to
is not
interrupt you, ma'am.
okay.
Please conclude your paper. We are running already late.
Okay, fine. It's very difficult to conclude the paper, but I'll try to conclude it. So, Rabia Al-Basri, she preferred a life of dematerialization. And in Rabia, the fire of all her conquering love demanded eternal union with an eternal flame. And the mention of death made her tremble, not with apprehension, but with infinite joy, because she looked at joy, she looked at death as the union with divine. And we have one critic, he identifies two essential characteristics of mysticism. Mysticism, one is ineffability, and the second one is not equality. I don't have time to discuss it, so I'll skip it and I'll try to conclude it. So, in conclusion, I like to say that on analyzing different books and even on analyzing the personal life of Rabia al Basri, she fits well in the ambit of mysticism. The other features of mysticism define her like timelessness, the true self, the mystic cupola, union with God, mystic cupola, inner wisdom. She emerges as a real women saint who remunerated all the pleasures and luxuries of the world for the love of divine. Not only this, she dismantled the orthodox and traditional shackles of the false narrative propounded by men that Islam is chiefly patriarchal in structure. She made it clear God is accessible to all, devoid of gender, caste, and color. She has carved a solid mystic path for the lovers of God to tread so that they can achieve a spiritual union with divine and bask in his love till eternity. She never desired to be mentioned as saint after her death and wanted an unnoticed, fameless life. But yet her name glorifies and resonates with sweet echoes of divine love when it comes to mysticism. Thank you so much.
आप ये किससे बात कर रही हैं?
It's yes. Please mute your mic.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Rabia al Basri. She was regarded as the first female saint of Sufism, and she described her experience of divine love, and we should learn a lesson from her. It's a very very beautiful I will say it's a divine presentation, and personally I like this presentation very much.
Thank
Many
you,
many
ma'am. Thank you so much.
congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Lovely
Thank you.
presentation, lovely presentation. I want to hear more about this presentation, but due to shortage of time, I announced please conclude your presentation, but really it's a very nice presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for such a patient listening. Thank you once again.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Now I would like to invite G.H. Mohyuddin, PhD research scholar, Bhagwant University, Ajmer, Rajasthan.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening to the chairperson and all the research scholars over there.
Very good evening, sir. Please start your presentation, and you have only 6 minutes, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. My topic is Kabir, Bhakti Perspective and Contemporary World. Kabir is a 15th century weaver who was a mystic, poet, and saint of India. He openly criticized all sects and gave a new direction to the Indian philosophy. The Bhakti thought he espoused revolves around the idea that the path to salvation or spiritual fulfillment can be achieved through unwavering devotion and heartfelt love for the divine. The present paper attempts to deliberate on how Kabir appropriated his poetic talent to propagate Bhakti teachings and how the Bhakti perspective is valid and viable in the contemporary world. Kabir is one of those leading poets of India whose verses are on the lips of common people. The themes he touched upon are appealing to everyone, and therefore his poetry is enjoyed by even a commoner to this day. The Bhakti perspective emphasizes the path of devotion and surrender to a higher power or divine being. According to Vinay Dharwadkar, Bhakti means loving devotion to a god or some other appropriate object of worship. Bhakti practitioners cultivate a deep love and reverence for the divine and seek to merge with it through prayer, worship, and other devotional practices.
The Bhakti perspective emphasizes the importance of emotional connection and personal relationship with the divine as a means of achieving spiritual fulfillment. Kabir can be studied as a Bhakti under different criteria. At the core of Bhakti thought is the concept of devotion, Bhakti, and love, prema, for the chosen deity or divine. This love is expressed through prayer, worship, singing of hymns, and other devotional practices. Kabir says, how can I get to see you now? Why should my heart be pacified if you don't let me have a vision of you? Bhakti thought encourages individuals to surrender their ego and sense of control to their divine. This surrender is marked by humility and the acknowledgement of one's limitations in the face of the infinite divine. Kabir says, it is needless to ask of a saint the caste to which he belongs. For the priest, the warrior, the tradesman, and all the 36 castes alike are seeking for the God. Unlike some other spiritual paths, Bhakti thought emphasizes a personal and emotional connection with the divine. Practitioners often develop a deep and intimate relationship with their chosen deity, viewing them as a friend, parent, or beloved. Kabir says, "O my heart, the Supreme Spirit, the Great Master is near you. Wake, oh wake, run to the feet of your beloved, for your Lord stands near to your head." Bhakti thought often promotes inclusivity and equality by asserting that anyone, regardless of their social status, background, or knowledge, can attain spiritual enlightenment through sincere devotion. Kabir says, all take birth through the womb, all have blood in their veins, only Shudras don't have blood and the Brahmins don't have milk. Many Bhakti traditions emphasize selfless service, seva, to others as an expression of devotion. Acts of kindness, compassion, and service to fellow beings are considered a way to serve the divine. Kabir says, say something sweetly without rage or jealousy, so that the self cools down and the others are pacified. Bhakti thought highlights the importance of cultivating positive emotions like love, joy, and compassion as a means to connect with the divine and achieve spiritual growth. Kabir says, in moments of happiness and sorrow, truth is revealed, just as stars are visible in the night but disappears during the day. So, looking at the contemporary world, which is beset with violence, intolerance, mutual hatred, and strife, Kabir's teachings are quite relevant and offer a better solution to solve these problems. In a fast-paced and often stressful world, the emotional support and solace provided by Bhakti perspectives as propounded by Kabir can help individuals cope with challenges and maintain mental well-being. Bhakti thought promotes ethical values such as compassion, humility, and selflessness, which are relevant for guiding individuals toward a more harmonious and just society. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Lovely presentation, sir. Very good presentation. And Kabir was one of the chief exponents of the Bhakti movement in the medieval period. And you described her all theories very beautifully. Congratulations, sir. Really, it's a very good presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, this was our last presentation. Ma'am, from room number 2.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Sneha Thomas, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, I don't have any idea about your topic. Please continue your topic and introduce yourself too.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, please
Because I
mark my
don't have your
presence.
name and details. So please
Yeah.
introduce yourself, please.
Okay, and please mark my presence in your list, ma'am, because I'm absent over there. I'll be introducing myself, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah. Ma'am, let me share my screen at first. Okay, ma'am. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Sneha Thomas, and I'm really glad to be presenting in this conference today. Me, along with my guide, Dr. Pragyan Paramita Patnaik. We are from C.V. Raman Global University, Bhubaneswar. I'm a research scholar, and this is my Pragyan. Dr. Pragyan is my guide. So we will be presenting before you a psychological reading of Perumal Murugan's novel Seasons of the Palm. So as we can see, the title is Seasons of the Palm, a study of defense mechanism. Now, this is my presentation outline. First, I'll be talking about Perumal Murugan's, what the novel is about. Next, what are defense mechanisms. Then, how it is applied, how defense mechanism can be applied in this particular novel, and then a conclusion. Now, a brief about the novel. This novel is a Dalit narrative, which was written by Perumal Murugan, a Tamil writer. The novel portrays the physical and mental trauma of the untouchables. And here the novel has many characters who play relevant roles, among which Shorty is the protagonist. He's a young Dalit boy who herds his master's sheep. Shorty and his friends, we have a couple of friends over here, all are Dalit children. And all are given nicknames because as Dalit children, they are not worthy of being called their original names. The novel here speaks about the distressing lives of these Dalit children. But in the midst of all these trials, they as a group try to find peace and happiness in nature and friendship. Now, what are defense mechanisms? This is the concept that we're going to introduce over here. It is a Freudian concept. It's Freud's concept and it is associated with psychoanalysis. And this particular concept was further analyzed by Anna Freud, his daughter. Now, what are they? Defense mechanisms, they are psychological strategies used unconsciously by the mind to protect oneself from anxiety creating situations. We all of us possess defense mechanisms and we don't know that they are being used. They are unconsciously used by our mind when we are facing a particular anxiety creating situation or a stress. So this particular defense mechanism, there are a couple of many defense mechanisms, and they are used to cope with stress. Now, some of the defense mechanisms that are evidently seen in the novel, as I've listed, I have a list of 5. There are actually 10 and more of them, but I'm only focusing on 5 of these defense mechanisms. So, because of the shortage of time, I cannot, focus on every single one. But for an example, let me tell you, displacement is a kind of defense mechanism wherein, for example, if you have a boss or a teacher and they scold you, you're not going to fight them back, or you're not going to scold them back. Instead, you're going to come back home and displace your anger onto your wife or your mother or your children. So this is a kind of displacement, a kind of defense mechanism that your mind does to cope your anxiety, cope with your stress. So that is a kind of defense mechanism. And sublimation, let me tell you some of it. Sublimation is a positive defense mechanism. If displacement is displacing your anger to a less threatening source, sublimation is a positive defense mechanism wherein if you're angry, if a person does kickboxing instead of yelling back, that is a kind of using your potential in the right way. So that is sublimation. Now, let me give you some instances from the novel where these defense mechanisms are used. When I read this novel in a psychological, point of view, I understood that both the marginalizing community and the marginalized community, both of them, unlike, you don't have to be marginalized in order to have anxiety. You can also have anxiety even if you are the marginalizing community. So both of them experience anxieties in their lifetime, and defense mechanisms are their unconscious way of coping with them. Now, first of all, displacement is seen in this novel when Shorty displaces the anger he has for his mistress onto the sheep Weeran that he herds, because it is a less threatening organism or a less threatening source. Reaction formation is a situation where Shorty dislikes his master, but when Belly, one of his friends, teases his master, he does not always welcome her insult, because reaction formation does the opposite of what is in the mind. So that is reaction formation. Denial is actually, it is seen in Selvan. It is he's Shorty's master's son. When Selvan loses in a game with Shorty and his friends, he denies that fact by blaming others for telling lies. So the mind denies that particular fact because it is an anxiety creating situation. Rationalization is when Shorty attempts to steal a coconut out of hunger. His master actually traumatizes him out of embarrassment because the master was embarrassed in front of others, and that is the reason he punishes Shorty. But the reason he made up for punishment sounded logical. When you give a more rational reason for your illogical act, that is called rationalization. sublimation. And sublimation, in this particular story, Belly, a friend of Shorty, mimics her mistress in front of her friends in order to entertain them. So this is a strategy to subdue her anxiety. It is made out of entertainment. So as a conclusion, let me tell you, the psychological study of the characters' inner anxieties and the way they cope with it using defense mechanisms were analyzed in this paper. And people, be it anyone, be it what their background is, people go through episodes of moral, neurotic, and reality anxieties. And to sum it all up, defense mechanisms are unconscious means to fight off one's anxiety. And what is the purpose of my paper? Identifying the role of these mechanisms. We will be able to use it wisely. Only by understanding how defense mechanisms help, we will be able to use it wisely. So that is the purpose of my paper. So thank you so much for your patient listening and for giving me this chance. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yes, really, it's a very nice presentation. And I will convey the message to certificate making committee that you were present in this session. I will
Thank you
write to
so
them.
much, ma'am.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, please do
So
that, ma'am.
I
Thank you
will
so much.
conclude the session without wasting any time to all the paper presenters that they successfully clear all the concepts. So many congratulations to all. And I would like to congratulate all the organizers of this international virtual conference on language, literature, and humanities. Especially, I would like to congratulate Government Degree College, Rajpura, Pulwama, Jammu and Kashmir, India, and the Cape Comorin Trust for organizing this event. And it's a grand success. This event is really a grand success. And last but not the least, I would like to thanks Dr. Regence Lewis, sir, President of Cape Comorin Trust, to giving me opportunity to chair this session. Thank you so much, sir. Now the session is over. Thank you.
Ma'am, thank you very much for your insightful and valuable comments and remarks. First of all, I congratulate all the eminent scholars for presenting their research findings in a wonderful way. Moreover, I thank all dignitaries and eminent participants for their patient listening. I extend my special thanks to the chairperson of this session, Dr. Shilja Vasudeva, for being here with us today, for moderating this session, as well as evaluating the research articles present in this technical session. On behalf of whole organizing team, my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Shilja Vasudeva for sparing her valuable time and honoring us with her presence besides her busy time schedule. Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Before I hand over session to coordinator of this session, I extend my extraordinary congratulations to both organizing institutes for organizing this international conference in a very smooth and successful way. I personally congratulate Professor Ghulam Muhyiddin, coordinator of this whole conference, who remained on dues from yesterday morning for making this whole conference very successful. Thank you all very much. Now I am going to hand over this session to the Professor Ghulam Muhyiddin, coordinator of this conference. Professor Ghulam Muhyiddin, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Salim Ejaz. So before I wind up the proceedings of the conference, and I finally express my thanks to the key shareholders, stakeholders. So as per the schedule with me, I would request the people from admins from Cape Comorin Trust. Is there anything else? For example, I have with me technical session additional 1 and
So
2.
that was it was extra room number 3, and additional technical sessions were over. Their
Okay,
timing
ma'am.
was 11 to 12 and 2 to 3. Now
Okay,
all
ma'am. Then
technical sessions are over.
that means we are now over.
We are free now.
Okay, lastly, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks and congratulations to the organizers from Government Degree College, Rajpura, Pulwama, J&K, and my thanks to all the members of organizing team from Cape Comorin Trust, Tamil Nadu, India. My special thanks to the Principal GDC Rajpura for her active participation, encouragement, her initiative, and her welcome address yesterday also. My thanks to the presidential address speaker from Principal Government College for Women, Pulwama, Kashmir. Similarly, my thanks go to the guest of honor, Principal GDC Boys, Pulwama, Kashmir. My thanks to the keynote speaker yesterday morning. My special gratitude and words of applause to all the resource persons in 3 plenary sections, session 1 yesterday and 2 and 3 today morning. My thanks to all the chairpersons who chaired different sessions yesterday and today also. Almost 18 sessions we had technical. Yesterday we had 6 sessions. Today we had 12 sessions. And my thanks to all the research scholars who presented their research findings and research papers and who made this conference today, international conference, a grand success. My special thanks to the moderators for different sessions, moderators from Government Degree College, Rajpura, who helped me a lot in organizing and managing all the sessions right from yesterday morning until today 5 or 6, almost 6 p.m. And my final thanks to President Cape Comorin Trust, Dr. R.S. Regin Sylvester, sir, for providing us the opportunity and helping us and providing us the helping hand and support to organize this 2-day international conference. Maybe I may have forgotten the names of some people who would have directly or indirectly helped us or played their part in the organization of this conference. So I express my thanks, my gratitude, my words of applause to all the people, all the partners who directly or indirectly took part in this 2-day conference. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.